Introduction. As I sit here sipping a Krillmar sunrise, I contemplate the sheer audacity of my current undertaking. Me, a Tatraxi, tasked with writing the definitive history of a bar? A bar! Who in their right mind wants to know the history of a bar? Not this Tatraxi, I'll tell you that. But my editor, who I believe is a borderline alcoholic, hence the assignment, wants to know the history behind the franchise. So here I am, writing about the Busty Ostrich. The name alone brings to mind images of a silly-looking flightless bird, but adding large, most of the time obnoxiously large breasts, every Busty Ostrich I have ever visited had a variation of that bird in a large mural behind the bar. I guess the owner sampled too many of his own products, if you know what I mean. But I'm getting ahead of myself. My name is Jarten Borum Darrett, and I'm a journalist with the Tri-System Observer. I have been, unjustly, relegated to writing fluffy pieces that no one cares about. No one, except, of course, my drunken editor. But that is another story. I will say this. Although she looked like a professional, credits never changed hands, and I never knew that she was the editor's daughter. But I digress. I know what you're thinking. If no one cares, why write the definitive history of the Busty Ostrich? Because this is not the definitive history of the Busty Ostrich. Despite the threat of losing my job, I've decided to write a different history of the franchise. The chronicle of a bar would be boring. I bored myself to drinking just thinking about it. But a history of shady dealings, stories of pirates, criminals, and heroes, that will sell. I spent the first week of my assignment at the government offices on Haraz, researching the history of the bar. Owner after owner. Boring. And nowhere could I find the origin of the name. Again, the owner may have sampled too much of his own product. After contemplating suicide from the boredom, I stumbled upon a small meeting between one of the most notorious criminals in TSA history and one of its most celebrated heroes, Jake Cutter and Mark Dawson, respectively. I abandoned the governmental bureaucracy, moving my research to libraries, archives, and lore, looking into not only the history of the bar, but also its more colorful patrons and their adventures. And that led me here, sitting in the Busty Ostrich Uncropple, sipping on a drink and tapping on my keyboard. I chose this particular bar for my inspiration for several reasons. One, there were more than a couple of meetings here between criminal underworld figures, mercenaries, and bounty hunters. And two, it boasts the widest variety of liquors in the Tri-System. If my editor can be a drunk, why can't I? Our story begins several years before the destruction of the infamous Clanix prison with the slave traders of Billoki. The Slavers of Billoki. Berinda Dumar wedged herself into a crevice between two control stations in the main hold of the cargo ship. She sat in the shadowy recess of the consoles, hands around her knees, rocking back and forth, her eyes closed against the screams of a woman being tormented by her captors. She jumped with each slap that echoed across the hold. Exhausted, she lowered her head, put her hands over her ears, and wept. She screamed as rough hands grabbed her, hoisting her off the floor. She lashed out blindly, flailing with her arms and legs. She felt her punches connect, her hands stung from the impacts. She heard a grunt, followed by the pop of a slap. Her cheek burned, and the tears flowed. "Stop the blubbering," a gruff voice ordered. The hands squeezed her arms, shaking her and lifting her off the floor. Her legs kicked freely, and she connected with her captor's shin. "I said stop it, girl!" Berinda willed the tears to stop and opened her eyes, immediately regretting the decision. She stared into the dark, menacing gaze of the man holding her. His sneer promised a world of pain and torment. She looked past the man for a moment and saw the broken and bloody body of the woman who had been screaming. Berinda shook in fear as her gaze returned to the man. "Good," he said, his foul breath producing a wave of nausea in Berinda. "Now you see what will happen to you if you give me trouble." What do you want?" she stammered, her heart pounding. "Why, you, my dear," the man snickered. His voice sent a chill down her spine, and she felt him lower her back to the floor. She stood unsteady on shaky legs. He stepped back, and she felt his gaze as he studied her body. He wore a red tunic and black pants. A pistol sat high on his right hip, a long dagger sheathed on his left. She shuddered. "You will fetch a handsome price on Biloki," he smiled. "A handsome price." He turned and left her alone in the corner of the hold. Berinda returned to her spot between the control panels. Her eyes stared, but not focusing, at the woman a few meters away. She began rocking again, the word Biloki echoing in her mind. She had heard the stories. Every young woman had. But she did not really believe them. People selling other people, not in a civilized system. She focused her eyes on the hold, surveying her surroundings. Bland, gray, metal walls stared back. A catwalk circled the hold. 2 men with stun rifles walked lazily around the perimeter. A handful of other beings sat in the hold with Berinda, giving the new arrival a wide berth. No one moved to help her, or the woman bleeding on the deck. The gentle vibration of the engine spiked momentarily. A shudder ran through the ship as it entered hyperspace, leaving the capital world of Haraz behind. Berinda lay on the deck, curled into a ball, and stared at the woman's body. Her lifeless eyes stared back, holding the promise of a lifetime of pain and misery. The woman, Arana, was the guide on her tour of the ancient ruins of Morant, a fort 300 kilometers west of Haraz City. The trip paid for by Berinda's parents, a high school graduation present for the 18-year-old woman. The trip held much promise for Berinda, who wanted to be an archaeologist. She recalled the shuttle ride to the ruins. A dozen people and aliens crammed into the small ship as it flew over the pristine countryside. The smell of so many bodies almost overwhelmed Berinda. She ignored everyone, opting to sit and stare out of the window of the craft, her excitement building with each passing kilometer. Once the ship landed and the tour began, Berinda lost herself in the history of the fort. She touched the walls, feeling the rough stone beneath her fingers. She thumbed through her datapad, pulling up images of the fort in its prime, reading first-hand accounts of the men and women stationed there. The experience reaffirmed her desire to attend the university and become an archaeologist. The tour ended, and Arana led the group back toward the shuttle. Berinda trailed behind the guide, listening as the woman recited the final battle fought at the fort, the teen's imagination so in tune with the ruins that she thought she heard the laser blast from the century-old battle. They arrived at the shuttle to discover it was not her imagination. 4 men stood at the vessel's ramp. They carried pistols openly. One man propped his leg on the ramp, elbow on knee, waiting patiently. The rest milled around, restless. Arana stretched out her arm, stopping Berinda in her tracks. Dumar ducked underneath her arm, staring at the ship and the holes in the cockpit windows. She saw the co-pilot on his knees, hands on his head, in front of one of the men. The tour guide held up her other arm, effectively placing her body between the men and her group. Without preamble, one of the men shot the co-pilot in the head. The echo of the blast reverberated off the entrance to the fort. The Blue Click's body fell over in slow motion, lifeless. An older woman behind Berinda screamed, the sound initiating a wave of screams, yells, and weeping. Berinda stood, stunned, and simply stared at the alien's body lying in the knee-high grass. Another shot reverberated off the stone facade of the fort. Berinda felt the heat of the bolt as it zipped past her head, striking a Hasmoran male standing behind her. Fear froze her into place as he screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Panic engulfed the group, humans and aliens running in every direction. The group dispersed, except for a Hasmoran female who knelt beside her mate, Arana and Berinda. The 4 assailants stepped forward, shooting everyone that ran. Berinda jumped with each shot, cringed with every scream of the wounded. The gunfire ended abruptly, the cries of the injured filling the air. Terror kept her frozen in place, and she watched helplessly as the 4 men walked through the group, shooting each of the wounded in the head. They saved the Hasmoran couple for last, shooting the male and then the female. The task complete, the men turned to Berinda and Arana, still standing where they were before the shooting started. One of the men stepped forward, looking Arana up and down before turning his gaze to Berinda. He nodded his approval. "Take them," he said, and turned away. The other three moved in. Arana pulled Berinda behind her, shielding the teen with her body. Berinda trembled, staring past the brunette to see the three men closing in. Arana raised her arms to ward them off until one of them put his pistol to the woman's head. Berinda heard the woman gulp as she lowered her arms. "Move," one of them ordered, prodding the two women with the barrel of his pistol. The four men hiked the women more than a kilometer through a pristine forest to a small open field. Berinda's senses numbed with each surreal step. This can't be happening. A small shuttle sat idling in a meadow. The men shoved Arana and Berinda up the ramp and into a small passenger hold. Rough hands pushed Berinda into a torn leather seat near the hatch. Her wrists were bound in mag cuffs, the restraints tied to a ring in the floor with high-tensile monofilament line. Berinda pulled on her shackles, her arms shaking from the strain, and found them secure. She looked up, eyes widening as she realized one of the men stood over her, watching. He reached down and she felt his hard, calloused palm touch her face. She recoiled in horror, pushing herself deeper into the leather chair. "Leave her alone!" Arana screamed from her chair across the aisle from Berinda. The man turned his head, staring at Arana, before he backhanded her across the face. The sound of flesh on flesh made Berinda sick, and she fought to keep the bile down. "You don't give orders on this ship," the man grunted. "I do." Tears streamed down Arana's face, but she stared, unflinching, up at the man. He hit her again, before walking off. He paused at the hatchway to the next compartment. "And keep the noise down," he ordered. "We'll be in orbit in a few minutes, and I don't want to hear you wailing all the way to the ship." He left the compartment, the door sliding silently shut behind him. Arana let loose a string of obscenities at the closed hatch. The words and the tone bolstered the woman, her confidence and resolve strengthening Berinda. The tirade ended, and Arana bent forward against the restraints, massaging her sore face. Berinda watched the woman for a moment, marveling at the strength she exuded. She leaned toward her. "Thank you." Arana nodded. "Stay close to me," Arana said, brushing her brunette hair out of her face. Her bright hazel eyes stared at Berinda. "I'll do what I can to protect you," she said, "but there will come a time when you will have to defend yourself. Show no fear. If you must die, die in defiance." Her words shocked Berinda. She sat quietly, her mouth opening and closing as her mind worked on a response. Arana's demeanor changed suddenly. "I have a daughter, a few years younger than you," the woman said, her voice soft, reminiscent. "She comes on the tours with me sometime. I'm grateful that she decided to stay home today." I don't want to die," Berinda muttered. "Neither do I," Arana nodded, "but these men don't care about our wishes. You have a choice," she continued. "You can let these men decide your fate, or you can live and die on your terms. Personally," she nodded, "I'll go out on my terms." Berinda stared into the woman's lifeless eyes as she laid on the floor. Her terms. Berinda promised herself that when the time came, she would go out on her terms as well. Berinda held onto a console as the ship banked hard to port, watching as anything not strapped down, including a pair of small blue Tetraxi, slid across the floor of the hold. She heard them scream as they hit the far wall, but paid them no mind. 6 days on the slave ship had taught her a few harsh life lessons. The slavers let Arana's body lay in the hold for a day before they came and picked her up. Berinda watched them unceremoniously throw the body into an airlock before leaving the hold. Their laughter lingered. Berinda cringed at the whoosh of the outer airlock door opening. She held her breath as the sound of decompression filtered into the hold. She felt sick to her stomach at the nonchalant way they discarded her body, and she vowed to never forget that sound as long as she lived. The second day, the slavers attacked a ship. Berinda heard the engines change pitch, whining loudly, and felt the ship shudder as the weapons opened fire. She held on as the freighter shook from incoming fire as the other ship fought back. The battle ended within minutes, and a half-hour later, 5 women and 2 men were thrown into the hold. One of the men jumped to his feet and charged the slavers. The captors fired. A dozen laser bolts hit him in mid-attack. The man's body fell, sliding across the floor and stopping a half-meter from the nearest slaver. The men laughed, holstered their weapons, and left the hold. Berinda watched as the women fell to their knees, weeping. The remaining man paced back and forth, his fist clenching and unclenching. His long blond hair ran past his shoulders, his blue-gray flight suit torn. A bruise blistered around his left eye. He began screaming in rage at the slavers and at the half-dozen beings in the hold for not doing anything. "You!" He pointed at a Kardashian. The large, hairy beast of an alien towered over the human. "Why haven't you torn these men apart? Are you all cowards? Fight back! Let's kill those best—" A single laser bolt from the catwalk cut his tirade in mid-sentence. The man fell to his knees, his hands grabbing his throat. He gurgled, the fire in his eyes dimming as life left his body. He keeled over sideways, his body heaving in spasm, and he died only a few meters from where Arana died the day before. The women screamed and wailed as the rest of the prisoners returned to their own business. Berinda slid as far behind the console as she could. The slavers attacked another ship on the fourth day. The scenario played out the same. The freighter fired on a ship, prisoners were taken, one or two were killed as a lesson to the rest. When the smoke cleared, one of the women from day 2 moved to assist the newest arrivals. The slavers shot her in the back, and a voice called from the catwalk, "Keep to yourselves!" Berinda wondered what would have happened if she had tried to intervene with Arana, or with the 5 women that arrived after her. She watched as the slavers threw the dead into the airlock and shuddered at the sound of decompression. She had her answer. On day 6 of her captivity, the cycle repeated. She knew the feel of the ship, the throttling of engines, the firing of the laser cannons, and the whines of the shield generators as they compensated for return fire. She held onto the console, her hiding place, as the ship banked hard to starboard, the engine whine growing as the pilot throttled up. "Something's different this time," she thought. "This one is more elusive. Maybe they'll get away and tell others." She listened to the battle, felt the shudder of return fire as the other ship fought back. Her glimmer of hope died as the engines revved down and she heard the magnetic grapples activate. Berinda heard a clang as the 2 ships docked together, feeling the shudder under her feet as her captors stormed the other craft. Then, silence. She stared around the hold, taking some solace that the other prisoners looked as nervous as she felt. They all knew what was about to happen. Someone else had fallen victim to these slavers. Someone else was about to die. Berinda jumped as the door to the hold slid open. The slavers ushered 3 men and 2 women, one of the men holding his left arm close to his chest, into the hold. All 5 of them looked downtrodden. Their heads hung low as they shuffled into the hold. Not one fought back. None of them even looked up, and the slavers left without killing any of them. Berinda watched the 5 of them huddle together a few meters away. She slid deeper into her hiding place. Her back pressed against the wall. Her eyes constantly scanned the room. She did not think that any of the prisoners would attack her, but the slavers frequently paid visits to the hold. The memory of one such visit played in her head, the woman's screams echoing in her mind. The cries for mercy ended by a single shot from a pistol. She shuddered at the thought. Her stomach growled, reminding her that the one meal for the day should arrive soon. She saw the others stirring, venturing out of their hiding places in anticipation. The door to the hold opened, and 4 men entered, each offering an unsettling smile as they looked over the prisoners. "Well," a tall man with dark sunken eyes began, "you'll be happy to know that we are less than 2 days from your new home." He looked behind him at the other 3, the glance garnering a chorus of snickers. "Of course you won't be there long. Now, here's the problem." He shook his head sadly. "We didn't expect to collect so many fine specimens." He spread his arms to encompass the hold of prisoners. "And, well, we did not quite load enough food for everyone." Berinda's stomach growled louder, but she remained quiet. A few of the others groaned their displeasure at the news. The man held up a hand, and the protests ended abruptly. Now, despite what you might think of us, we are not savages. We are not going to let anyone starve," he said, reassuring. "There are 17 of you. We have enough food for 14 for the rest of the journey. So that means 3 of you must die." Berinda took a step backward toward the console. The man's eyes stared at her, and she froze. "My terms," she thought. The slaver turned his attention back to the rest of the prisoners. "Now," he took a few steps into the hold, his eyes constantly moving, watching. He rubbed his hands together. "Now, I am willing to take volunteers, but where is the fun in that? I think it's much more sporting for you to fight for your food. Survival of the fittest and all that." "Why not just split the food into smaller portions, feed everyone?" one of the new arrivals asked. He was a short man, a little pudgy, wearing a blue pilot's flight suit. He took a step toward the slaver, his arms outstretched in a sign of non-resistance. The slaver drew his pistol, fired, and holstered the weapon before the sound even echoed around the room. The man wearing the flight suit stopped his advance, looked down, and touched his chest before bringing his hand to his face. Berinda watched as his eyes widened at the sight of blood on his fingers. The pilot looked past his bloody fingers at the slaver. His mouth moved, but Berinda could not hear any sound. His legs began to quiver, and he fell to the floor. He stared at the slaver for a moment before he fell over onto the metal floor of the hold. "Well," the captor shrugged, "1 down, 2 to go." He motioned to the men behind him and waited as 14 trays were brought in. He rocked on the balls of his feet as the trays were placed in a 2-deep circle around him. He waited until his men returned to their positions by the door before continuing. "Here's how the game works," he said joyfully. "When I say go, everyone has the chance to get some food." He made a show of counting the trays around him. "There are 14 trays, and now 16 of you. If you do not make an effort to get food, you will be spaced. If you fail to get a tray, you will get spaced." Berinda shivered as he offered a soul-wrenching smile in her direction. "And if you come at me instead of going for food, well, let's just say you'll wish you had been spaced. Are there any questions?" Berinda set her eyes on the tray closest to her, her heart pounding. She was the only one on her side of the bay, but the others were a few meters closer to the trays. She gulped as adrenaline coursed through her body. She rubbed her hands on her dirty pants, and she took a step forward. "Not yet," the slaver cautioned, staring at her. Berinda froze, watching the man's hand resting on his pistol. "Take another step before I say go, and, well, then there will be only 1 left to die." He turned away from her, addressing the crowd. "For the sake of my men, please make this entertaining, or—" He paused, looking around the cargo hold. "We might have another shortage of food tomorrow." He paused, letting silence fill the ship. Berinda felt the vibration of the engines through the soles of her feet, their gentle hum hypnotic in the quiet. She fought to focus on her objective, the mesmerizing purr of the engines threatening to lull her senses. Her eyes locked onto the tray closest to her. She sniffed the air. The aroma of the food teased her. Berinda's body tensed, ready to pounce. "Now," the slaver smirked. Ensign David Darez watched as Lieutenant Morello, the commander of his squad, stepped forward. The lieutenant wore a flight suit 2 sizes too large, his portly frame well out of regulation. He held his arms out disarmingly as he moved toward the man in charge. "Why not just split the food into smaller portions, feed everyone?" Morello asked. Darez tensed as the slaver drew his pistol, fired, and holstered the weapon in the blink of an eye. Morello stared at the man for a moment before collapsing to the floor. "Well," the slave master shrugged, 1 down, 2 to go." Rage consumed him, and Darez leaned forward, ready to attack. Chief Petty Officer Fiona Letty touched his arm, holding him back. He attempted to pull his arm away, only to find her grip harden. He turned his head, glaring at her. She simply shook her head. "No." "Here's how the game works," the slaver said. His voice held a sense of glee. "When I say go, everyone has the chance to get some food." He made a show of counting the trays around him. "There are 14 trays, and now 16 of you. If you do not make an effort to get food, you will be spaced. If you fail to get a tray, you will get spaced." Darez stared around the room as the man spoke. He saw a pair of Crandoshans, their hulking frames near the far wall. A trio of women knelt nearby, almost paralyzed by fear. He categorized them as no threat. "And if you come at me instead of going for food, well, let's just say you'll wish you had been spaced. Are there any questions?" His eyes zeroed in on a young woman, maybe 18, across the hold. She wore torn, filthy clothes, her brown hair unkempt and stringy. Her eyes stared at the trays around the slaver, her hands rubbing on her pants. She took a step forward. "Not yet." The slaver stared at the woman. "Take another step before I say go, and, well, then there will be only one left to die." He turned away from her, addressing the crowd. "For the sake of my men, please make this entertaining, or—" He paused, looking around the cargo hold. "We might have another shortage of food tomorrow." Darez turned his attention back to the slaver and the trays of food. He was confident that the remaining 4 members of his team could handle themselves. The rest of the prisoners, minus the pair of Crandoshans, he stole a glance in their direction and noticed they had inched forward a few steps, were no threat. The only question that played on the Tri-System Authority officer's mind was how to play this. His mission to infiltrate the slave ring was a success, minus the loss of their team leader, which Darez thought was not really a loss. The man was a fool, and his death put Darez in command. Now we can end this. But how? Attack the slavers? Suicide. And he was not ready to die. Not go for the food? Also suicide. He had no doubt the slavers would kill him or any of his team if they did not participate. Get to the food first, effectively sentencing someone to death? Darez sighed. Undesirable, but if we are to end the slave trade, a sacrifice will have to be made. The decision made, David prepared to charge forward and, if necessary, fight off one of the other prisoners for a tray of food. He turned his attention back to the slave master, standing amongst the trays of food. The man smirked. Darez's heart rate spiked in anticipation. He leaned forward. Now. Darez surged forward, felt his team following close behind. He closed the 10 meters in seconds, dropping to the floor and snagging a tray of food as he slid past. His hands gripped the metal tray, felt something lukewarm splash on his hands as the contents spilled. He heard a Crandoshan roar behind him, heard a bone snap and a yelp of pain. Clutching the tray, Darez rose to his feet and turned toward the melee. An older woman lay rolling in agony on the floor, holding her left leg that hung at an unnatural right angle midway down her calf. She cried in pain, tears streaming down her face. A Crandoshan squatted near her, holding a tray of food. The other Crandoshan held one of Darez's team off the floor, shaking the woman violently. The gigantic alien roared before tossing the petty officer across the room. Darez winced at the sickening thud as the woman hit the bulkhead wall and slid down, crumpling on the deck. The Crandoshan snatched up 2 trays, looked at the slave master, and growled. Darez watched the man simply shrug, and the Crandoshan walked away, 2 trays in hand. Someone else is going to have to die for that alien to eat, thought David. The slaver countered that thought by drawing his pistol and shooting the alien in the back. The Crandoshan screamed in pain, arched its back, and dropped the trays. Food spilled everywhere as the trays skittered across the deck. The alien turned toward the slave master and growled again, drawing fire from the catwalk. Bright red lasers flashed from the rafters, the barrage of shots hitting the alien and sending it to its knees. The Crandoshan fell to the floor, its fur-covered hide on fire, the smoke drifting toward the ceiling. "I said 1 tray apiece," the slaver yelled, his voice echoing around the room. He waved the pistol around the room, pointing it indiscriminately at the captives. "Not 2 or 3. 1. Boss?" One of the men near the door behind him cleared his throat. "What? You, didn't actually say 1 apiece," the man offered, barely controlling his laughter. You said something about survival of the fittest. The slave master turned to look at his underling, and Darez watched as he thought about the statement. The slaver turned back to his prisoners, most of which were frozen in place only a few meters from the man. Exaggerating each step, he walked through the fear-paralyzed prisoners, hunched over the trays on the floor, and stopped at the woman with the broken leg. He looked down on her and shook his head. "Oh, my bad." The slave master shot the woman between the eyes. "Survival of the fittest," he said, holstering the weapon and moving toward the door and his awaiting men. She fell short. She died. His men laughed, turned, and headed out the door. The slave master followed, paused, and turned, staring straight at Darez. "Eat quickly," he said with a nod. "We're having some trouble with the computer override on your ship. I'll be back in 15 minutes. Have the code ready, or—" he paused. "Tomorrow there will be plenty of food." He turned and left, the threat hanging in the air. Berinda watched the newcomer shrug off the threat and retreat back to his corner, the two surviving women huddling around him. The trio talked in hushed whispers, too faint for Berinda to hear, so she retreated to her corner near the console. She quickly ate a small sandwich on the tray and downed a small container of water in 2 gulps. She was licking the crumbs from her fingers when the door opened, and the slaver, accompanied by 2 of his companions, re-entered the hold. Berinda froze, the ring finger of her right hand still in her mouth. She cringed as the slave master headed directly toward the man he threatened. The two talked for a moment in low tones before the slaver backhanded the man, sound of flesh on flesh echoing around the hold. She watched the man wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth with the backside of his left hand and spit a small amount of blood onto the deck. He stared up at the slaver and shook his head. "No. I ask you for the code for computer access on your ship," the slave master said, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. "If I don't get an answer, someone else is going to die." "No one else has to die today," one of the man's female companions said. She wore a blue blouse, khaki-colored pants, and a set of small oval glasses. The woman rose to her feet, standing half a foot shorter than the slave master, and stared up at him. "I know the code. Just leave everyone alone." "Well, now here is someone that can be reasoned with," the slaver said, a fair amount of humor in his voice. "You give me the code, and I promise not to kill anyone else today." The woman looked thoughtful for a moment before nervously glancing at her companions. She finally nodded and rattled off a string of numbers. The slaver motioned for her to sit back down with a wave of his hand, pulled a communicator from his belt, and repeated the string of numbers into the device. A voice acknowledged receipt, and the slaver returned the comlink to his belt. Berinda watched the 3 newcomers turn away from the slave master. They sat down on the deck and drew themselves into tight balls on the floor. The captors stood quietly, watching them for a moment. "What are you—" Berinda wedged herself tightly behind the console seconds before an explosion ripped through the upper decks of the freighter. She heard the sound of air escaping into vacuum, felt the pull of space tugging her. The image of Arana's body flying off into space tormented her momentarily. She reached out and grabbed the edge of the console, holding on for dear life. The emergency bulkhead shields activated a moment later, but not before the 3 men on the catwalk disappeared into space. The pull on her vanished, and she slumped back on the floor. The screech of venting atmosphere disappeared, and Berinda sucked in several large gulps of air. She blinked rapidly, and, hearing a commotion in the center of the hold, turned her attention to a fight between the slavers and the newest arrivals. The 2 females charged the 2 men at the door, who were still recovering from the decompression. The male prisoner grappled with the slave master. Berinda switched her attention between the 2 women and the man, trying to watch everything at once. The 2 men were locked in a fight for the laser pistol in the slaver's hand, circling in the center of the hold as each tried to gain advantage over the other. A laser blast from the door drew her attention to the other fight in the cargo hold. One of the women lay on the floor a few meters short of the door, holding a wound in her abdomen. Berinda watched the other woman launch herself at both slavers, their hasty laser bolts flashing past her head. She landed lightly on her feet, grabbed one, spun, and hurled him into the other. Both men went down in a heap, sliding across the semi-slick deck. Berinda heard another shot, saw one of the men arch his back and cry out in pain. He shot his own man! The woman continued her advance, kicking the surviving slaver as he pushed his screaming partner out of the way. The injured man hit the metal floor, his yelp of pain louder than when he was shot. He rolled out of the way, clutching the right side of his chest. Berinda watched the woman hit, kick, and punch her way through the last slaver's defenses, her arms and legs a blur. One of her kicks dislodged the man's pistol, the weapon flying high into the air. The man looked up to find the lost pistol, and the woman kicked him in the groin. He screamed, grabbed his crotch, and folded into a ball on the floor. The woman caught the pistol in midair, turned the weapon on its previous owner, and shot him in the head. She shot the wounded slaver in the chest before turning toward the center of the hold. Berinda watched her eyes widen a half-second before a crimson laser bolt sliced neatly through her chest. Berinda turned her head and saw the slave master standing over his opponent, his foot on the man's chest. The slaver held a dagger in his right hand, the blade usually sheathed on his left side, a half-meter off the man's throat. The laser pistol held in his left. The weapon fired again, striking the woman in the chest a second time. She crumbled quietly to the deck like a house of cards. Berinda pulled her legs up under her, stood into a crouch, and moved toward the center of the hold. "My terms!" her mind screamed. A roar of rage erupted from the prisoner lying on the floor, and he knocked the blade away with a swipe of his hand. The dagger skittered away, and he kicked the slaver in the back. The slave master stumbled a few steps but did not go down. Instead, he turned to face the prisoner, a look of anger and annoyance on his face. The slaver stood to Berinda's left, his back to her, his attention on the newcomer. The prisoner rose to his feet, facing the slave master. The discarded dagger lay directly ahead of her. The slave master held the pistol steadily at the man. "Who are you?" "Ensign David Derez," the man replied, brushing his hands to clean them. "TSA security. You are under arrest." The slave master laughed. "How in the hell do you expect—" Berinda plunged the knife deep into the slaver's back. She felt the steel blade slice skin and strike bone. The man screamed, looked at Berinda, and raised his hand to knock her away. She ducked the clumsy swing and twisted the dagger, shoving it deeper into the slave master. She cried out in vengeance, days of frustration flowing forth. Images of Arana, the people on the tour, and the innocents killed aboard the ship flooded her mind as she screamed. She saw the man's anger turn to panic, then to realization. His lips quivered, and blood dribbled from his mouth. Out of breath, Berinda's scream ended, and she released the knife. The slave master fell, his lifeless body smacking the metal deck. She dropped to her knees, staring at the blood on her hands. She felt hands gently touch her shoulders and jerked away, jumping to her feet, ready to fight. She saw the man known as Derez standing beside her, his arms outstretched, palms out. "It's okay," he said, stepping forward. He embraced her, and Berinda felt a sense of security for the first time in days. "It's okay now." She sobbed into his blue shirt, releasing her stress and anger. She shivered, realizing that she had killed a man. "What's your name?" Derez asked, holding the woman. She felt her body shiver as she wept. Berinda. He pushed her away, felt her grip tighten on his shirt. "Berinda, there are still slavers on the ship," he said, pushing her away again. "I have to go finish my job before they come down here and kill everyone." Berinda nodded and stepped back. Derez smiled as the woman sucked in a deep breath, composing herself. He bent down and picked up the slave master's discarded pistol. "Take this," he said, handing the weapon to the young woman. "If anyone comes through that door besides me, shoot them." He saw the woman roll the pistol over in her hand, examining it. "Have you ever fired a laser?" She shook her head. Derez sighed, but took a minute to give her a basic tutorial on aiming and shooting. "Just pull the trigger until they're dead," he said. "Or you are," he finished the thought silently. "I'll be back soon." He turned and left her standing in the middle of the hold. He knelt beside Chief Petty Officer Fiona Letty, the first one shot as the women charged the two by the door. Letty looked up at him with weak, lifeless eyes. Go get the bastards, sir," she muttered. She closed her eyes, her head slumping back to the floor. Derez checked for a pulse, found a weak one on her throat, and knew that she would not make it to see the medics arrive. He screamed in rage and kicked one of the dead men near the door. He sucked in a deep breath, picked up the 2 pistols dropped by the dead slavers, and left the hold. Alone in the corridor, he realized that the engines were offline. He felt no vibration, heard no hum. The explosion knocked out the engines, he muttered, and moved up the passageway. At least that went according to plan. Intel speculated there were no more than 20 slavers on the ship, but Darez doubted their estimates. In fact, he had no idea how many combatants he faced. He only knew that he needed one alive for interrogation, to find out the location of the Biliki headquarters. He stopped his advance and quickly counted up the ones he had seen. 3 on the catwalk, 3 in the hold, he recalled. 2 others I've seen in the hold, at least 1 in the ship. If intel is right, that's about half. He checked the charge in each pistol, nodding his satisfaction. I'm starting to like my odds. His thoughts were interrupted when 2 men, wearing spacesuits and carrying their helmets, rounded a corner a few meters to his left. Darez rotated, facing the threat, and opened fire with both pistols. Numerous bolts struck each man and the helmets in their hands. Sparks flew from the atmospheric control panel on the front of the spacesuits as the 2 men collapsed. One helmet, released from lifeless hands, clattered down the hallway. Darez waited a few seconds, willing his heart to slow, before continuing up the corridor. He moved silently, hugging the left side wall. Voices echoed from up ahead, and the TSA officer tiptoed the last few meters. A quick glance around the corner revealed a 3-man work crew, 2 standing and 1 sitting on the floor, hastily working on a mass of wires. A removed wall panel lay propped against the bulkhead. Steeling himself for combat, he rounded the corner, pistols up and ready. Freeze! The 2 standing slavers did exactly as he expected. They dropped their tools to draw weapons. Darez fired both pistols, crimson beams flashing down the corridor. The high-energy bolts knocked the 2 men backwards, weapons and tools clanging as they hit the floor. Darez turned both pistols on the man sitting on the floor. Don't! The man, a young boy, maybe 20 years old, raised his hands in surrender. Stand up, Darez ordered. The young man complied. How many men on this ship? 18, I think, the boy stammered. Do you have access to the bridge? Darez asked. The young man nodded. Then let's go. I need to find out the location of Biliki. The boy recited a series of coordinates. I'm not one of them. They captured me on their last run, found out I was a splicer, and kept me, he explained. Tears welled in his eyes. I just want to go home. What's your name? Rulio. Okay, Rulio, Darez said. If you're lying to me, I promise you'll wish I'd killed you outright. The boy nodded. Biliki is too well hidden to be a hub. Where do the buyers meet? I'm not sure, Rulio confessed. But I remember one of them talking about a meeting on one of Ladry's moons. Midran, I think, at a bar. The Busty Ostrich. The Busty Ostrich? Darez repeated. Rulio nodded. Strange name for a bar, don't you think? Darez smirked, shaking his head. I don't care about the name. Rulio's eyes widened, and Darez dropped to a knee, spinning to face behind him. He felt the intense heat as laser bolts flashed over his head. Rulio's screams replaced the whine of the bolts as Darez locked eyes on target, raised both pistols, and returned fire. A single slaver stood in the passageway. A large bandage enshrouded his head and covered his left eye, his left arm held to his chest by a makeshift sling. Darez fired each pistol twice, the 4 bolts converging on the man's chest. The beams lifted him off the deck, and he sat, suspended in the air for a moment, before crashing back to the metal plating. Darez checked up and down the corridor before moving to check on Rulio. The young man lay in the passage, a small, neat hole smoldering in his chest. Darez smirked and shook his head. I hope you were telling the truth, kid, he said, and began retracing his steps back toward the cargo bay. Berinda Dumar heard footsteps in the corridor outside the cargo bay and adjusted her grip on the pistol. She slid deeper into the shadow, hiding behind the bodies of 2 dead slavers. She gulped, even though her mouth was dry, and flicked off the safety like David had told her. David. He had saved her from what she knew would have been a horrible future. She owed him her life. I'll do anything for you, she thought. A smile crossed her lips as the object of her life debt appeared in the doorway. Her heart thumped in her chest, and she bolted from her hiding place, ran across the cargo bay, and leapt into his arms. She embraced him tightly, her legs wrapped around his waist. "I heard gunfire." "I'm fine," Darez said, removing himself from her embrace. She placed her feet on the deck and saw concern in his eyes. "What's wrong?" He smiled, the disarming smile of a parent to a child. Berinda felt her heart sink. "We need to get everyone out of here and onto a shuttle. I don't know how many more of them are aboard, but I want to get away and call for backup." Berinda nodded, watching him as he surveyed the bay. "You did this?" he asked. Following his gaze, she looked around the bay. The slavers' bodies were stacked near a wall to provide cover for her. The bodies of his dead team, along with the other murdered prisoners, were lined up side by side, their faces covered with ripped clothing from the slavers. A handful of survivors stood near a bulkhead, their faces a mask of sorrow, fear, and anger. She pointed to the Krendoshan, a female with dark brown fur. "She helped. Her mate is one of the dead," Berinda explained. "Thank you," Darez said, the sincerity in his voice offering a glimmer of hope to Berinda. "I'll send a team back for them once we get to safety." He raised his voice for everyone to hear. "It's time to go. Follow me, keep quiet, and if any shooting starts, get on the ground. Got it?" Everyone nodded, including Berinda. "Then let's go." 20 minutes later, Berinda sat in the co-pilot's chair, watching as Ensign Darez flew a small shuttle away from the freighter. She felt the restraining harness pull her against the seat as he banked the ship. His gaze continuously scanned the controls in the two-person cockpit, his fingers nimbly adjusting knobs and switches. She stared, memorizing the curve of his face, the fine lines around the edge of his mouth. "Thank you," he said, glancing at her. "For what?" she asked, her heart suddenly pounding. "Saving my life," he replied. "That slaver had the drop on me. You killed him." He shrugged. "Thank you." "No." Berinda shook her head. She put as much strength as she could into her tone, but thought she still sounded like an infatuated schoolgirl. "You saved me, us, all of us." She waved her left arm to include the survivors hunkered down in the passenger bay of the shuttle. "I owe you my life." "We'll call it even." He smiled. He pulled back on the throttle, and the stars morphed into streaks. "Get some rest," he suggested. "It'll be a few hours before we get to a TSA base. Then," he nodded, "I can complete my mission." Berinda sat back in her seat. "What is that?" "Track down the head of the organization," Darez said, "and kill him." "I'm coming with you," Berinda blurted, surprising herself. "Berinda," he shook his head, "you are not part of the TSA." "Which means I can do things that legally you can't." "And you are untrained," Darez finished. "Then train me," Berinda offered enthusiastically. Her mind flashed with the possibilities of working with him. "Train me how to fight, and fly, and tactics." Darez laughed lightly. All right. I'll think about it. Now, get some rest," he ordered. "You've had a hard week, and I need to plan out the next phase." "Yes, sir," Berinda replied contently, rendering a mock salute. She nestled into the overstuffed chair and felt the effects of adrenaline withdrawal pull her toward unconsciousness almost immediately. David Darez stood in a chilling downpour outside of a low-roof prefab building on Midran. Dark clouds hid the dual suns that created the rocky barren surface. Patches of green and brown shrubbery littered the landscape, courtesy of atmospheric reactors slowly terraforming the moon. Banking on future prosperity, a sprawling spaceport already stretched to the horizon. A scattering of buildings that usually accompanied a spaceport reached out in concentric circles around the port. Whorehouses, pawnshops, tattoo parlors, and, of course, bars, including the Busty Ostrich. He shook his head. Who would name a bar the Busty Ostrich? He let out a deep breath and stepped off the muddy curb under the overhang that protected the door from the rain. He shivered before reaching out and pushing the bar's wooden door open. He stepped in from the rain, only to be confronted by 3 heavily armed, green-skinned clando. The trio of aliens frisked him for weapons, confiscated the pistol he carried in his waistband, handed him a small holo projector, and ushered him away from the door. Darez stepped out of the way as they accosted the next patron waiting to enter the bar. He made his way through a scattering of small, round wooden tables that occupied the center of the bar, An old jukebox sat in one corner, playing a sad tune sung by what sounded like a drunk Traxilian. Derez ignored it, focusing his attention on the wooden bar that ran along the wall opposite the door. 24 chairs ringed the chest-high bar. Hundreds of bottles of liquor lined the 3 shelves that almost hid the mirror on the wall behind the bar. A painting of an ostrich, rockets mounted under its outstretched wings, filled the space above the mirror. The artist's rendering included a wild, maniacal look in the animal's eyes, which brought to David's mind memories of some crazy pilots. He smiled, despite the seriousness of his mission. He ordered a drink from the robot bartender, watched the machine roll away on squeaky wheels to fill the request. Quiet murmurs filled the bar, gradually increasing in volume as more patrons arrived. The robot returned with the drink as Derez peered into the mirror, watching the humans and aliens congregating behind him in the bar. Blue-skinned blue clicks, reddish-brown Hazmara, and a host of other aliens segregated themselves at the tables, cautious eyes continuously scanning the room for threats. 2 Tatraxi, their tusks gleaming despite the dim light, crawled up on the stools next to Derez. The one closest to David pointed to the amber drink in his hand.
"What is that?"
it asked. Its small trunk made the voice low, nasally. "Drillin' Mindbender," Derez answered, tilting the drink toward the alien.
"Good?"
the Tatraxi inquired. Derez shrugged. "Burns the throat. Be careful." A smile split the Tatraxi's bloated face, and he turned to the robot.
"One of those,"
he said, pointing to the drink. The robot whirred away. The bar grew silent, and Derez turned his back to the bar, propping his elbows on the scratched countertop. 2 Crandoshans joined the 3 Clando at the door, their wet fur lying flat on their body. David crinkled his nose as the smell of wet fur wafted across the room. The one on the right shook, spraying water on those closest to him. No one protested. They simply backed out of range. The 2 Crandoshans scanned the room, studying everyone present, before the shaker turned and growled something unintelligible out the door. A small blue Traxilian entered next, water dripping from its stylish overcoat. The alien's tusks gleamed in the dim light as it stepped down the single step from the doorway and made its way toward the center of the bar. The Traxilian greeted a few of those gathered by name, nodding to others, while its eyes continuously surveyed the room. The diminutive alien stopped in the center of the room. It hopped onto a chair and then onto a table positioned in the center of the room.
"Ladies and gentle beings," it began in a squeaky voice, "my organization welcomes you. As you might have heard, we have had a small setback in delivery of new merchandise. My employers have asked me to assure you that this is a temporary circumstance. With that said, today we are quite pleased to bring you high-quality specimens for work."
The alien offered a dramatic pause.
"Or pleasure."
A snicker filtered through the crowd.
"If you will check your projectors, you will see the first item up for bid."
Derez retrieved the hollow projector from its place on the bar, holding the small device in the palm of his hand. A 3-dimensional rendering of a young woman appeared in his hand, the 6-inch-tall black-and-white representation slowly rotating in his palm.
"A human female, approximately 22 years old,"
the Traxilian explained.
"Blonde hair and green eyes, and, I can assure you from personal experience, quite spirited."
Another snicker from the crowd.
"Shall we start the bidding at 1,000 credits?"
"What's her education level?" a blue click asked from a back corner table.
"I've been told she is well educated,"
the host replied, turning his head to look at the speaker.
"She was acquired on an archaeological dig on Pans less than a standard month ago."
Derez remembered a report of a dozen students and their professor disappearing on Pans during a class field trip. The abduction is one of the reasons the TSA dispatched his team to find the slavers. One of the students, a blonde-haired girl with green eyes, about 17, was the daughter of a member of Parliament.
1,000!
The blue click raised a blue hand.
2,000!
A Hazmara on the other side of the bar countered. The haggling continued for several minutes until the blue click won with a bid of 12,000. The Traxilian nodded its approval.
Congratulations! As always, the coordinates of your merchandise will be transmitted to you upon completion of today's auction.
Damn, thought Derez. The plan was to call for 6 teams of TSA troops on standby near the bar to raid the auction, take everyone into custody, and free the captives. The revelation that the hostages were not at the bar complicated things. He would have to bid and draw unnecessary scrutiny to his credentials.
Our next item is definitely not for the purposes of pleasure,
the host explained, as an image of a large Quindocian male appeared in the palm of David's hand.
At more than 2 meters tall, this monster would be perfect for manual labor or the fighting circuit. We will start the bid at 5,000.
The process continued for almost 2 hours, each auction lasting about 10 minutes, with an average sell price of 15,000. Derez shook his head. The Traxillian and his organization ran quite a racket. The TSA had a good idea that it was the pawn organization behind the slave trade. Now, Derez was not sure. He did not recall the pawns employing other species for their negotiations. They preferred to keep everything within the O'Glenn's hierarchy. A tinge of nervousness touched his spine as the Traxillian announced their final offering for the evening. Derez was out of time.
As always, I have saved the best for last,
the host teased.
This Hasmaran beauty has it all: brains, looks, and a body to die for. Several beings actually died to bring her to you.
The hollow projector displayed a Hasmaran female, a long braided mane coursing the length of her back. Even through the hologram, Derez saw a look of stern defiance on her face. With a deep breath, he announced, 10,000. Every eye in the Busty Ostrich turned to look at him. The Traxillian slowly turned its body toward him, a humorous tone in its small voice.
Someone is eager.
Another snicker filtered to the crowd.
But that is an excellent start for this fine specimen. Do I hear 15,000?
The blue click that won the first round raised a hand. His Hasmaran opponent immediately countered with an offer of 20. Derez closed his eyes and took a deep breath, while he listened to the price increase by the second. He exhaled, opened his eyes, staring at the blue click that appeared to be winning the bidding war.
50,000,
Derez offered. The blue click stared at Derez, opened its mouth, but said nothing, as David glared at the alien. The blue-skinned humanoid finally shook his head in defeat.
Sold!
The Traxillian called out, the high-pitched voice cutting through the room.
Thank you all. This has been a most lucrative afternoon. Again, you will receive the coordinates for your merchandise upon payment. And, the alien raised a hand in mock salute, all sales are final. No refunds or exchanges.
Derez breathed a sigh of relief, downed the rest of his drink, and moved toward a clando accepting payment. The TSA gave him a 50,000 credit bank account, and he spent it all. If the blue click had raised the bid one more time... He passed his account number to the clando and received a set of coordinates in return. A shadow fell over him, and Derez turned to look up at a Quindocian. The alien grunted and pointed toward the floor. David looked down to see the 2-foot-tall Traxillian standing at his side. He had never been that close to a Traxillian, and had to fight from crinkling his nose at the smell from the alien.
I do not believe we've met,
the alien began.
I am Pedima, and you are?
Derez. David Derez. He began counting silently to himself. 1 minute.
Quite an impressive display, Derez, David Derez,
Pedima acknowledged. And Derez realized the alien was female.
It is rare that a newcomer should purchase such valuable merchandise on their first visit to our auction.
I have strict instructions from my employer, Derez nodded, to purchase only the best. 30 seconds.
And who is your employer?
They prefer to remain anonymous, I'm afraid, Derez replied with a polite smile.
I'm afraid I must insist,
Pedima explained, rubbing her tusks.
My organization likes to know who we are doing business with, to avoid any conflicts.
Derez rubbed his chin, pretending to mull over the request. 10 seconds. He finally sighed. If you must know, I work for TSA Security. Derez timed it perfectly. His last word hung in the air as the door to the bar slammed open and the weapons detectors began screeching. Every eye in the establishment turned toward the front door as black armored security officers stormed inside. A sliding door behind the bar retracted, allowing more of the TSA troops inside. Derez dropped to the floor, curled into a ball, and covered his head with his arms. The TSA officers opened fire. Blue energy beams filled the bar, touching anyone standing. Aliens and humans alike squealed as stun bolts shut down their systems. The energy beams levitated the lighter aliens, mainly Tetraxi and Traxilian, before gravity dragged them to the scuffed wooden floor. The rest collapsed in spastic fits as blue energy crisscrossed their bodies. Derez stayed on the floor, flinching with each shot as alien bodies fell to the floor around him. He covered his ears against the whine of laser bolts and the cries of those shot. The shooting stopped, and he slowly raised his left arm. "Friendly!" "Ensign Derez?" He heard his name called and gave a thumbs up. He rose slowly, showing empty hands. "We received your signal. Do you have the location of the hostages?" "No." Derez shook his head and brushed himself off before looking through the pile of bodies scattered throughout the bar. Finding the clando he wanted, he pointed. "But he does." David turned and walked away as a horde of black-armored security officers closed in on the unconscious clando. He strolled out the door, pulling his collar up against the rainy afternoon sky. He turned to look through the door into the bar, watching the security teams drag the stunned bidders into a ring around the Traxilian host and his clando accountant. Derez turned and made his way down the sidewalk toward a waiting air car.
"An excellent show,"
a voice called from the shadows of an alley. Derez stopped, his hand moving toward his left hip and his pistol. He smirked when he realized that he was unarmed.
"No need for a weapon, Ensign,"
the voice called, full of humor.
"I simply want to thank you."
A figure moved from the shadows. A distant street light pierced the gloom, revealing a large, lobster-like O'Glenn's. Water dripped from its red carapace as it reached up a pincer and adjusted a lopsided fedora-type hat. The alien's eye stalks, rising through small holes in the hat, zeroed in on Derez. David felt a chill from the scrutiny. "Who are you?"
"My name is Fredlopan,"
the O'Glenn stated, his bass voice booming in the alley.
"And I wanted to extend my thanks to you and your organization. You have done me a great service."
Derez folded his arms in the rain, but remained silent.
"Padma and her employers were competitors of mine," Fredlopan explained. "By taking down their organization, you have opened up new markets for me. That puts me in your debt."
"I don't deal with slavers," Derez warned. "You fill that void, and I'll hunt you down."
No,
the O'Glenns protested, holding his pincers out.
"You misunderstand. My organization does not deal in slaves. Padma's organization competed in other areas that, as you will understand, we will not discuss at this time. What I will tell you is that the space lanes are much safer."
Fredlopan spread his pincers.
"And for that, I thank you."
"So what do you want from me?" Derez asked.
"Nothing, Ensign," the alien replied. "Only that I am in your debt. If you need anything, information, a safe haven perhaps, all you have to do is call."
Derez eyed the alien for a moment. Conflict raged as he contemplated arresting the O'Glenns or use the alien to get deeper into the organization. A thought surfaced, dispelling the rest. "Can you assure me that Padma and her companions will never enslave anyone else?"
"I believe your TSA compatriots will take care of that," Fredlopan mused. "What is it that you want, Mr. Derez?"
Ensign David Derez stood in the rain, blinking against the water running down his face, contemplating the ramifications of the offer. "There is one thing." David Derez ducked his head and slid into the back seat of the air car, happy to get out of the pouring rain. He shivered as the cold air from inside the vehicle hit his soaking wet clothing. He reached forward and touched the climate controls, turning the frigid blast of air off. He shivered again before turning to look at the woman sitting in the seat beside him. "How'd it go?" Miranda Dumar asked. She wore her brown hair pulled back out of her face. Her blue eyes sparkled in the shimmering, rainy light. A black leather belt surrounded her waist as she sat in the air car, a holster and pistol slung low on her right leg. "According to plan," Darez said with a nod. He pulled his shirt off, tossing the wet apparel in the floor before grabbing a clean, dry shirt off the seat beside them. "We got them all, but I have a feeling that the organization is much bigger than we thought." A nervous tone permeated her voice. "They will be back?" Darez shook his head. "No, we've hurt them. It will take a while before they can recover. You have nothing to worry about." "You're sure?" "Miranda, I told you I'm going to take care of you." He patted her leg reassuringly. "Remember what you said? You want to be trained, right?" She nodded. "I've made a deal to keep you safe and ensure that you get the best training in the Tri-System. You'll learn how to pilot a ship, shoot, fight, and command." The woman beamed. "And the slavers of Billoki will never bother you again."
Exciting, isn't it? Much better than a boring history lesson about why a blue clique named Sorklin bought a bar and named it after a flightless bird. Now, everyone knows the story of the famous clinic's prison break, even if the government denies it ever happened. The folk hero, Jake Cutter, and his companion, Angel, broke out of prison and left a trail of bodies across the Tri-System. They nearly destroyed the pawn criminal empire before trying to topple the government. Their story has become legend among the disenfranchised and an inspiration to the downtrodden. In my research, I discovered a few facts that may lend an insight to their relationship. The TSA branded them bloodthirsty killers, bent on the destruction of civilization. That is partly true, but, as this next story shows, they often interjected humor into their quest. Shootout at the Panhandler Bar. Angel sat in the shadow of the booth, watching the patrons of the Panhandler Bar. Her vantage offered her a view of the front door, the wooden bar to her left, and the dozen or so tables occupying the bulk of the floor space. She brushed a loose strand of hair out of her face and took a sip of her non-alcoholic drink, crinkling her nose at the bitter taste. "Next time I'm just ordering a water," she mused, turning her attention to Jake as he leaned against the bar. A large Quendoshan bumped him, growled something lost in the noise of the bar, and then motioned for the human bartender. The mixologist slid a quart-sized jar across the bar's smooth surface. The Quendoshan caught it with practiced ease, stopping the glass without spilling a drop. The alien flipped a coin toward the human. Angel spied a Hasmoran female working her way through the bar, eavesdropping as the working girl propositioned the male clientele. A smirk crossed her lips, and Angel flagged the reddish-brown tinted alien over to the booth. Angel noticed the long, faux blonde mane, braided and decorated with flowers, and the smell of some type of tobacco floated across the table as the Hasmara slid into the booth. "I don't do female," the Hasmara opened without preamble. Angel smiled. "Not for me." She pointed toward Jake at the bar. "You see that human? Why don't you go say hello?" "He's not interested." "How can you tell?" Angel inquired. "Honey, when you've been in this business as long as I have, you know." The Hasmara shrugged. Angel flipped her a credit. "Here's 10 to say hello." She flipped her 3 more 10-credit notes. She smiled. "After he says no, ask a couple of your friends to go proposition him as well." The Hasmara offered Angel a puzzled look. "You're paying me to get turned down?" Angel nodded. "Your money," the Hasmara said, and slid from the booth. Angel watched her work her way through the bar, propositioning a few patrons and delivering the extra coins to 3 other working beings, a Chandrillian, a Blue Click, and a Clando. Angel turned her attention back to the bar as the Hasmara made her way toward Jake. The Hasmara tapped Jake on the shoulder. Angel watched as the alien leaned in, whispering something in his ear. He shook his head, declining her proposal. She walked off, glanced at Angel's booth, and smirked. Jake left the bar, heading for a table on the other side of the room. The large Chandrillian, her rabbit ears decorated with dozens of piercings, waddled over a few minutes later. The Blue Click and Clando made a line behind the Chandrillian.
Angel smiled as Jake waved all three of them off, scooped up his empty glass, and returned to the bar. Angel watched Jake order another drink before he turned toward a nearby table with two wrinkled old pilots arguing about something that she could not hear. They sat at a wooden table covered with empty glasses. Whatever they talked about, they dragged Jake into their conversation. Her attempted levity over, she turned her attention back to the bar. A tall Hazmara with a long braided mane approached Angel, his frame blocking the light and her view of the bar. He offered her a smarmy smile as he slid, uninvited, into the booth opposite.
"You are the most beautiful human I have ever encountered," he smiled. "Can I buy you a drink?"
"No, thank you," Angel said, turning her attention back to Jake. He had ordered another drink, engrossed in the story of the two old pilots. She heard something about pans and a comet. She caught a whiff of the Hazmara's thick, sweet cologne and shook her head. "I don't mean to be rude, but I'm not interested." The alien ignored her dismissal, smiled, picked up her drink, and sniffed it. He offered a confused look before reaching out and touching a button on the wall of the booth. "1 Perlo's Sidewinder and 1 Pansbeer." Angel shook her head. "I'm not interested. Please leave." The Hazmara shook his head, the braids of his mane clanking against each other with the motion. "You say no, but your eyes, your gorgeous eyes, say yes." Angel sat back in the booth, stunned at the audacity of the alien. She stared at the Hazmara, cringing as he nodded and offered an exaggerated wink. The drinks arrived, interrupting the awkward moment and providing Angel another moment to contemplate a response. Someone slapped a table across the bar, and Angel looked past her would-be suitor in time to see one of the men Jake talked to hit the table a second time. Empty glasses on the table rattled as the old man said, "The shock wave and dust storm killed everything within 50 kilometers, including the good captain." The Hazmara turned to follow her gaze. His head swiveled back to Angel a moment later. "Friend of yours?" His voice held a hint of contempt. Angel seized the moment. "Yes, he is. That is why you need to leave. He is the jealous type." The Hazmara turned to stare at the table. "Your dad?" She frowned in frustration. "This guy thinks I'm with the gray beard?" She shook her head and checked her chrono. "The TSA will arrive any minute," she thought. "He's got to go." "I'm not interested, and you need to leave," she told the Hazmara, her voice cold, threatening.
"Whoa!"
The alien sat back, holding his hands up to ward off her wrath.
"No reason to get hostile."
The Hazmara slid out of the booth.
"But you don't know what you're missing."
He turned and walked away. Angel exhaled a sigh, shook her head, and laughed at the whole situation. "The TSA is on its way. Jake is talking ancient history with two old pilots, and this guy is hitting on me. Must be a Tuesday." Raucous laughter drew her attention back to Jake and the two men at the table.
"They couldn't decide on anything else to name it, so they just left it."
His contagious laughter infected his friend and Jake. The laughter died as the door opened and the TSA arrived. 4 officers, dressed in black armor, entered the bar, weapons in their hands. Everyone in the bar froze, turning their heads towards the TSA agents. Angel watched as the women working the bar moved into the shadows. The officers scanned the room, one of them surveying the bar.
"Got him,"
the officer said, pointing his offhand in Jake's direction. Angel quietly drew the pistol from the cross-draw holster she wore on her left hip. She calculated the angles required to shoot all 4 of them as quickly as possible. The 2 old pilots with Jake turned their heads to stare at him. He said something that Angel could not hear before downing his drink. The 2 old men stood, wobbling slightly from their drinks, and began rolling up their sleeves. Angel smiled. The 2 wanted to fight. They froze as the nearest TSA officer turned his rifle in their direction. The 2 old pilots sat back down quickly. The Hazmara took that opportunity to approach Angel's table again.
"Looks like your boyfriend's about to be arrested," he mocked. "Maybe you'll change your mind now?"
Angel turned her body, looking around the Hazmara to keep her eyes on the bar. The alien moved his body, blocking her view. She shifted back to her right, the courtier shifting his body again.
"Move," she hissed. "About time you got here," she heard Jake say. "I called a half-hour ago." Angel moved her head to the left again. The Hasmara moved with her, a silly smile plastered on his face. "I'm not taking no for an answer."
You called?
One of the TSA officers said, the male voice muffled by the armored helmet. "Well, not me personally," Jake replied. Angel moved her head quickly to the right and saw him point to the end of the bar. She moved left, avoiding the Hasmara, and saw a drunk Tatraxi at the end of the bar, the diminutive blue alien teetering on the edge of his seat. "He did it," Jake said. Angel breathed a sigh of relief as the Hasmara, along with most of the bar, turned to stare at the Tatraxi. The crowd around the snouted alien parted, leaving the Tatraxi exposed. The alien paused in mid-drink, drunken eyes widening in shock. He lowered his drink and smiled innocently before offering a timid wave. The Hasmara turned back to Angel. "I think it's time to—" Angel fired her pistol from under the table, the muzzle flash lighting the corner table for an instant. The Hasmara screamed as blue currents ravaged his body. Angel smiled as the alien stumbled backwards a few steps. He spun dramatically and crashed into a table, sending its occupants and their drinks flying. Taking advantage of the distraction, Angel shifted her aim and fired at the officer covering Jake. The blue bolt hit the TSA agent in the back, propelling him forward as electrical energy arced across his body. He screamed and collapsed on the faux wooden floor of the bar. She shifted her aim again, following the plan in her mind, hitting the man nearest the door. He collapsed without a sound. Angel saw Jake punch the man closest to him, the TSA officer stumbling backward from the impact. He bumped into the last officer as Angel fired. The stun bolt connected, electrifying both men. The man Jake punched collapsed in a heap, his armor clanging as he bounced on the floor. The last TSA officer spun wildly as the blue currents raced around his body. He staggered a couple of steps before sprawling across a nearby table. The sturdy wood held as the officer twitched with electricity. Angel slid out of the booth, her pistol covering the bar, as Jake shook his fist and grimaced. "I have to stop hitting these guys." He nodded his thanks to Angel. She returned the nod before holstering her pistol and stepping over the Hasmara lying on the floor. She joined Jake at the bar as he ordered another round for his new friends. Angel propped herself at the bar as Jake sat at their table and, raising his glass, said, "Here's to living." Angel made a note to ask him about the conversation with the two men. Obviously, she missed some type of male bonding. The two old men raised their glasses.
To livin'!
"To livin'!" The wooden table gave way, and the unconscious officer crashed to the floor. "I know what you're thinking. Jar-10, how do you know what happened in a bar more than a decade ago?" It turns out that the panhandler boasted an impressive number of security cameras and recording devices. I managed to obtain several of the recordings and piece the events together. Of course, this was after Sorklon bought the panhandler and made it another Busty Ostrich. To this day, the TSA denies their team was ambushed. I know what really happened. I've seen the holo recordings. I will admit, after visiting the bar, it boasts one of the more provocative murals of any of the Busty Ostriches. A tribute to Mr. Cutter and his associates. The ostrich is dressed in black, firing a pistol at several shadowy figures. Let's shift our attention to something more recent, shall we? Everyone knows about the death of ex-Senator Dari Terra and David Derez. It has been well documented. If you are not familiar, I recommend that you read The Reign of Terror by R. Kyle Hanna. A year after the former senator's death, the criminal empire she worked with, the Pond Consortium, still thrived. That is until Mark Dawson and Tarek Zen launched a two-man war on the Pond Consortium and brought it to its knees. Raid on Tayana. Mark Dawson sat, boots on the tabletop, staring up at a holo display of the news. 8 months, and the TSA still sifted through the remains of the nocturnal adventure, the dreadnought that burned up with David Derez at the helm. Mark watched as hover cranes pulled a large piece of bulkhead from the remains of a mountain. The terrain, though scarred and littered with debris, showed signs of life as plants and small trees reached for the blue sky. A Clando hostess walked by, knocking his feet off the tabletop.
His black boots smacked the floor with a solid thud as the green-skinned female sat another drink on the table.
"I've told you 100 times, Commander, keep your feet off my table."
Dawson handed an empty glass to the hostess. "And I've told you 100 times I'm retired."
"Still a commander,"
she said, turning and walking away.
"Even if you are retired,"
she called over her shoulder. Mark shook his head, took a sip of his drink, and propped his feet back atop the table. The news cut to an angry mob outside of the Parliament building on Haraz, holographic placards displaying a number of complaints. He smirked, grateful that he sat on the other side of the tri-system. He turned his head at the shattering of glass, peering over his left shoulder at the bar. The Busty Ostrich on Delvos looked similar to the dozen other franchises he had visited. A long wooden bar stretched across the back wall. Hundreds of liquor bottles sat on shelves behind the centerpiece of the establishment, many of them blocking the view of the mirror that ran the length of the bar. He watched as Triana, the Clando waitress, gingerly picked up the remains of a broken glass from the bar top. He smiled and started to turn back around when his eyes glanced at the mural over the bar. He studied the painting for a moment before completing his turn and once again stared at the holoprojector and an image of the Avenger while in space dock. Dawson shook his head and turned back to look at the painting again. "It is," he thought, "the most unique of all the ostrich paintings." Instead of the usual single ostrich, the Delvos bar boasted a montage of images from other establishments thrown together into one unique, busy scene. A likeness of the bird from Cropple occupied the center, its outstretched wing offering a thumbs-up greeting to the bar's patrons. To the bird's front stood the barrel-chested and heavily armed bird from Ritmar, the crisscrossing bandoliers placed strategically on the busty animal. To the rear of the Cropple bird stood an ostrich dressed as a pilot, including a leather, form-fitting helmet and a pair of oversized goggles. Outstretched wings boasted rockets under each, while a wild, maniacal look in its eyes completed the mural. Above the mural, which stretched from wall to wall above the bar, hung a wooden scorched plaque that read, "Welcome to the Busty Ostrich." It was the only sign Mark had ever seen in any of the bars. He turned back to face front, picked up his glass, and took a slow sip. How much longer? He pondered. Triana walked by, a tray of drinks in her left hand. She swatted at his feet with her right. "Dawson," she warned with a shake of her green head, "it's a good thing you are friends with my brother." "When does Quarishi due back?" Mark asked, placing his feet firmly on the floor. The squat, long-armed Clando female nodded her approval.
"He called a few minutes ago. He and Mr. Zen are on their way."
The hostess moved off, making her rounds and preparing for the evening rush due within the hour. Mark took another drink and thought about his life post-TSA service. Kyrian returned to the TSA to a promotion and assigned as executive officer to the task force under the command of Dagon Aoffa. Aoffa kept his word, going after the Pawn Consortium and anyone associated with Dari Terra. The task force wreaked havoc on the criminal element in the TSA, but it so far failed to apprehend the head of the consortium. Mark learned that Baranucci and his Special Operations Team Beta 3 were also assigned to the task force and accounted for much of the success. Mark talked to Kyrian frequently, but the distance made a true relationship difficult. He wanted to put the pawns behind bars, or dead, so he could be with her again. Her recent call, asking for help, led him and Tarek to Delvos, seeking Quarishi and his contacts. Quarishi, Mark thought with a chuckle. How things have changed. The last time Mark had seen the Clando, he was being abducted by Arbran Defense Forces under the command of Tarek Zen. Dawson learned that Quarishi had returned to his home world of Delvos as a hero, having survived the slave trade and capture during the rebellion. Catapulted to instant stardom, Quarishi won a seat on the Planetary Council. The one-time slave of the Pawn Consortium now spent his days working to keep the rest of the Clando race free and prosperous. Mark toasted his friend and his efforts. On cue, the door to the bar opened and Quarishi, with Tarek Zen in tow, entered the establishment. Quarishi's dull yellow outfit contrasted, yet complemented his green skin. His squat frame wore no shoes, only the one-piece jumper with a small pin on his left lapel, indicating his association with the planetary government. Tarek Zen, to the Clando's left, wore dark trousers with a navy-colored shirt. His black hair hung over his ears, his piercing brown eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. A short-barreled laser pistol sat mid-thigh on his right. A sheathed knife, extra power packs, and communicator circled his waist on the left. They both waved as they entered. Dawson rose from his seat, stretching, as the two made their way through the densely packed tables. He felt and heard his bones pop and let out a deep, audible breath as he relaxed the stretch. He brushed the wrinkles from his gray tunic and black pants. How'd it go? The chairs scratched the floor as the three sat around the table. Triana appeared with a tray of drinks, each man's favorite. She hesitated before handing the drink to Mark. "That's the last one for you today." She winked, set it down, and sauntered off. Dawson instinctively watched Triana sashay as she returned to her place behind the bar.
"Flirting with my sister again?"
Quarishi inquired humorously. "I think that's the other way around," Dawson responded, turning to face his friend. Kirian's face appeared in his mind, wearing a smirk. "I'm spoken for," he said hurriedly. The alien responded with a smile. He took a sip of his drink. "We did get some new information," Tarek said, steering the conversation back to topic. His voice held no enthusiasm. "Could be actionable intelligence." "Why doesn't that sound promising?" Dawson asked cautiously. "You two are heroes on Delvos. Couldn't you use your fame to get something we can use?" "Yes and no," Zen responded. He took a sip of his drink before leaning forward. He placed his elbows on the table and lowered his voice to a whisper, waiting for Mark to lean across the table. "We may have a way into Camelopon's fortress." Dawson bristled at the news and sat back in his seat. Finally, he leaned forward again. "Is this something that Kirian and Aoffa can use?" Zen grimaced and shook his head. "I don't think you want to involve them in this." "Why?" "Because," Quarishi interjected, "in order to get this information, you must break into the TSA facility on Tayana." The rectangular Starhawk lifted from the Duracrete surface, rotating counterclockwise as the landing gear retracted. The engines flared, and the freighter left the Delvos spaceport behind. The spoke and wheel complex shrank as Tarek Zen piloted the ship across the countryside, gaining altitude and achieving orbit in minutes. The gray atmosphere morphed into the blackness of space, and Zen banked to starboard. The former rebel sat in the left seat of the cramped cockpit, his legs thigh-deep under the console. The flight controls surrounded him, gauges, dials, switches, and heads-up displays creating a crescent-shaped wall. The clear canopy allowed an unobstructed view of the heavens. Mark Dawson sat to his right, staring at the stars. The stars turned to streaks, and the Starhawk entered hyperspace. "We are on our way," Tarek said. "ETA to Tiana, 4 hours." The two slid their seats back and untangled their legs from the cramped cockpit. Zen led them into the bowels of the Starhawk, to the galley that doubled as a meeting room. The freighter, originally designed for maximum cargo, boasted little in the way of comforts. In addition to the state-of-the-art engine room, the Starhawk contained a small galley, 4 equally small crew quarters, and 1 shared lavatory. Dawson could not imagine a full complement of 4 people trying to live aboard the small freighter, especially with the modifications made to weapons, shields, and sensor suites. The Starhawk looked like an ordinary Ancom Industries freighter, but packed a punch like a TSA frigate, a fact that had saved the two men's lives at least 3 times in the 8 months of their partnership. After the death of Tara and Derez, and Mark's subsequent retirement from the TSA, the two set out to find the remaining conspirators of the ex-senator. That led to taking a few jobs needed to produce a suitable cover to gain entry into the criminal underworld. A few of those jobs were more interesting than others. A trail of bodies and deliveries made on time led to the reputation the two needed. "Now it looks like we're finally going to finish the mission," Dawson thought. Tarek stood over the solitary table in the room and touched a set of switches on the wall. The lights dimmed, and a holographic representation of the base on Tayana appeared above the table. 10-meter walls surrounded the sprawling complex. Interior walls partitioned the base into sections. Dawson saw a cluster of buildings in the center with large parabolic antennas, the command center. Stretching outward from the center cluster, additional walls segregated the barracks and armory to the north. A spaceport sat behind barrier walls to the south. Elevated landing pads, sitting 8 meters above the ground, provided quick launch capability for a dozen fighters. 2 large motor pools, holding ground-based air cars, hover tanks, and troop carriers, filled in the base on the east and west boundaries. A large swamp surrounded the base on the east, south, and west, leaving the north open to a wide prairie. The swamp tapered off east and west, allowing for a possible non-soggy approach. The hologram slowly rotated, displaying another reason for the elevated launch platforms. The swamp crept under and through the southern wall barrier, slowly encroaching on the base. Dawson studied the hologram floating before him, imagining the base engineers trying to contend with the constant threat of encroaching plants and animals interfering with flight operations. The elevated pads solved at least part of the problem. Tarek stabbed a finger at the swamp to the south. The holo image blurred as his finger entered the field. "That's our way in. For you, maybe," Dawson rebuked with a shake of his head. "I've had enough swamps for one lifetime, thanks. I was thinking more of a 2-pronged attack." He touched a panel, and 2 small red arrows appeared, flashing inside the hologram. "You can go through the swamp." Dawson pointed to the hologram. "I'll come in from the west through the motor pool. Lots of place to hide, easy to move." "Easy to move?" Dawson nodded. "Their security is set up to repel attackers on the wall. Look." He pointed to the towers and defenses, noting that there were no guard posts within the exterior walls. "Once we breach the wall, it's open season. I could go in there with just a pistol and conquer that base in an hour." Zien looked at Dawson with accusing eyes. "But you won't, will you?" Mark studied the hologram for a moment before shaking his head. "No." His tone became defensive. He crossed his arms. "But I could do it." Tarek's look turned skeptical. He turned his attention back to the base layout. "We infiltrate, work our way toward the central cluster here." He pointed. "We hack the information we need, and then exfil through the airfield. And if we're discovered?" Tarek shook his head. "Then I hope you have more than just a pistol." "Don't worry," Dawson smiled. He stood up from the hologram, turning it off with the flick of a button. "I need to contact Kyrian. She may know of a way to approach the base without detection." "Do not tell her the real reason for our visit," Tarek cautioned. "You know she will want to assist and bring her entire task force." Mark smiled. "I'll think of something." Mark Dawson dropped from the wall, landed with his knees bent, and executed a front roll into the shadow of an air car. He froze, listening for an alarm, before moving away from his entry point toward a TRZ-190 battle tank. He crouched in the shadow of the massive machine, listening. Voices floated through the night air. His camo-painted face looked upward, noting that he scaled the wall almost exactly between 2 guard posts. The trip through the open field outside the wall reminded him of his infiltration of the base on Arbra. He ended up in a firefight, a dogfight in a fighter, and ejection into a barren wasteland that night. He hoped this raid went much smoother. He reached for the Dranma Mark IV laser rifle strapped to his left side and found nothing. He lowered his head, eyes searching his gear in the darkness. No. He raised his head, eyes tracing his route away from the wall, and there in the darkness he could barely make out the shape of the barrel of the rifle. He sighed and rolled his eyes before taking a step toward the weapon. Approaching footsteps sent him back into the deep shadow. A roving patrol passed him by, the 2 men chatting softly in the darkness. They walked past Dawson and the rifle, continuing on their route through the interior of the base. Roving patrols were not in the information packet, he thought, and moved toward the rifle again. "I need a break," he heard from above. A door hinge creaked, followed by leather slapping steel. Dawson looked to his left, watching as a guard descended a metal ladder from the guard tower. The man stepped from the ladder, moving to stop a few meters from the lost rifle. Mark watched as the man took a swig from a flask and then began to stretch. Dawson checked the time, realized he was already behind schedule, and moved away from the guard. Drawing his pistol, he shook his head. Tarek isn't going to believe this. With a sigh, Mark Dawson headed deeper into the facility. Tarek Zinn pulled his boot from the muck of the swamp with a grunt of effort. Animal sounds hid the noise, as did the scurry of tiny feet as unseen creatures scurried away in the darkness. He stopped, waiting, heard no shouts of alarm, and continued the last 20 meters to the base wall. An hour of slogging through the swamp left him sweaty, wet, muddy, and itching from dozens of insect bites. "Enough swamps to last a lifetime," he mocked Dawson, slapping his neck to ward off another attack by a swarm of insects. Zen had piloted the Starhawk to approach the planet on the night side using terrain-following sensors, TFS, to fly less than 10 meters above the ground. He landed 5 kilometers from the base without alarm. Parting ways, Dawson began his 8-kilometer trek to circle in the base and come in from the west. Zen laughed at his partner, citing the distance for his humor, before beginning his own 5-kilometer trek. His laughter stopped when he entered the swamp, a half-kilometer from the base. He stood with his back to the wall, scratching his camo-painted chin. He looked to his left and right, noting the absence of guard towers. He heard the whine of engines, felt the wall vibrate, and then a wave of heat washed over him as a fighter lifted from the airfield. Tarek took a moment to catch his breath and take a drink from the hydration system attached to his combat harness. He heard a ship approaching and removed a grappling hook and rope from the pack on his back. Shifting a large 3-barreled rifle out of the way, he assembled the ascension device and, timing it perfectly, sent the hook skyward as the capstan fighter flared for a landing. The engine noise died down, and Tarek tugged on the rope. Finding it secure, he began to climb. Zen dropped from the wall and rolled to his right, clutching the tri-barreled Dressler auto grenade launcher, AGL, to his left side. He rolled underneath an elevated aircraft pad and lay prone, hidden in shadow. He watched as a team of mechanics moved to attend the recently returned fighter. He saw the pilot dismount the ship and speak briefly with the ground crew before moving toward a door leading to the interior of the base. He also noted a 2-man patrol moving along the interior of the wall. "Not in the security details," he mused, referencing the patrol. "No matter, I'm in now." He checked the time, realized it was almost 0200 local, and that he was behind schedule. With that thought, he drew his pistol and moved from the shadow of the landing pad. He moved quietly, hugging the shadows, and made his way toward the door the pilot disappeared through a minute earlier. He checked behind him and saw that the 2 parked aircraft blocked his view of the ground crew as they serviced the recently returned fighter. He turned his attention to the door and reached for the controls. His hand made it halfway to the mechanism when the amber status light clicked green, and the door slid open with barely a whisper. A Hasmore, flight helmet in hand, stood in the doorway. She wore a standard gray TSA flight suit, her mane long and flowing. A tribal tattoo covered half the left side of her face. The alien's eyes opened wide in surprise, and she opened her mouth to yell. Tarek charged 2 steps, jammed the barrel of his pistol under the chin of the reddish-brown alien, and shoved her into the wall beside the door. "Shh," Tarek said, placing his left index finger to his lips. The door slid shut behind him. The female alien showed defiance in her eyes, a look of unkempt rage. Tarek glared at the alien before turning his head, eyes searching for any other threats. Nothing else moved in the early morning. The only sounds in the darkness were the animals in the swamp. Zen took a step back, pistol pointed at the Hasbara's chest. "Who are you?" "I am Flight Lieutenant Larena," she hissed. "What are you doing on my—" "You are not TSA," Tarek interrupted, shaking his head. "Your mane is not braided for flight. Your uniform is unkempt. You have a tattoo that is against regulation. And," he paused, pointed at a dark red stain on her right side, "you are covered in blood. So I ask again, who are you?" She snarled, showing sharpened fangs that were not normal for a Hasmara. "You'll find out soon enough." She charged. Tarek sidestepped the clumsy attack and brought the butt of his pistol down in a sweeping arc. The weapon's handle connected with a soft crunch, and the Hasmara collapsed onto the ground. Zen stared at the unconscious form for a moment before he knelt down to frisk the alien. He found a small pistol, knife, and an encrypted comm device. Nothing of intel value. Holstering his pistol, he dragged the Hasmara into a deep shadow next to the interior wall. Satisfied with his work, he turned and made his way toward the center of the base. He stayed in the shadows, hugging the interior wall, and arrived at another door. He crouched, listening. The area beyond the base walls hummed with animal noises, while the base itself remained quiet except for the mechanics working on the fighter. He heard the clang of metal echo into the night, followed by a curse from one of the workers. The single curse continued into a loud stream of profanity that quieted the animals momentarily. In the silence that followed the tirade, Tarek heard the sounds of engines. Multiple ships approaching the base from the south, the same way the Starhawk approached. Tarek turned his head in the direction of the Hasmara, grimaced, and pulled a small communicator from his belt. "Mark," he whispered, "we are about to have company." Dawson's outstretched hands were a half-meter from the guard's back when his communicator chirped softly on his belt. His maniacal grin turned sour as the guard turned toward the noise. Mark stepped forward and grabbed the guard around the neck, placing the man into a chokehold. The guard elbowed Dawson in the stomach twice before clawing at Mark's arm, desperately trying to break the hold. Dawson absorbed the blows to his abdomen, tightening his grip on the struggling guard. The thrashing began to subside, but Mark held on, riding the guard to the ground. His communicator chimed a second time, a different tone, and he wondered who was trying to contact him while he infiltrated a TSA base. He also reminded himself to next time put the device on vibrate. The man finally succumbed, and Dawson released his throat. Mark breathed a long sigh as he sat back against the wall, the Duracrete surface hard on his backside. The communicator chirped again, and pulling the device from his belt, answered. "What?" "We have company," Tarek's voice hissed. "Enemy ships at—" An explosion on the far side of the base, the airfield, lit the night. Mark dropped the communicator and turned away, shielding his head as the fireball reached for the night sky. The roar of engines flashed overhead a moment later, heat from their exhaust beating back the chill of the night for a moment. Two other explosions, also near the airfield, followed in rapid succession. Mark retrieved his communicator. "I'll meet you at the rendezvous," he called, and returned the device to his belt. He pulled his feet under him, staying low, as the fighters made a second run. He moved toward another interior door. Two guard towers on the north side of the base disintegrated in a hail of laser bolts. Debris showered the base, and Dawson ducked as metal bounced off walls, buildings, and the vehicles in the motor pool to his back. His communicator chimed again. He yanked the device from his belt angrily. "What? I told you to meet me at the command center." "Are you attacking my base?" a feminine voice asked. Mark's disposition changed instantly. Kyrian. Another explosion at the west wall reverberated through the night. Dawson slid deeper into shadow as he heard laser fire erupt in the motor pool. "No," he replied, his eyes scanning the night. "You know that Tarek and I slipped in to get a little information, that's all. We are not attacking your base." The fight in the motor pool waned, dropping to only a smattering of fire, most of it inbound. A glance showed red and green bolts crisscrossing the area. Tanks, air cars, and other vehicles absorbed the fire, the air cars erupting in flames. A man rounded a corner to his left. His black outfit, the same type of clothing favored by mercenaries throughout the TSA, blended in with the night. The rifle in his hands gleamed in the fires that now littered the base. Mark dropped him with a single shot to the chest, the blue stun beam encircling his body with electrical current. The man dropped, twitching on the ground. "But someone is," he finished, switching the weapon from the stun setting with a flick of his finger. "Airfield is destroyed. West wall is breached. How long before you and Aoffa can get here?" He scanned the night for a moment, saw none. "Aoffa is gone," Kyrian replied. "I'm in command of the task force now. Our ETA to Tayana is 22 minutes. "This base won't be here in 20, Dawson scoffed. Two men rounded the end of a hover tank. The two moved in unison, darting across the open ground in front of Mark. He fired twice. His shots were on target, and both men fell a few meters into the open. We can catch up when you get here, he instructed. Just hurry. Dawson out. He replaced the communicator to his belt and checked the power supply on his pistol. Satisfied with an almost full charge, he continued his advance toward the door leading to the base's interior. He paused a few meters short of the door and listened as a female voice behind him issued commands. Team 1, take the command center. Team 2, get these tanks and this heavy equipment up and running. Team 3, hold position here. Now move. Mercs, Dawson mumbled, palming the activator on the door to the interior of the base. Of all the nights. He slipped through the open door, scanning the area for threats. He saw dozens of people running every which direction, most in near panic. He felt the heat of a laser bolt as it flashed past his head, heard the whine a second later. Mark turned to see a merc taking aim at him and rolled to his right. The door slid silently shut, cutting off the merc, as 3 laser bolts hit the wall behind him. Mark stood, reached into a small pouch riding on his left thigh, and pulled out a small canister. He adjusted the detonator on the small bomb before placing it on the ground and gently propping it against the door. The trap in place, he moved away and ran into an older, gray-haired Hazmara wearing the chevrons of a senior NCO. The alien's wide eyes displayed fear and panic. He grabbed Dawson by the shoulders, shaking him.
Get to your post, trooper!
The alien screamed in Mark's face.
Get to the wall! Get to the wall!
The Hazmara ran off, screaming at anyone and everyone he saw. Dawson removed his finger from the trigger of his pistol, shook his head, and tried not to laugh. Of everything going on in the base, fighters overhead, attackers breaching the wall, the last thing he expected to see was a half-crazed senior non-com screaming at him. He exhaled slowly, ducked back into the shadows, and continued on toward the command center. He spied a small overhang jutting from a building, the structure providing a deep shadow in the flickering firelight, and he moved in that direction. He crouch-walked, eyes searching the battlefield. He saw humans and aliens running in all directions, heard the fighters approach on another strafing run. He had traveled halfway to his destination when he felt the heat of an explosion from his trap at the door. The rolling shock wave that followed nearly knocked him off his feet. Screams filled the night air. "Welcome to Tayana," he said to no one. Emerging from hyperspace in 10 seconds, the navigator proclaimed. He sat in the left-hand seat in the forward section of the bridge, next to the pilot of the TSA cruiser Champion. The Blue Click's long blue fingers flew over the control console, touching buttons and flipping switches. "Shields up, weapons hot," Commander Kyrian Nurik ordered, exhaling slowly as she sat back in her command chair. She sat in the center of the circular bridge, her chair offering a view of all the control stations of the cruiser. Engineering to her forward left, weapons to her right. Helm and navigation sat before her, the communications station to her right rear. 2 tactical hologram screens flanked her chair on the left. A gigantic glass viewport occupied the forward section of the bridge. She watched as blast doors enclosed the glass for combat mode. The doors closed, grew opaque, and hummed to life as a holoviewer, offering Kyrian and the bridge crew a real-time view of the upcoming battle. She folded her arms, her eyes locked onto the forward screen, which showed the opaque swirls of hyperspace. Her heart thumped in her chest with pre-combat adrenaline as she counted down the seconds. Hyperspace dissolved into elongated stars that morphed into a starfield, a planet, 2 moons, 2 frigate-sized ships, and 1 small carrier. A tactical display on Kyrian's left identified the ships in an instant, displaying their headings and speed, and a host of other data. The carrier sat in low orbit, 2 fighters on approach for landing. A frigate orbited to the carrier's left, engines toward the planet, and nose almost directly at the Champion. The last ship presented a broadside, its nose pointing off in space to the right. The bridge lights turned to a dull red as the ship's computer automatically upgraded the alert status of the Champion. Both frigates opened fire immediately, intense red beams of energy flashing across the space between them and the TSA ship. The cruiser shook with the impacts. "Evasive," Kyrian directed, unfolding her arms and touching a control panel on her chair. She kept her voice calm, despite her nerves. Her first command, her first battle, and 212 lives depending on her decisions in the next few minutes. She shuddered at the thought of getting them all killed. Not today, she thought. The plan is solid. She studied her tactical display, identified the broadside of the starboard ship as the most vulnerable target, and instinctively said, "Target the starboard frigate." She looked to her right, toward the weapons officer. The young Hasmara manning her former station nodded, his brown mane waving with the motion. "Fire," she ordered. Green beams flashed toward the right-hand enemy frigate, shields flaring with multiple hits. Kirian watched the ship roll, keeping fresh shields toward the champion. The portside frigate left its orbital position, pouring out continuous fire as it approached the TSA cruiser. Kirian held onto her chair as the ship shook from the withering fire. "Commander," the Hasmara weapons officer called. "Shields are holding, 80%, but dropping." "Continue to fire on the starboard frigate," she replied, holding onto her chair. "Prepare missile tubes 1 through 3. Target the frigate. Keep 4 through 6 on standby. Target the port vessel on my command." "Aye, ma'am." The cruiser shook with impacts. One console overloaded, emitting sparks and smoke before going offline. She watched a junior-grade lieutenant duck the shower of sparks before killing the power to the console. The officer moved to a nearby control station and reconfigured the controls to take over for the burnt-out console. The entire ordeal lasted less than 10 seconds. Kirian looked through the forward viewer at the battle before her. The port frigate grew with each passing second, its 4 forward batteries firing constantly. The broadside of the starboard vessel provided a bigger target, and a dozen more batteries to fire on the cruiser. "Turn to port 18 degrees, she ordered. "Rear batteries, target the starboard frigate. Fire!" The champion rotated its long rectangular bulk, bringing the aft weapons into firing position. 8 more weapons batteries joined the fray, sending a hail of green bolts toward the broadside of the frigate. Kirian's tactical display showed the frigate's shields dropping, and its engines powering up to escape the onslaught. The display beeped, drawing her attention to the carrier. Small red icons indicated fighters on approach for landing. Kirian counted 8 in orbit, another 6 in Tayana's atmosphere. Engines flared on the long, flat, rectangular vessel as it prepared to break orbit. "Fire missiles," she ordered, before turning her chair to face her communications officer to the right rear of her chair. "Signal the fleet." The champion lurched slightly as missile tubes 1, 2, and 3 disgorged their intermediate-range payloads. Kirian lost sight of the 8-meter-long cylinders almost immediately as they streaked away from the cruiser. One of the missiles exploded halfway to target, a lucky shot from a gunner aboard the frigate. The other 2 found their mark a few seconds later. The frigate's shields absorbed the first impact. A glowing dark crimson web expanded along the hull as the energy dissipated. The second missile impacted the hull a dozen meters forward of the engine housing of the cigar-shaped frigate. The resulting explosion ripped open the fuselage, killed the engines, and the weapons. A cheer resounded across the bridge as the frigate listed, belching atmosphere into space. The champion shook violently, and the triumphant yells ceased abruptly. Kirian focused on her tactical display and chastised herself. The second frigate had turned, bringing its full complement of weapons to bear on the cruiser. She recognized it as the same maneuver she had just used to kill the first ship. "Hard to port," she ordered. The pilot, a Traxilian named Pormic, anticipated the command, and the champion rotated almost immediately. Kirian ducked instinctively as a barrage of crimson lasers flashed past the viewscreen. "Commander," her executive officer called, and Kirian turned to see the young human male flash her a smile. "The fleet has arrived." 4 TSA frigates and a second cruiser exited hyperspace, appearing in orbit in the blink of an eye. The tactical display flashed red twice before identifying the new arrivals and returning to its normal transparent apparition to Kirian's left. The computer identified the fleet with green icons, adjusting their positions as the ships continued to slow from light speed.
"Champion, this is the Liberator,"
A strong male voice boomed from the communication station.
"We are on station."
Kirian checked the tactical display and smiled. The 5 ships effectively blocked the escape of the enemy ships. Her tactical display identified each ship for an instant before minimizing the name and replacing it with more critical battle information. The cruiser Liberator, along with 2 of the frigates, the Fox and the Wolf, were already hammering the carrier with green lasers and blue ion bolts. The other 2 frigates, the Coyote and the Shepherd, boxed in the enemy vessel attacking the champion. Kirian stabbed a button on her chair's console. "Perinucci, welcome to the party. We saved a couple for you."
"Thanks,"
came the enthusiastic reply. "But I need prisoners," she reminded him. "Try to take a few alive."
"Up to them, ma'am."
She could almost see his reckless grin.
Up to them.
A massive explosion activated the glare shields on the Champion as the remaining enemy frigate disappeared in a flash. Metal debris showered the TSA cruiser, shaking the Champion and flaring the shields as small chunks of the frigate vaporized against the energy barrier. She stared out of the forward view screen and saw the cruiser and frigates firing only blue ion bolts at the carrier, the vessel's shields sparking and flaring with a barrage. Kyrian knew it would not be long before the ship would be disabled. She turned to her tactical hologram, watching as the carrier's shields dropped by the second. Her eyes were drawn to a solitary blue dot on the surface, sitting near the base. It remained stationary, unmoving on her display. "And don't forget," she warned, "there are friendlies in the area."
Yes, ma'am.
The carrier's shields collapsed. Ion bolts ravaged the hull, and the enemy vessel lost all power. Tarek Zen emerged from the doorway of the command center, a large 3-barreled rifle in his hands, and ducked as a series of crimson bolts flashed past him. The shots went wide, missing him by several meters, but he turned the Dressler AGL, automatic grenade launcher, in the direction of 5 black-clad attackers. The AGL bucked in his hands, belching a half-dozen grenades. Explosions marched across the open field, churning up the ground and the mercenaries. The incoming fire stopped. Zen ducked into a shadow, his vantage offering a good view of the area around the central complex of buildings, the base command center. He noted that fighters no longer soared overhead. He heard a pop and sizzle from his right. The base airfield burned, sending smoke into the dark sky. He heard sporadic fire from his left, punctuated by the occasional shout of an order. He adjusted the Dressler to point to his left and wondered, "Where are you, Mark?" The former commando's relationship with Mark Dawson, which started off rocky due to the war for Arbran independence, had grown into a prosperous partnership. Their goals being similar, the destruction of the Pond Consortium, it made sense to combine their limited resources. With each completed mission and a growing coffer of credits, Zen knew it made sense to continue the partnership. Tarek thought his friend a bit reckless at times, but extremely adept at digging himself out of bad situations. He credited that ability to his special operations training, and a bit of luck. A shout interrupted his musings, and he turned the Dressler toward the sound of weapons fire. A war cry split the night, followed by several laser blasts and an explosion. Light from the explosion lit the base, and Tarek saw shadows playing on the walls. Another barrage of lasers punctuated the battle, and Mark Dawson ran around the corner of the building, pistol in hand, firing behind him. "Tarek?" Dawson called, his eyes searching the darkness. "Here," Zen replied, waving his hand from his shadow hiding spot. Mark trotted over and, out of breath, crouched beside Tarek. You all right?" Zen smirked. "I'm fine. Where have you been?" His eyes scanned his partner. "And where is your rifle?" Dawson shook his head, pointing with his left hand back the direction he had come from. "Lost it, coming over the wall." "Yeah, sure," Zen sighed. "You had to try it, didn't you? Couldn't resist trying to take the base with the pistol. I knew when you said that during the planning that—" "Shut up," Dawson said, exasperated. "Give me the Kessler." Zen reached to his left and removed a short-barreled rifle from a cross-draw holster. He unfolded the stock before handing the weapon and a spare magazine to Dawson. Mark took it, checked the load, and moved back toward the side of the building where laser bolts still flew. Tarek moved the Dressler back into position, propping it on the steps leading to the command center. He watched Mark hug the wall, take a quick peek, then disappear around the corner. Tarek heard Mark shout, "Hey!" before the Kessler opened fire. He heard the short-barreled grenade launcher, essentially the baby brother of the Dressler that he held, burp out a dozen small grenades. A series of explosions split the night. The light from the blasts created a strobe effect on the base's walls. After a 2-second pause, the weapon fired another dozen rounds. Silence filled the air after the subsequent eruptions. Mark Dawson rounded the corner again, walking at a slow, confident pace. He held the Kessler at an angle across his chest, smoke slowly wafting from the barrel. Zen shook his head when he saw the maniacal grin on his partner's face. Dawson crouched beside Zen. "Got any more mags for this thing?" Tarek removed 2 more magazines, passing them to Mark. He watched Dawson load the Kessler before patting the inside pocket of his combat suit. I have the codes and the information we came for. Dawson nodded. Good, let's get the hell out of here. The throaty rumble of a shuttle, accompanied by the steady roar of fighters, grew in the distance. Both men looked skyward to see two Aerotel fighters flash by overhead, the heat from their engines washing over the base. A few heartbeats later, the shuttle floated into view. Long, swept-back wings emanated from a boxy fuselage. Running lights blinked rhythmically from the wings as the shuttle stopped its momentum 100 meters away. The ship hovered, rotated on its axis so that the nose of the ship pointed toward the two, and gently landed on its extended gear. The growl of the engines dimmed as the pilot throttled down. Troop hatches, one on either side of the shuttle, slid open, and black-armored TSA commandos dropped to the ground. The troops split into groups of 3 and moved to secure the base. One 3-man group moved directly toward Dawson and Zen, weapons up and ready. Mark and Tarek exchanged glances before dropping their weapons and raised their hands. The 3-man team pushed the 2 men to the ground, and Zen felt a knee in his back. The barrel of a rifle touched the nape of his neck. The damp ground seeping through his black combat suit seemed to be the least of his worries. He heard footsteps approach, followed by a small sigh. The barrel left his neck, the knee left his back, and he heard a feminine voice say, "I didn't think you two wanted to fight." Zen pulled himself to his feet and saw Dawson do the same. The 3 commandos stood a few meters away in a rough circle, weapons pointing toward the ground. He turned toward the woman standing inside the circle, arms crossed. She wore her auburn hair short, a pistol on her right hip, and piercing eyes stared at him humorlessly. Tarek watched her turn her attention to Dawson. "I just need landing codes," she mocked, and Zen recalled when Mark called her hours earlier. "We'll be in and out in no time. They won't even know we're there." She looked at the destruction around her. "You call this undetected?" "Kyrian, it wasn't us," Dawson protested, his voice defensive. "We weren't detected." He pointed to the bodies littering the grounds around the central complex of buildings. "They came in. We actually defended your base." He smiled disarmingly at his girlfriend. Zen took a step back, propping his back against the building as he listened to the banter between the 2 lovers. He felt the adrenaline let down. The after-combat jitters made him queasy. Tarek lost his desire for direct action years ago, preferring the tactical and strategic side. "One day I'll go back to planning," he thought, as the conversation between Dawson and Nurik wound down. "Did you get what you came for?" she asked, looking from Dawson to Zen. "Maybe," Tarek said cautiously. "I'll have to study it to verify if it is a way to infiltrate the Pond Consortium. Time will tell." A bald blue click appeared at Kyrian's side. He wore a black commando suit, dull black armor absorbing the light from the fires that still lit the base. A holstered pistol sat low on his right thigh. A short-barreled Dranma rifle lay diagonally across his chest. He leaned in and whispered something in her ear. She nodded. "Send Gamma and Delta squads," she ordered. "I need prisoners. Find me some." "Ma'am," the alien acknowledged, turned, and trotted away. He waved his hand, and a dozen soldiers filed in behind him. They disappeared into the night. "They found the Merc's landing craft," Kyrian explained. "I need to know who they are and why they attacked my base." "They are from the Consortium," Zen stated, drawing stares from Mark and Kyrian. "Oh?" Kyrian raised an eyebrow. "How do you know?" "One of them told me," Tarek stated, pointing to a Chandrillian lying just inside the door to the building. The rabbit-eared alien wore a TSA uniform 3 sizes too large. A long, jagged scar stretched from his left ear to his jaw. The alien snored softly on the floor. Tarek pointed toward the airfield toward the south. "You'll find another Merc over there. A Hasmaran female in a flight suit." Kyrian nodded, and the 3 commandos surrounding Mark and Tarek disappeared in that direction. "You have a mole," Tarek said, when the 3 of them were alone. "They picked up the transmission when you called for our help." "Which is why I wanted you to say the information implicating the Ponds was on this specific base," Mark chimed in. "It's a long flight from Kroppel, but a short one from Delvos. By stating that you needed us to infiltrate the base and using words like plausible deniability, we baited the trap." Dawson spread his arms. They fell for it. For months, Tarek and Mark, with occasional assistance from the TSA, had traced every lead. Anytime they called Kirian, the consortium seemed to be one step ahead. The trio hatched a plan to ferret out the traitor and possibly get new intel on how to get into the consortium. Kirian nodded to the Chandrillian. "And he said they worked for the Pons?" Tarek nodded. "And told me who to contact on Kroppel to get into Camlopon's palace. We go talk to him, and he will give us the cover needed to get into that fortress." "If they let you in," Kirian cautioned. "The Chandrillian was very forthcoming with detailed information," Zien stated matter-of-factly. Silence filled the gap between the three of them before Dawson spoke. "Where is Aoffa? You said he left?" "He received a call an hour after we set the plan in motion," Kirian explained. "After the call, he submitted his retirement paperwork, resigned his commission, and left in an old freighter he'd been retrofitting for the last few months. His implants and all of his reconstructive surgery may have messed with his mind." Kirian sounded concerned. "All he said was, 'I found him,' before he left."
Him?
Tarek asked. "Torum Chlorig," Dawson mused. "The man that led him to the barn, where Terra nearly burned him alive." "Wow, the edge-of-your-seat action, the intrigue, the foreshadowing. I think I have a real knack for storytelling. Maybe I'll scrap the reporter bit and become a novelist. The money has to be better, right? And I won't have to listen to my editor yell about deadlines. That definitely deserves further thought. So, let's recap. Mark Dawson and Tarek Zen are plotting their infiltration into one of the most secure locations in the Tri-System. Kirian Nurik is now in command of a task force missioned to destroy the criminal underworld, and Dagon Aoffa has left the TSA military to pursue the man who escorted him to his near demise. I read the stories and the reports about how Aoffa became the most feared bounty hunter in the Tri-System. His cold, methodical manhunts, precision planning, and the fact that he always gets his man, or alien. Our story picks up in, where else? The Busty Ostrich on Kroppel, less than 300 kilometers from Camlopon's fortress. Camlopon's fortress. Thick, aromatic smoke hung in the air like fog. Glasses clinked as patrons toasted their business deals, some legitimate, some not. Working girls and boys made their rounds, promising the universe to prospective clientele. An offer accepted, a female clando escorted a male human out the antique swinging doors and into the darkness of Kroppel. The mass of bodies in the bar represented almost every species of the TSA. The bartender bent over a partially dismantled machine behind the bar. An access panel lay beside him, his arm halfway into the circuitry. He removed his hand, stood, swore, and kicked the atmosphere recycler with a frustrated grunt. The machine sparked and whined before whirring to life. The smoke began to dissipate, and the bartender replaced the panel on the machine. The task complete, he grabbed a rag from a shelf and began wiping his hands. "What do you have?" he snarled, addressing two men sitting at the bar. "Krillmar Sunrise," Mark Dawson replied, tossing a credit onto the scratched bar top. "Anician water," Tarek Zen nodded, tossing his own payment toward the bartender. "And a little information." The bartender tossed the grease-stained rag over his shoulder, passed his hands under a sterilization light, and began preparing the drinks. He slid the clear water toward Tarek, a scowl on his face. "I just make drinks, buddy." Zen slid a 10-credit note onto the bar, keeping it firmly pinned under his fingers. "I'm just looking for someone, not asking you to divulge state secrets." The bartender scratched his nose and passed his hand under the sanitizing beam again before placing a thick, triple-colored drink in front of Dawson. "Same thing around here," he replied dismissively. Smoke wafted from the drink, heading for the ceiling, and Mark's eyes followed it until it melted into the smoke still hanging in the air. He heard the atmosphere scrubber cough as he removed the sliver of Darlenko fruit from the edge of the glass. He squeezed the juice into the drink as the bartender kicked the machine without looking. The fruit combined with the liquors, turning the three-colored drink into a bright red sangria that popped as the chemicals mixed. The bartender stared at the two for a moment before reaching for the 10-note credit. "Who are you, bounty hunters? We've had enough of them come through lately, but you don't look the part." "You've had a few bounty hunters come through?" Dawson interjected, curious. More than normal, the bartender admitted. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You're pilots, he changed the subject, looking for work. Tarek released the credit, and it disappeared into the bartender's dingy apron. You've got a good eye. I'm a bartender, the man replied with a shrug. I get paid to know what people want. He nodded toward a secluded booth at the end of the bar. And what you want is sitting over there. Want some advice? Sure, Zien smiled. Approach slowly. Keep your hands away from your weapons. And, he paused, don't make any sudden movements. Fast on the draw? Dawson inquired. He took a sip of the drink. The mixed liquor burned his throat. Not him. The bartender shook his head before offering a wink. But the rest of the bar. Zien passed the bartender another 10-note credit. Thanks for the advice. He and Dawson slid off their stools and, with Zen leading the way, made their way toward the end of the bar. The early evening crowd occupied most of the center tables of the Busty Ostrich, humans and aliens well on their way to inebriation. Many of the booths along the wall remained empty, reserved for more clandestine meetings of business or pleasure. Mark and Tarek zigzagged their way through the checkerboard of tables, drinks in their right hands, eyes locked on the booth at the end of the bar. Tarek halted his advance a couple of meters from the booth. Mark stole a glance past his partner and saw only the dim outline of a humanoid in the shadows. He turned to watch the bar and moved the drink to his left hand. His eyes scanned the room, noting that 3 patrons, each in different areas of the bar, took a sudden interest in the booth at the end of the bar.
Can I help you, Mr.
Zen.
Zen? Ah, yes, and that would be your associate, Mr. Dawson? Well, how can I help you, Mr. Zen?
A small, squeaky voice floated out of the dark booth. My partner and I are looking for work, Tarek stated. I was told you were the person to contact on Kroppel.
Mr. Zen,
humor filled the voice.
I am not the unemployment office.
No, but you are a recruiter for an organization that is always looking for good pilots, Tarek replied. Obviously, our reputation precedes us. Therefore, you know what we bring to the table. Silence filled the air, and Dawson resisted the urge to turn and look at the humanoid in the booth. He hated this part of the negotiation, his back to the discussion, his job to neutralize any threats in the bar should things go sour. They always had the advantage, and if he failed to recognize a threat...
Yes,
squeaky voice broke the silence.
Your reputation does precede you. A former Arbran commando and a former TSA officer. Once you were enemies, now you work together. A touching story. Your list of accomplishments in, 8 standard months is truly impressive.
You hire us for a job, it gets done, Tarek stated matter-of-factly. Squeaky laughed, and Mark finally placed the species. Blue click. He reevaluated the room and identified one additional target, a blue click in a booth on the far side of the bar. The blue alien propped his chin in his hands, his eyes locked onto Dawson, his hand underneath the table. Mark made out the outline of a barrel in the darkness. That's 4, and he's first.
I like your attitude, Mr. Zen, Squeaky laughed again. My name is Tinu, and yes, I am a recruiter, and yes, I believe we have a few vacancies. Are you looking for something long-term or freelance?
Freelance, for now, Zen replied. If the terms are lucrative, we can always discuss options in the future.
An excellent way to conduct business, Tinu offered. We get to know each other before making any long-term commitments.
Exactly, Tinu chuckled.
When would you like to start?
Zen smiled for the first time. No time like the present. The Starhawk lifted from the Duracrete surface of the spaceport, rotated 90 degrees to port, and with the flare of the engines, rocketed away from the city. Tarek kept the craft low, opting to roar over the countryside and avoid the ships heading for space. Mountains loomed in the distance, growing larger with each passing moment. He adjusted the ship's course, increased altitude, and settled in for the hour-long flight north. The sun set low on the horizon to the left, casting long shadows as they flew. Mark Dawson sat in the co-pilot's chair, gazing out of the clear canopy, watching the Starhawk's shadow crossing the farmland below. The flash of the running lights replaced the ship's shadow as the sun set. Twilight giving way to the darkness of night. His reflection stared back at him, deep lines of concern etched across his face. His fingers drummed nervously on the arm of his chair. 3 years, he thought. 3 years since I met Jake, Angel, and Greg on Clanix. Years of training, hardship, and loss, all culminating to today. Knots filled in his stomach as he stared at himself in the cockpit canopy. "We have about 40 minutes until we reach the cavern." Tarek's voice cut the silence. "We need to go over the plan one more time." Dawson turned away from his reflection. "Are you sure we can trust the source?" "As I said on Tayana, the Chandrillian was very forthcoming." "That was a week ago," Dawson cautioned. "Security measures change." Tarek slid his seat back and unfolded his tall, lanky frame from the cramped controls. "But the layout of the fortress doesn't. We have a way in, we have a way out. It's what we do while inside that concerns me." Mark slid away from the controls and followed Tarek through the narrow corridors of the reconditioned freighter. When they reached the galley, Mark moved to the counter on the far bulkhead and prepared 2 cups of Java, while Tarek actuated the holoreader on the solitary table in the room. A 3-dimensional representation of the cave entrance appeared above the table as lights automatically dimmed. Dawson returned to the table and handed a cup of steaming liquid to Tarek. He adjusted the controls, scrolling through the kilometers-long cave. He paused the representation, noting the concentric rings of laser cannons and missile batteries along the route. "Good thing we have an invitation," he said, continuing to move the hologram along the tunnel. "It would take a fleet to get through those defenses, and losses would be heavy." Tarek simply nodded. The hologram began to widen, and the tunnel opened into a gigantic 2-kilometer-wide sphere. A waterfall fell in the background, filling a lake that consumed almost half of the base of the sphere. A halo of light fell from a crack in the cavern ceiling, creating a spotlight for the Pan Consortium headquarters and the home of Camlopan. The castle sat on 30-meter-tall stilts, a rectangular superstructure perched atop the 4 supports like legs to a chair. The main level contained housing, troop barracks, and operations. Twin panels, each the size of one of the support legs, created an A-frame over the superstructure. Landing platforms, along with another array of defensive weaponry, covered the top of the structure between the A-frame panels. "Your friend infiltrated this?" Tarek asked, impressed. Dawson nodded. "Jake never told me exactly how, only that he got in and took Frenlopan from his own bed. He said it was something he would never do again." The hologram rotated, offering a 360-degree view of the fortress. The lake splashed against one of the support stilts, and Dawson halted the rotation. "There, a weak spot? The water may have weakened that support." "May have?" Tarek shook his head. "That is a big assumption." "It's the only vulnerability I've seen," Mark replied. He zoomed in on the area, but the image blurred, revealing nothing more. "We have the thorium charges we picked up on Terev, right? We get in, set the charges, and then run like hell. That support goes, the entire superstructure goes. The other 3 will counterbalance." Tarek shook his head. Mark zoomed the hologram out, pointed to a small structure near the water. "That is the reactor for the facility. Looks like they're using the lake to cool it. That support crumbles, debris breaches the reactor. We just need to make sure we are long gone before it blows." Tarek exhaled a long sigh of surrender. "You're crazy, you know that?" Dawson grinned. "And you partnered with me. What does that say about you?" "That I'm controlling the detonator," Zen stated, turning off the projector. The lights returned to normal. "I don't need a repeat of the Venturer." "You lived," Dawson reminded his partner. "And I plan on doing so again," Tarek replied. He checked his chrono. "Let's get ready." Dawson felt the nervous agitation return. Years after their deaths, he would finally avenge Jake, Angel, and Greg. The 2 returned to the cockpit of the freighter in silence. Mark strapped in and turned his attention back to the dark terrain outside the canopy. He saw the outline of mountain ranges thousands of meters high, massive shadows that blocked the night. He glanced upward, observing a starry night and the running lights of a couple of ships in low orbit. The Starhawk's exterior lights flicked to life, illuminating the cliff walls of the mountain range. Mark felt the ship bank to port and turned his attention forward. The ship skimmed the valley floor, following the path of a winding river. Dawson watched the peaceful flow turn into rapids, then drop away into a waterfall that disappeared into the darkness. His stomach flipped as he watched the water disappear from the lights. The ship began to climb, keeping close to the cliff wall. Zien rotated the ship, placing the belly to the wall as the Starhawk climbed near vertically. Dawson felt himself pushed back into his seat, G-forces doubling his weight as the freighter skimmed the mountain. They broke through clouds in time to see the last vestiges of sunlight in the distance. The sunlight quickly faded as the ship leveled off, traveling parallel with the ridgeline. Mark exhaled as his body weight returned to normal. A break in the mountain appeared in the exterior lights, and Zien slowed the freighter, finally stopping the ship at the entrance to the massive cave. The Starhawk hovered, suspended in midair, and Tarek nodded to Mark. "Transmit the code from Tinu." Mark reached to his right and touched two buttons. The sensors beeped, warning that scanning beams probed the ship, but no weapons lock. Dawson shrugged and crossed his arms, waiting. A minute later, the comm speaker squelched to life.
Proceed.
Zien nudged the throttle forward, and the Starhawk entered the mouth of the cavern. Bright lights engulfed the ship from a multitude of sources and directions, casting deep shadows through the tunnel. Dozens of weapons emplacements tracked the ship as it maneuvered through the twisting and turning tunnel. Blackened and rusted hulks of ships littered the cave floor. Stalagmites and stalactites, rocks and outcroppings reached for the Starhawk with every turn. Tarek and Mark reached the end of the tunnel, the shaft opening into the kilometers-wide cavern depicted in the hologram. Dawson leaned forward, engrossed with his first look at Camlopon's fortress. The hologram did not do it justice. The single structure of the fortress dominated the center of the cavern, glistening in the light from above. Light from a fissure in the ceiling above bathed the palace in natural light, the superstructure gleaming. The Starhawk continued its approach, and the rectangular superstructure grew larger. A ring of lights illuminated one of the landing platforms on top of the fortress, directing Zen on his approach. Cannons swiveled to track the shuttle as it approached the roof. Tarek spun the ship on its axis, lowered the landing struts, and landed the ship with barely a bump. The hum of the engines subsided as Tarek throttled back, and both men exhaled slowly. Movement caught his eye, and Tarek nodded in the direction of the base of one of the A-frames. "Company." A door stood open, disgorging a half-dozen guards wearing dull red armor that resembled the carapace of the Oglen species. 2 men, 2 blue clicks, and 2 clando carried weapons at the low ready, moving toward the Starhawk with practiced ease. A female Hazmarah followed at her own pace. "Paranoid company," Mark observed. He extricated himself from the controls and led the way toward the starboard ramp of the freighter. He touched the hatch controls, heard the pressure equalize with a hiss, and the door opened. Keeping his hand away from the pistol on his right thigh, he descended the ramp in the damp, humid air of the cavern. Mark squinted against the bright lights, wondering briefly if the blinding illumination served as another security measure. It took several moments for his eyes to adjust before he could determine the position of potential targets. As the spots dissipated, the deployment of the 6 guards confirmed his suspicions. The 6 guards formed a rough semicircle that provided an excellent field of fire on the ramp, without endangering themselves from friendly fire. A moment of doubt consumed him, but quickly vanished as the Hazmarah stepped forward. Taller than the average Hazmaran female, she wore a red tunic the same color as her guard's armor, dark pants tapered into knee-high boots, and a pair of cross-draw holsters. She wore her mane shaved close to her skin, giving her an almost demonic look. Earrings hung from her left ear. She moved forward with smooth grace. She is the real threat, Mark thought, as the Hazmarah bowed slightly, her eyes never leaving Dawson.
"My name is Ludra'a," she stated. "Tinu told me to expect you."
"News travels fast," Mark smiled. "I'm Dawson. This is Yen," he said with a nod at Tarek, who now stood to his left. "We are pilots looking for—"
"You wish for something freelance, yes?"
Dawson paused at the interruption, pursing his lips for a moment. "Yes."
"Follow me,"
she instructed, turned, and headed for the waiting lift without waiting for a response. Mark and Tarek did as ordered, the guards forming a procession behind. The 9 of them crowded into the elevator, and Dawson's stomach lurched as it rapidly descended into the bowels of the fortress. In the close quarters of the lift, he felt the butt of a rifle in his ribs, and one of the blue cliques stepped on his foot, without an apology. Neither of those incidents compared to the smell of 5 humanoid species crammed into a 2-meter by 2-meter metal box. The lift descended several levels and opened into a well-traveled corridor. Relief washed over Mark as he exited the lift. He bumped into an O'Glenn's escorting an anti-grav cart full of small, locked crates. The cart rocked, and Dawson stumbled, raising his hands instinctively as he righted himself. One of the Clandeaux raised a weapon. Ludra waved him off. She dismissed the 2 Clandeaux and 2 humans with a nod, leaving only the 2 blue cliques on guard duty.
"This way,"
she said, motioning them down the corridor. Paintings of the O'Glenn's homeworld adorned the walls, interspaced by dioramas of historic space battles. The dioramas moved as they passed, lasers flashing across space in silent testimony to the battle. Mark jumped with the sudden movement and heard one of the blue cliques snicker. The quintet followed the corridors, taking lefts and rights almost at random, and Dawson suspected they were moving in circles, another security measure. He scuffed his boot on the floor and again confirmed his suspicion when they passed the scuff mark a few minutes later. Ludra maintained a slow pace, leisurely strolling through the corridors. The short steps took their toll, and Mark's legs began to burn, and he fought the urge to stretch out his gait. A few minutes more, and they turned left down a new passageway. Mark felt like they'd been walking for hours, and exhaled as they stopped before a set of blast doors with the word Operations stenciled across them. Ludra palmed the door lock, and the thick armored blast doors split, sliding into the walls with barely a sound. She led them into the room, to the left onto a catwalk that skirted an amphitheater-style room of control stations. Monitors stretched from floor to ceiling at the front of the cavernous room. The controllers and technicians working the room represented every species of the Tri-System. She stopped outside of a lavish conference room, turned, and motioned them inside.
"Make yourselves comfortable," she instructed. "One of my associates will be in momentarily to discuss the parameters of your employment and escort you to your cargo."
Dawson slipped past the Hazmara and entered the room, while Tarek stopped at the doorway. "You won't be giving the briefing?" Ludra chortled.
"I do not give briefings, Mr. Zien."
She turned and left the 2 without another word. "Charming," Mark offered, as he turned to survey the room. Drab gray walls contained a long, polished wooden table with 10 chairs neatly tucked underneath. One wall contained a large vidscreen. Large murals of the O'Glenn's homeworld filled the other 3 walls. A hollow projector hung, suspended from the ceiling, by 4 small metal prongs. Dawson crossed the room to a mural of a sprawling ocean. The artist rendering featured realistic coral, hundreds of sea creatures, and a handful of O'Glenn's submerged in the frothy ocean. He folded his arms behind his back and leaned in to examine the painting, while simultaneously studying the walls for surveillance devices. He saw, too, in his quick scan, a small microphone in the mouth of what looked like a swimming turtle, and a holocamera in the eye stalks of one of the O'Glenn's. He tapped the wall to get Tarek's attention. The artist is very talented. Across the room, Tarek stood before a mural of a mountain range, the sun setting in the distance beyond snow-capped ridges. He tapped the wall, indicating another surveillance device. "Agreed." A single rap at the door interrupted their inspection, and both men turned to see a young O'Glenn standing in the opening. The alien stood 1.5 meters tall, its pincers half the size of a full-grown O'Glenn's. Its fantail barely touched the floor.
"Good afternoon," she began. "My name is Drenapan. If you'll come with me, I will show you to your cargo."
The trio exited the operations center and re-entered the maze of corridors. Drenapan led them directly to the lift, a much shorter route than before, and they descended deeper into the complex.
"Let me start with a warning,"
she said as the elevator sank.
"Failure to adhere to the constraints of the Pond Consortium will result in forfeiture of future employment, your ship, and more."
"Constraints?"
"Yes, Mr. Dawson, constraints,"
the crustacean replied.
If we entrust our cargo in your care, there are strict rules. They must be obeyed."
The lift slowed, stopped, and the doors opened to a cavernous warehouse. The room sat in stark contrast to the opulence in the upper levels. The Duracrete floor held hundreds of racks full of boxes. Stacks of crates formed corridors barely large enough to handle anti-grav carts. Utility lights hung from the ceiling, creating shifting shadows in the storage facility. Mark peered into the distance and estimated that the warehouse spanned the entire length of the superstructure. "Wow," Dawson said.
"Your reputation has garnered your admittance into this part of the facility," Drenapon stated. "It is a privilege offered to few."
She motioned for them to move deeper into the enormous warehouse. "Offered by who? Ludra'a?" Zien inquired. The trio turned right, down a narrow corridor of boxes. Each crate displayed a number. Only a few actually listed the contents.
"Ludra'a makes the recommendation," she answered, "but the approval comes from the boss."
They turned left, and the corridor abruptly widened, revealing 3 Krendoshians stacking crates onto anti-grav carts in front of a freight elevator. "Camlopan?" Tarek nodded.
"Yes,"
she acknowledged. She pointed to the anti-grav carts.
"There is your cargo. By accepting this, you are accepting the terms set forth by the Pan Consortium."
"You have not told us the terms," Zien admitted.
"Deliver the goods on time and do not open any of your cargo containers,"
the Oglins replied. Her eye stalk stared at each man in turn.
"Any other scenario will result in confiscation of your ship or your death. Complete the task within the standards, and you will be paid handsomely for your time."
"Fair enough," Zien nodded. "Is there any way we can thank Camlopan for this opportunity?" Dawson interjected.
"Deliver your cargo on time and undisturbed," she persisted.
"A face-to-face meeting?"
"No,"
Drenapon answered, annoyance creeping into her tiny voice.
"Camlopan does not entertain employees on the residential level."
"Too bad." Dawson shrugged, drew his pistol, and shot the Oglins in the chest. Blue currents of energy ravaged her carapace. She squealed, her body rigid from the stun bolt, before she toppled over onto the Duracrete floor. He heard 3 other shots and turned to see the Krendoshians lying on the floor, electrical bolts encircling their bodies. Dawson grinned. "How many cameras do you think just saw that?" "Too many," Zien replied. He pointed toward the far side of the room. "Those pillars are perfect for the charges." "On it," Dawson said, turned, and jogged the 100 or so meters across the open bay. He noticed several other freight-sized elevators along the walls, but saw no other workers. Reaching his destination, he opened a satchel on his left hip and pulled out a dozen small cylinders. Touching a small dial on the top of the first thorium bomb, he saw a small green light actuate. Satisfied, he set the first explosive next to the pillar and moved to the next. He repeated the process a dozen times before jogging back to Tarek. "Where is everybody?" Dawson wondered, his eyes scanning the warehouse. "I figured we'd be fighting for our lives by now." Tarek looked toward the ceiling, his eyes searching every corner within his sight. "I don't see any cameras. This place may not be monitored." He pointed to the unconscious Oglins lying nearby. "She did say very few people get down this far." "Then we still have the element of surprise," Dawson mused. "If Camlopan won't come to us, we should go to him," Zien finished. The two retraced their steps to the lift, zigzagging their way through the maze of crate corridors. The elevator doors opened on their arrival. They boarded and gazed at the controls written in Oglins. "Residential?" Zien asked, staring at the foreign language. "Third button from the bottom." Dawson pointed. Zien shot him an inquiring look as he pushed the indicated button. The doors closed, and the elevator ascended. "I'm good with languages," Mark shrugged. "And I watched what Ludra'a did when we first arrived. Her first instinct was to push that button." "And?" "First instinct is to go home," Dawson replied with a shrug. "Well, then I hope she lives on the same level as Camlopan," Zien mused. The elevator slowed its upward trajectory, and the two slid to opposite sides of the lift, their backs against the walls. The lift stopped, the doors slid open, and the two pivoted into the opening, Dawson on the left, Zien on the right, their pistols out, their bodies protected by the doorframe. A highly waxed and empty corridor greeted them. Voices floated on the air, distant conversation that held no hint of alarm. They left the lift, proceeding down the corridor, hugging the walls, one on either side. They arrived at a four-way junction, and Mark looked up at a small sign on the wall. With his pistol, he motioned to the left, his side. Tarek nodded, and the two padded quietly down the side passage. Another junction, and Dawson held up his left hand. Halt. He snuck a peek down the corridor and saw a set of ornate double doors. Heavily armed aliens stood guard, their dull red armor contrasting the light gray walls. Mark pulled back and willed his heart to slow before making eye contact with his partner. "Camlopan?" he mouthed. Tarek adjusted position and quickly glanced down the corridor. He looked at Mark and nodded. Dawson inhaled a long, calming breath, exhaled, and dropped to a crouch. The two men rounded the corner, weapons raised, Zien standing over the crouching Dawson. Each man fired, the blue stun bolts flashing down the passageway in the blink of an eye. Both guards absorbed the bolts in their chest armor, dissipating the electricity. They staggered backwards into the wall with a loud thud, but neither went down. The guard on the right shook his head, his Hazmaran mane clearly visible. Mark and Tarek fired a second time, then a third, each bolt striking their respective targets, blue currents encircling the guards. With a clank of their armor, they crumpled against the wall. Dawson and Zien traversed the 20-meter corridor in seconds, turned with their backs to the double doors, and scanned for any additional threats. Seeing none, Mark exhaled sharply. "Ready?" he whispered. Zien nodded. He reached down, pulled an access card from the Hazmaran's armor. Dawson held up his hand for Tarek to wait. Mark switched his pistol off the stun setting. Tarek nodded and did the same. Both nodded, and Zien held the small disc up to the door actuator. The double doors slid open, and the two men burst into the room. Mark Dawson fired first, his pistol recoiling slightly in his hand. He watched the bolt strike a guard in the chest, the red-tinted armor erupting in flames as the Chandrillian staggered back. The long-eared alien raised a pulse rifle in Dawson's direction, and Mark fired again, striking the guard in the throat. The alien dropped the rifle, reaching for his throat, and Mark picked his next target. He heard laser fire from his right and knew that Tarek was addressing any guards in that direction. Confident his partner could handle his flank, Mark tracked his weapon around the room. He saw movement from a shadow behind a hovering gold throne and instinctively fired twice in rapid succession. His shots lit the underside of the throne, illuminating the air disrupted by the throne's repulsor system. The bolts impacted ceramic armor with sound like a bass drum, deep and resonating. A scream followed the double impact, and the target fell to the floor, whimpering. Another double shot of laser bolts flashed beneath the hovering gold spectacle, and a second guard fell to the floor in a similar fashion. Mark's pistol tracked the room, his eyes scanning. Seeing no more threats, he exhaled. "Clear, clear," Tarek echoed. Dawson's eyesight and his pistol moved upwards toward the large reddish crustacean sitting upon the gold throne. Camlopan sat still, his eye stalk straight in the air, the sign of fear in the Oglens. The alien's chitin scraped together as the alien trembled. "Camlopan, I presume?" Dawson smiled. The alien's eye stalks relaxed, one eye rotating toward each of the humans. Mark found that a bit unnerving, but kept his gaze on the Oglens. The agonizing of the two wounded guards behind the throne, the only sound in the room. After several moments of staring, Camlopan spoke.
"You realize you are dead men."
"We made it this far," Dawson replied, his voice more confident than he actually felt. Still, no one had come for them, yet. "I like our chances."
"You must be Dawson." Camlopan motioned toward Mark. "My predecessor spoke of a TSA traitor that helped a pair of fugitives before his untimely demise."
A hint of sadness touched his voice. "Cut it," Dawson waved him off with his left hand. "Oglens are not known for sentiment."
"What do you want, Commander?"
Anger and impatience replaced the sadness. "Revenge."
"What have I done to you?"
Camlopan inquired. "Not to me, to those, what did you call them, fugitives? Your organization killed them, and thousands of others on Arbra." Mark raised his pistol. "Today the consortium dies."
"You unthinking cretin,"
The O'Glen spat, rising on his fantail. He towered over the two humans, his pincers spread wide, clacking erratically.
The consortium is larger than one O'Glen's. As long as this palace stands, we will run the tri-system.
Dawson shot the alien in the chest without a second thought. The O'Glens gasped, collapsing back onto the throne. His eye stalks drooped but remained fixated on the two humans. Camlopan opened his mouth to speak, releasing only blood and spittle. Mark stepped forward as the throne slowly lowered to the floor. "Good thing this facility is about to come crashing down," he said, raised his weapon, and fired again. He turned to Zien. "Let's get out of here." "And hope our luck holds," Tarek replied. He opened the door, checked up and down the corridor, and led Mark out of the throne room. The two traveled down the maze of passageways in silence, each hugging a wall, pistols in hand. They traversed junction after junction and saw no one. They exchanged glances, and Dawson felt an uneasy feeling grow inside him. Both men froze as alarms sounded throughout the installation. The two men dropped to a crouch as emergency lights flashed and sirens wailed. Two guards rounded a far corner at a run, heading directly toward the men. Dawson and Zien fired, their bolts slicing through the unarmored clando like tissue paper. The alien screamed, fell to the floor, and left a green blood trail as they slid a couple of meters. "I guess they know we're here," Dawson said, standing. He holstered his pistol, reached to his left side, and withdrew a long-barreled Kessler grenade launcher from its holster. He attached a small stock to the mini-rifle and checked the 12-round magazine. Satisfied, he turned to Zien and nodded. Tarek stood, a pistol in each hand, alternating his glances up and down the corridor. 50 meters, 2 lefts to the lift, he said. Dawson acknowledged, pulling the Kessler stock onto his shoulder. The alarm klaxon stopped, filling the passage with deafening silence. Dawson shook his head, opened and closed his mouth several times to clear his ears. The clatter of boots on the waxed floor drew his attention, and Mark turned toward the sound. A half-dozen armored guards of several races rounded the far corner, weapons up and ready. "Contact, 12 o'clock, Dawson yelled as he pulled the trigger on the Kessler. The grenade launcher bucked in his hands. The rounds arced down the corridor and erupted in multiple fireballs. He felt the heat of laser bolts flash past as Zien opened fire from his position further up the hallway. Mark ducked back from the heat as fire and smoke filled the corridor. He backpedaled, keeping his eyes on the chaos before him as he dropped the spent magazine and slapped in another. "Behind us," Zien called, his voice calm despite the adrenaline-fueled firefight. Mark spun and fired a handful of rounds at the squad of new arrivals. More explosions echoed in the corridor, and Dawson shook his head to alleviate the ringing in his ears. He saw Zen advance toward the carnage, firing as the guards tried to retreat. Mark glanced back toward the original firefight and watched as a Krindoshan, his fur smoldering and bloody, emerged from the fire. The large alien spotted Dawson, roared in rage and defiance, and charged down the passageway. Mark squeezed the trigger, sending one high-explosive round toward the rampaging beast. The grenade hit the alien in his cracked chest armor, and the Krindoshan disappeared in a flash of light. The sound of the explosion echoed down the corridor a moment later. Mark dropped the spent magazine and slid in the last one he had for the Kessler. Dawson turned to find the corridor empty. Zien had disappeared. He ran down the passage, took the first left, and arrived at a door at the dead end of the corridor. A sign next to the door read, "Storage B." He cursed, turned, retraced his steps to the main passage. He checked both ways down the corridor, saw the fire and carnage on his right and left. Thick black smoke made visibility poor, and he crouched to look beneath the haze. He called out to his partner, but heard no response over the crackle of fires and the moans of the injured. Bringing the Kessler stock back to his shoulder, he moved in the direction he last saw his partner. He traveled quickly, leaving the smoke and the sounds of battle behind. He turned left, then left again, and saw the lift up ahead, but no sign of Zien. The ringing in his ears began to subside, and he heard a scuffle of footfalls from a passageway to his left. Hugging the wall, he quickened his pace. "Tarek," he called. "Where the hell?" He rounded the corner and came face to face with 3 crimson-armored guards, 2 Hazmara and a Clando. The guards' eyes went wide in shock. Time slowed. Too close to use the grenade launcher already in his hands, Dawson raised the weapon and attacked. The stock of the mini-rifle connected with the armored gut of the Clando. The alien let out a gasp and staggered back a step. The impact sent a numbing vibration through the stock. Mark ignored it, turned, and blocked the downstroke of a rifle-toting Hasmara. The red-skinned alien was fast, pivoting and knocking the Kessler from Mark's grasp with a parry. His hands free, Mark charged, punching the Hasmara in the face. The alien howled in pain, staggering back into the wall. Dawson instinctively ducked as the second Hasmara swung his weapon. Mark felt and heard the whoosh of air as the weapon sliced the space above his head. He lashed out with a rear kick, striking the armored hip of the alien. The Hasmara yelped, grabbed its side, and went down. Dawson let out a cry of his own, the impact against the armor numbing his leg. Hopping around, he faced the clando again. The green alien charged, planting his shoulder into Mark's midsection and slamming him into the wall. Dawson joined his fists together and hammered the clando on the back of the neck. He missed flesh, striking the armored helmet. He cursed, the string of words echoing down the corridor. The clando backed up a step, roared in frustration, and charged Dawson, his armored helmet leading the way. Mark managed to sidestep and heard the ceramic helmet smack the wall with a loud thud. The green alien slumped to the floor. Dawson, shaking his hands to kill the numbness from striking the clando's armor, whirled to face the Hasmara once again. The bloody-nosed Hasmara, arms wide, rushed Dawson to scoop him in a bear hug. Mark stepped to his left, grabbed the alien's outstretched arm, and pivoting his body, slammed the alien into the wall. The Hasmara screamed as her face connected with the wall. She slumped to the floor, leaving a red-tinted smear of blood down the wall. The feeling returned to his hands, and Mark turned to face the last guard. The Hasmara, one hand on his wounded hip, stared at Dawson from 4 meters away, a rifle in his hands. "No more," the alien ordered. Mark stared at the alien, saw the anger in his eyes, his finger already tensing on the trigger. Without another option, Dawson's right hand went for the pistol slung low on his right thigh, his body sliding to the left. He heard the low hum of the stun bolt, felt the electric field pass to his right, in the spot he had been standing. His hand closed on his pistol, pulling the weapon from the holster. The second blue stun bolt hit him in the chest, his pistol halfway to its intended target. A million ants crawled across his skin as the electric currents encircled his body. A spasm from his finger fired a single shot into the wall a half-meter to the left of the Hasmara. Mark felt himself falling, the floor rushing up to meet him. Dawson fell into a black pit that consumed him in darkness. Fall of the Consortium. "You have to stop touching your bandages." Dagon Aoffa sneered at the doctor, saw her sarcastically snarl in return, and firmly gripped the edge of the medical bed. He closed his eyes, bracing himself against what he knew came next, and felt her hands gently touch the bandage on the right side of his head. "Now, this is going to—" she began, and snatched the bandage off before completing her warning. Aoffa yelped as skin, hair, and the scabs of his injuries ripped away. His fingers clamped down, turning white as he fought the pain. He exhaled long and slow before opening his eyes. He stared at the Hasmara, the used bandage in her hands, and said, "I hate you sometimes." "I know," she nodded, her tone humorous. "I must work on my bedside manner." She tossed the bandage into a nearby tray before leaning in to study his wounds. "You complained when I peeled it off slow, so I tried something new. Typical, there's no pleasing you."
He ignored her quip as the scent of her fruity shampoo and the faint citrus odor of her perfume filled his nostrils. He looked past her, opting to stare at the dull white walls of the medical bay as she performed her inspection. Movement caught his eyes, and he turned his head right to see the half-metal, half-glass entrance. Dr. Millar grabbed his chin, moving his head back straight. He adjusted his vision and watched the crew through the half-glass door. He let himself relax, feeling the vibration of the champion's engines. Someone groaned to his left, and he shifted his eyes to see a crewman lying on a nearby bed, hunched over, vomiting into a bucket. 2 nurses, both clando in light green uniforms, stood nearby, waiting for the man's convulsions to stop. Their medical uniforms blended in well to the clando's skin, even though a few shades lighter. "How is Chief Turan?" he asked.
"Improving, believe it or not," Doc Millar answered with a serious tone. "I don't think he'll be eating Cerritos shellfish again. It did a number on him."
He flinched as she gently probed his injured face with her finger.
"Sorry."
Aoffa turned his attention back to her, staring into her brown eyes.
He saw intelligence, compassion, and a spark of humor. She shook her head, her long brown mane flowing freely. Her brownish-red skin contrasted the light green of her uniform. He saw her nod her approval. "I think you are ready for the implants," she said. Her tone turned accusatory. "As long as you won't fiddle with them until they're completely integrated." "No promises," Aoffa replied. She offered him a disapproving look, and he shrugged. "It itches." She reached for the tray, moving the bandage to the right, and picked up a small oval mirror. Doc Millar held it up for Aoffa. "One last look. The next time you see your face, you'll have cybernetic implants." Aoffa looked into the mirror and felt rage swell again. Burns and scars covered the right side of his head, complements of the fire on Haraz. Stubbly hair grew through the scars. A small stub represented his burnt ear. His right eye, bloodshot and bloated, stared back at him in the mirror. "Cybernetic hearing and vision," Aoffa stated. "All TSA approved?" "Yes, Commander," Millar responded with a smile. "You get to keep your career. The implants will enhance both vision and hearing, at least on your right side. All TSA approved." "How long before everything is fully healed?" Aoffa inquired anxiously. "If you don't play with the implants," she thought for a moment. 3 weeks. Aoffa smiled. A charred, crooked, and sinister image stared back at him in the mirror. "Then let's get started. I've got a ship to run." "I warned you not to mess with your cybernetics, Commander," Doc Millar admonished. "Instead of 3 weeks, we are now into month 5 of your physical therapy, and it's still not working." "It's not me," Aoffa protested, hoisting himself onto the medical bay bed with a grunt. A thin metal casing covered the burned skin of his head. An ear socket and mechanical eye socket sat empty. The cybernetic system, compounded with his ever-present sneer, gave him an even more sinister look than before. "I have not even touched the circuits. The implants are malfunctioning." Millar shook her head, holding up the mechanical ear. "The computer says this is working 100%, Commander." "It's not the ear I have an issue with." Doc Millar leaned forward, and Aoffa felt a gentle tug as she affixed the device to the ear socket. A brief, high-pitched whine made him wince, followed by silence. A click preceded a flood of sounds as the device activated. The woman stepped back 2 meters, turned her head, and whispered, "Can you hear me?" "Of course I can," Aoffa replied, frustrated. "I told you it's not the ear, it's the eye. It's too bulky and does not connect properly." The doc approached, retrieving the mechanical eye from the tray before standing before Aoffa. A few strands of gray streaked her brown mane. Her dark eyes examined the device in her hand. She hefted it, judging the weight. "It is a bit on the heavy side," she mused. "That may be preventing it from locking into the socket properly. I have an idea for a lightweight support," she explained. "Let me work on it. I promise you, Commander, we will get this fixed." "Thank you," Aoffa said, sliding off the table. "If we cannot get this working, I have a feeling that TSA Medical will get involved. I'd rather avoid a medical board." "Come see me tomorrow," Millar instructed. "This afternoon," Aoffa suggested. "Commander Nurik and I have a plan in motion that will potentially take this fleet into battle. I need all of my senses functioning, all of them." "Give me a couple of hours," Doc Millar mused, staring at the mechanical eye in her hands. Aoffa nodded and left the medical bay without another word. He moved slowly down the corridors of the Champion, oblivious to the crew who moved out of his way. The cybernetic ear picked up snippets of conversation, the crew showing concern for, or fear of, their captain. Neither the concern nor the fear helped alleviate his sour mood. He wanted something, anything, to go right. 5 months into his command, leading the task force to find Torum Chlorig and any other sympathizers for the deceased Daritera had yielded nothing. Dozens of leads, but few arrests. He was no closer to finding the man who locked him in the barn and scarred him for life. Desperate for results, Aoffa had called in markers from unsavory accomplices 2 months earlier, and still nothing. No one seemed to know where former Ensign Chlorig was hiding. He turned toward the bridge lift and stopped. Kyrian can handle the bridge, he thought. turned on his heel, and headed down 3 decks to his quarters. He entered the spacious room and dropped himself onto the bed.
"Maybe Millar can fix this,"
he said, reaching up to touch his empty eye socket. He felt the cool metal of the armored cover. Rage boiled at the loss of his eye, the fire-charred remnants of his head. An image of Torum Chlorig appeared in his mind's eye.
"Where are you, you bastard?"
he spat. The comm buzzed, and the image of his target vanished. Aoffa pulled himself from the bed, crossed his quarters, and tapped the screen of a computer terminal on his desk. The desk overlooked a large bay window offering a view of a binary star system. The glowing reflections of at least 8 planets filled the scene. Aoffa ignored it all.
"Yes?"
Kyrian Urich's face appeared on the screen. She sat in the command chair, his chair on the bridge.
"Sorry to interrupt, sir," she reported, "but there is a Chandrillian named Dawson calling for you. Says he is answering your call for information."
"Patch it down here, Commander," Aoffa ordered. Kyrian nodded, and her image vanished, replaced a moment later by a male Chandrillian. The alien's gray fur indicated advanced age. Its scarred and low-cut ears told of a life in the criminal underworld, on the run, or both. The Chandrillian bowed slightly.
"Commander Aoffa,"
he began in a low bass voice. He looked around nervously.
"I am Dawson. You are looking for a man named Torum, yes?"
Aoffa nodded.
"I know where he is."
Dawson nodded emphatically. "Where?"
"I believe there is a price for information,"
Dawson clarified. He moved in jerky movements, like a junkie needing a fix. "If the lead pans out," Aoffa explained.
"I seen him myself."
The Chandrillian smiled, showing crooked and stained teeth.
"Here on Cropple."
"Where on Cropple?"
"In a bar, the Busty Ostrich."
Dawson revealed. He looked around again.
"He talked with a blue clique named Tinu and left."
"When was this?"
"A month ago."
Dawson said.
"Maybe 2."
Aoffa sneered, and the Chandrillian shrank back from the vid. Dagon imagined how he looked to the alien and thought the scars may finally serve a purpose. He leaned closer to the vid camera, watching as Dawson began to shake. "He is surely gone by now. Why are you wasting my time?"
"He is here on Cropple."
Dawson insisted. The words rushed, fearful. Aoffa saw the fear and smiled, remembering his sinister look in the mirror. "Spill it, before I come to Cropple and find you."
"Tinu is the recruiter for the pawns."
Dawson cried, the words almost too quick to comprehend.
"The one you seek is here, working for Camelopon."
Aoffa tried to remain skeptical, but felt a surge of hope course through him. "If this lead pans out, you will be handsomely rewarded." He stared at the Chandrillian's image, watching as the alien shrank back from the camera. "But if you have wasted my time—"
He is here, with Camelopon."
Dawson stammered. "Then you have nothing to worry about." Aoffa smiled and switched the vid off. Dawson's image shrank to a pinpoint of light, leaving Dagon's snarling reflection on the blank screen. The dull steel plate and missing eye created a menacing, fearful image. Dawson isn't lying. He touched a button on his computer, and Kyrian's image filled the screen almost instantly.
"Sir?"
"Prepare my personal ship," Aoffa ordered. "I'll be back in a few days."
"Commander?"
Kyrian pursed her lips.
"The plan is in motion. TSA Command instructed no one leave the task force until we see what happens on Tayana."
"Prepare my ship, Lieutenant Commander," Dagon repeated, his tone leaving no doubt to his wishes. He sat back in the chair. A sudden thought took root in his mind. He softened his tone. "I will talk to TSA Command. Please have my ship ready. I'll leave within the next few hours."
"Yes, sir."
Nurich nodded, and the vid went dead. Aoffa touched another button, and the screen flicked to life, a blank page staring back at him. "Computer, dictation." The page glimmered, a small cursor appearing at the top of the page. He paused, staring at the blank page, his mind strategizing each course of action, following each scenario to its conclusion. He nodded to himself, his decision made. "To TSA Command from Commander Dagon Aoffa. I hereby resign my commission and submit my request for retirement." The freighter Versum lifted from the Champion's Bay in a cloud of dust and exhaust. A set of small, stubby wings protruded from the sleek fuselage toward the front of the ship, while long, swept-back wings extended from the bulkier rear of the craft. The reconditioned freighter boasted a double stack of laser cannons on each forward wing and missile pods under each of the larger aft wings. The triad of landing gear retracted into the belly as the ship rotated to port, stopping when the nose directly pointed toward a shimmering energy field and the stars beyond. The quad wings waggled as the pilot tested the controls. The dual engines flared bright, and the Versum moved forward, passed through the energy barrier, and out into space. The freighter banked starboard, flying along the Champion's long fuselage. The ship executed a barrel roll, stabilized, and, with a flash, disappeared into hyperspace. Commander Kyrian Nurik stood, arms crossed, on the bridge of the Champion, studying the tactical display of the fleet. Dr. Millar stood nearby, her hands clasped behind her back. Both women stood quietly, gazing at the spot where the freighter had disappeared. Kyrian shook her head.
I hope he knows what he's doing. I hope the modifications I made to his cybernetics work, Millar commented. He came in the medical bay, snatched the new Cyber Eye support arm off the table, muttered his thanks, and left. She turned to look at Nurik. Did he say why he wanted to resign? A few months ago, he was fighting to stay. No, Kyrian replied, but I'll bet it has everything to do with a call he received a couple of hours ago. A call? From whom? The doctor inquired. Secrets, Doctor, Commander Nurik warned, with a shake of her head. The universe is full of secrets. Millar shook her head. Secrets get people killed. Kyrian nodded in agreement. I couldn't agree more, Doctor. I couldn't agree more.
Dagon Aoffa pushed the wooden doors open, stepped through, and heard them swing closed behind him. He surveyed the room, his human eye identifying 20 or so patrons, a disheveled human behind the bar, and a thick haze of smoke hanging from the ceiling. A dirty mirror and a huge mural of an ostrich filled the wall behind the bar. The human bartender uttered a loud curse before kicking something out of sight. A loud mechanical whir filled the air, and the smoke immediately began to dissipate. With a thought, his cybernetic eye extended from its socket on its new two-piece elbow-like arm. The conical eye detached from its nook where his right eye used to be, rotated, and began surveying the room. The elbow arm extended to its full length, 1/3 of a meter. The device provided data directly to his brain: distance, temperature, visibility, an aiming reticle, and a host of other information. Aoffa grimaced at the flood of data. That will take some getting used to. He retracted the eye with another thought, the elbow folding before the arm slid neatly along the groove on the right side of his head, the cup-shaped sensor returning to the socket of his missing eye. The memory of working on the device aboard the Versum flooded his mind. Replacing the heavier straight-arm extension with the elbow-shaped arm, Doc Millar proved her prowess with cybernetics and implants, and Dagon installed the device with little effort. Extending the eye and having it look around like an eye stalk proved intimidating as he looked at himself in a mirror aboard the ship. Looking around the bar at the shocked faces, Aoffa let a smile creep across his lips. The eye itself may be intimidating, but extending it on its arm to look around held great potential to demoralize and paralyze any enemy. The evil smile he wore did not hurt his persona either. Dropping the smile, Aoffa stepped from the entrance. He slowly weaved his way through the mostly empty tables scattered about the bar. He felt the eyes of every human and alien on him as he made his way to the bar. A clando stumbled backwards out of his way with a look of shock and horror. Dagon fought the impulse to smile, opting to maintain the menacing stare of his new persona. The bartender did a double-take as Aoffa bellied up to the bar. The color drained from his face, and it took him a handful of seconds to compose himself.
What do you have?
Tinu, Aoffa mumbled, his voice low. The bartender's eyes glanced to his right, and Dagon turned his head to see a blue click sitting in the booth at the end of the bar. Aoffa offered a curt nod to the bartender, turned, and made his way toward the booth. The cybernetic sensors tagged at least 4 life forms in the bar that shifted positions before he arrived at the booth. The Blue Click sat in the shadows, but did not shrink away from Aoffa's towering presence. Dagon once again felt the eyes of the bar upon him, saw Tinu's gaze inspect him from head to toe. The Pawn Consortium recruiter offered his best salesman smile.
"Good afternoon, Mr.
Aoffa, Dagon Aoffa."
Mr. Aoffa, what can I do for you?"
"I'm looking for someone." Dagon kept his voice low, almost growling each word. "I understand he is in your employ."
"I believe you have mistaken me for someone else, sir,"
Tinu shrugged.
"I do not have any employees."
"Do I look like someone to toy with?" Aoffa snarled. "I'm looking for a human named Clorig. Tell me how to find him." The Blue Click sat up straight. Arrogance filled his voice.
"Do you know who I am? Who I work for?"
A practiced, daunting smile crept across Aoffa's face, the look dispelling Tinu's sudden confidence. "Yes, to both questions, which is why I'm politely asking for his whereabouts." A pause. "Instead of killing you and your 4 accomplices." Tinu opened his mouth to speak, but Aoffa continued. "I am not interested in crossing the consortium. I simply want Torum Clorig. Alive, if possible, but dead is acceptable."
"So,"
Tinu finally spoke,
"you're a bounty hunter."
Aoffa stood, unmoving, staring at the Blue Click with his one eye. He had not considered his new line of work, only that the TSA could hamper his ability to go after Clorig. He resigned on the spur of the moment. He had never thought the term bounty hunter flattering in any manner, but the thought of freelancing, making his own way, suddenly held a great deal of appeal. Dagon nodded, but said nothing. The Blue Click slowly produced a small disk from under the table and offered it to Aoffa. Dagon took it with his left hand, his gaze squarely on the alien.
"Navigation coordinates and a broadcast code for entry into the palace. Ask for Ludra'a."
Aoffa nodded curtly, a short jerk of his head, turned abruptly, and left the bar. The Versum was airborne 15 minutes later.
"Welcome to the consortium, Mr. Aoffa,"
Ludra'a began with a small bow.
"We have been expecting you."
Dagon Aoffa returned the nod as the Versum let out a burst of steam behind him. The 2, plus a half-dozen armed guards, stood on the roof landing pad of the Pawn Fortress. Dagon allowed himself a moment to absorb the sheer elegance of his surroundings, admiring the cavern, the cascading waterfall in the distance, and the magnificence of the palace itself. He turned his attention back to Ludra'a, allowing a disarming smile to cross his lips. "Thank you for seeing me," he said. Ludra'a motioned him toward the distant lift, and the group moved in that direction. The Hazmaram major domo offered her own disarming smile, and Aoffa wondered briefly if he looked as phony and unconvincing. No matter, he thought. We understand each other. Ludra'a, Aoffa, and 3 of the guards crammed into the lift, the elevator descending rapidly into the bowels of the fortress. They rode in silence, staring at the closed doors, deep in thought. The doors opened, and they proceeded down a gleaming white corridor. "As I'm sure Tinu told you," Aoffa began, "I'm looking for a human named Clorig. I understand he is in your employ." Ludra'a shook her head. Her voice almost purred. "As you can imagine, we do not discuss who is in our employ. It would not be good business to subject our employees to undue scrutiny. Let us say, for the sake of conversation, that he does work for the consortium. What is your business with Mr. Clorig?" she inquired with a smile. She motioned to the guards, and they peeled off, leaving the 2 of them alone in the passageway. "Personal." Venom filled his reply. Ludra'a pursed her lips, but did not respond. They continued down the corridor in silence. The 2 arrived at a door marked Operations. Ludra'a palmed the lock, the door opened, and Aoffa realized the vastness of the Pawn Consortium. The assembled aliens and humans paused in their work, staring at his tall, armored, and scarred frame. He felt the shock, the dismay of the employees, as Ludra'a led him to a conference room off of a catwalk that surrounded the operations center. The two sat, Ludra'a at the head of the table, Aoffa with his back to the wall on her right. "As I told your associate, I have no wish to cross the consortium." Aoffa chose his words carefully. "But Clorig is very valuable to me. I would prefer to take him off your payroll without disrupting your operations." "Valuable and personal?" Ludra'a repeated, as if tasting each word. "How interesting." The two sat in silence, staring at each other for a moment. Aoffa heard sporadic conversation filter through the closed door. He tuned in with his cybernetic ear, staring at the closed door.
"Our forces have landed on Tayana,"
a Clando reported.
"Task force is under attack.
A Chandrillian said.
Heavy resistance. Carrier is lost."
"I will have to discuss your request with Camlopan," Ludra'a interrupted his eavesdropping. He turned his head to stare at the Hasmor. She smiled. "He will undoubtedly want compensation for losing an employee."
"We can negotiate price."
Aoffa allowed a smile to touch his lips.
"Now that you have acknowledged his employ."
"I simply gave you information that you already had," Ludra'a nodded. A knock on the door distracted the Hasmorah. "Pardon me for a moment," she said, rose from the table, and left the room, shutting the door behind her. Aoffa tuned in with his enhanced cybernetic ear and listened to the full report from Tayana.
"Kyrion's first command, a victory. Dawson and Zien will be coming here soon."
He realized the consortium's losses were substantial, and that could complicate matters.
They may not want to lose any more employees.
Ludra'a re-entered the conference room. Frustration and anger filled her face. She balled her fists, her breathing ragged. She looked at Aoffa with a pained smile. "I am afraid I have to cut this negotiation short. Other, more pressing matters demand my immediate attention." She motioned to a short Tatraxi standing outside the conference on the catwalk. The blue alien stood less than a meter tall. Jagged cuts and decorative rings adorned its tusks. "Mixelo will escort you to our VIP quarters. You may stay as long as you wish as a guest of the consortium, but we ask that you do not roam the palace without an escort." Aoffa rose, bowed slightly.
"If there's anything I can do to assist..."
Ludra'a returned the bow, turned, and disappeared into the chaos that now permeated the operations center. Mixelo waved his tiny blue hand toward the main door to the ops center.
"This way, sir."
His tiny voice barely audible over the din of the amphitheater-style room. Aoffa followed the small blue alien out of the door. The blast doors slid closed behind him, cutting off the noise, and Aoffa wondered how much time he had before the others arrived. The chaos of the command center calmed a few hours later. Operators sat at their stations, consoles flashing with information as it arrived from all over the tri-system. Those closest to the entrance offered occasional, nervous glances at the two blue clique that lay dead near the main doors. Looks of horror etched on their faces even in death. Ludra'a paced along the upper tier of the amphitheater-style room, a laser pistol still in her hand, her knuckles and fingers white from the iron grip she maintained on the weapon. "Anyone else want to tell me they cannot provide the information I want?" Her scream still echoed in the minds of those assembled. The stench of burning flesh hung in the air. The door opened, and Ludra'a turned to see Torum Clorig walk in, the former TSA officer stepping over the two corpses as if it were an everyday occurrence. He wore his hair long, past his ears. A 3-day growth of beard covered his face. A black utility belt, equipped with a holstered pistol and an extra power pack on his right hip, surrounded the waist of his dull gray flight suit. He took up a position to Ludra'a's left, clasped his hands behind his back, and stared at the monitors covering the front wall of the room. "You wanted to see me?" Ludra'a holstered the pistol after a moment, reached out and touched a button on the console before her. One of the screens changed from an aerial shot of the mountain range on Kroppel to a holopic of Aoffa. Ludra'a felt Clorig flinch beside her, and that made her forget the incompetence of her staff, even if but for a moment. The bounty hunter and Clorig offered a satisfactory diversion. "You recognize him?"
"What does it take to kill that bastard?"
Clorig muttered.
"Yes, I know him. Commander Dagon Aoffa, TSA military. Senator Tara, she had me lead him into a trap. We burned down a barn around him. I heard he escaped, but I haven't seen him in almost a year. What's all the metal?"
Torum leaned forward toward the screen.
Is that an eye?"
"He has apparently been enhanced,"
Ludra'a confirmed. The man left her with an uneasy feeling.
"We do not know the extent of his modifications or his capabilities."
"Why is he here?"
Clorig asked. Ludra'a heard the fear.
"For you."
Torum gulped audibly.
"Do not worry,"
Ludra'a said reassuringly.
"Camlopan has no intention of handing you over."
Torum breathed a sigh of relief, and she continued.
"You have proven yourself valuable. Your contacts within the TSA and your knowledge of the late senator's ambitions have led to lucrative deals for the consortium."
"So?" Torum drew out the word, prompting Ludra'a. The Hasmara remained quiet, enjoying the nervousness in the human. He finally finished his thought. "You are going to kill him?"
"No,"
she said, turning away from the console. She caught the eye of 2 Krindoshan guards.
"Clean up this mess,"
she ordered, pointing to the 2 dead Blue Click. She motioned for Clorig to follow her. The 2 left the op center, moving into the fortress proper.
"Camlopan thinks this Aoffa may prove valuable,"
Ludra'a explained as they traversed the recently waxed corridors.
"The man is quite literally made of steel. To walk into this palace and demand we turn you over without flinching at the weapons and defenses around him, he could prove very valuable indeed."
"So what?"
"We are sending you out on assignment," she continued.
They reached the lift, and she palmed the lock.
"Head for Biliki. Someone is trying to resurrect the slave trade in that sector."
She shook her head.
"We cannot allow that."
She turned to face Clorig, smiled at the nervous perspiration on his brow.
"I will stall the bounty hunter for a few days, then offer him an opportunity to gain Camlopan's trust with a mission on the far side of the quadrant."
She smiled.
"I will keep you both so busy that you will never have the opportunity to run into each other."
"Don't underestimate him,"
Clorig warned, stepping into the lift.
"He survived the senator's trap, and, if my sources are correct, killed her in the catacombs where I hid while wounded."
He put up his hand to stop the doors from closing.
"When you get tired of your games, Ludra'a,"
Torum leaned so close that she could smell his breath. She grunted at the odor.
"I want to be the one to kill him."
Ludra'a pushed him into the lift, allowing the doors to close.
"Funny, he said the same thing about you."
Aoffa stood passively, his sensors surveying the room without so much of a head nod. 5 days he had been a guest of Camlopan, but had yet to meet his host. He spent the time productively, testing his new sensor net, cybernetic eye and ear. The electronic eye no longer flooded him with information. He now knew how to filter out non-essential data and concentrate on what he needed. Finding a small user manual file installed by Dr. Millar did not hurt either. "She's a genius," he thought, reading about configuring his implants for specific missions such as surveillance, combat, or piloting. The AI for splicing into computer systems surprised him, the high-tech probe designed to infiltrate and extract information from classified systems. He explored the fortress as best he could with a constant chaperone. It allowed him to test his enhancements and provided a layout of the base. The AI tapped into the security system, gaining an understanding of the consortium's defenses. He sat at the small terminal in his guest quarters. Schematics of the base hovered in the air before him, courtesy of the AI. A small subset appeared in the hologram, showing Ludra'a approaching his room. The hologram faded as the Hasmara knocked on the door. The major domo escorted him down 2 levels, past a pair of guards outside a set of blast doors, and into Camlopan's meeting room. Massive murals of the Oglen's homeworld, vast oceans, and colorful swaths of land covered the walls. Shelves of priceless statues sat scattered about the room. An artist rendering of Oglen's and its 8 moons covered the ceiling. Camlopan sat atop a golden throne, hovering 2 meters off the floor. Bright rubies, emeralds, and other precious stones adorned the garish chair. His massive red carapace appeared tiny in the floating chair. The lobster-like alien twitched his fantail and spread his pincers wide.
Mr. Aoffa, I am so sorry to keep you waiting for so long.
Camlopon's bass reverberated off the walls.
As you may have heard, your former associates in the TSA have caused me a great deal of trouble in the last few days.
Aoffa bowed slightly, keeping his eyes on the O'Glens. His sensors monitored Ludra'a at his side, the 2 guards at the door to his back, and the other 2 guards hidden in the shadows behind his host. "Nothing to apologize for. I have enjoyed your hospitality, but, as you can imagine, I am eager to continue with my mission."
"Yes," Camlopon replied, drawing out the word. "Ludra'a tells me that you have not divulged the purpose of your pursuit."
"Personal."
"Yes, she did relay that."
The O'Glen shifted, his chitin grating with the movement.
"As I understand, there is a substantial reward for his capture, dead or alive."
Aoffa nodded.
"I will require 50% of the bounty for turning him over."
Aoffa stood quiet for a moment. He did not care about the reward. He wanted Clorig. He thought of telling that to the O'Glens, but he had to establish his position. Play their game. 20. Camlopon bristled.
"Torum is a valued employee. He performs a service for the consortium that no other can. A simple 20% will unfortunately not cover the loss of those services, but I see you are a man of conviction. 40%.
30, Aoffa replied. "As I told your associate," nodding his head toward Ludra'a, "I have no desire to disrupt your operations. However, it would be most unfortunate to capture him while he is performing one of those valuable duties you have assigned to him." The O'Glens again spread his pincers wide. "He's trying to intimidate," Aoffa thought, and remained still. Camlopon clacked his pincers, the sound echoing off the walls of the room, before he let out a deep chuckle.
30% is reasonable.
Ludra'a's communicator chirped. She muttered,
"Excuse me, sire,"
before walking away, speaking with the caller.
"Before I turn him over to you," the alien continued, "I wonder if you could perform a small favor for the consortium. You will be well compensated for your time."
Aoffa stared up at the lobster floating on the golden throne. He let a hint of impatience into his voice. "I would prefer to capture the renegade first." He softened his voice. "Then I would be honored to perform certain assignments for the consortium." Ludra'a returned. A look of frustration permeated her features.
"Pardon the interruption. We have new pilots inbound, and I must provide an escort for them." "New pilots?" Camlopon inquired. "Tinu vetted them," she explained. "2 humans. They have a reputation for on-time delivery, no questions asked." "Names?"
Ludra'a referred to the communicator still in her hand.
"Mark Dawson and Tarek Zen."
Camlopon turned to Aoffa.
"Do you know them?"
"Only by reputation," Aoffa lied. Camlopon clacked his pincers.
"Go and greet our new guests," he ordered Ludra'a.
His eye stalks rotated toward Aoffa.
"And do think over my offer."
Ludra'a bowed slightly while Aoffa offered a curt nod. The 2 turned and left the throne room. They strolled down the passageways in silence, passing red armored guards and light blue coverall-clad aliens guiding anti-grav carts full of boxes. Silence continued during the lift ride up to the operations level.
"You should take him up on his offer," Ludra'a said as they exited the elevator. "He does not usually meet potential employees personally. That was a great honor."
They arrived at the operations center, and she palmed the door lock.
"And he offered you a job without references. Another honor."
"I am considering it," Aoffa admitted. He followed the Hasmaran female into the bustling center. They stopped at her command post, which overlooked the entire amphitheater room. The operations center bustled with activity. Aliens from across the spectrum sat at control stations. He spied several Clando that stood with electronic pads on the catwalk that circled the room, their eyes glued to the main viewer, which monitored the approach of a rectangular-shaped freighter. Red aiming reticles affixed on the ship as it traversed the entrance tunnel.
"If you'll excuse me," Ludra'a said, "I must go greet our new guests."
She paused, and he felt the scrutiny of her eyes.
"I must ask that you leave the operations center during my absence."
"Of course," Aoffa acknowledged, offering a sly smile. His disfigured and scarred face warped the grin into a demented grimace that made the Hasmara recoil slightly. Aoffa made a mental note to remember that for the future. He turned and left the operations center, returning to his quarters. An armored clando followed a few paces behind. Once secure inside the room, he activated his sensors and swept for listening devices. A simple pulse from his cybernetic implants scrambled the two bugs, providing a few minutes of privacy. Satisfied, he sat down at the computer terminal and activated his artificial intelligence hacking program. The computer on his desk activated, the screen flashing through a series of images and commands so fast that Aoffa could not track it all. He nodded his appreciation to Dr. Millar as the flashing views reflected off the metal of his face. The mesmerizing cascade of images abruptly stopped, replaced with a video feed of Ludra'a, Dawson, and Zien. The three descended in the lift, surrounded by 6 guards. The video zeroed in on Dawson's face, and Aoffa saw his pained expression in the cramped metal box. Dawson crinkled his nose, fighting off a sneeze. Relief flooded his features as the doors opened and they exited the elevator. Aoffa watched Dawson run into an anti-grav cart. He held up his hand in apology before the group moved on. The image changed to a camera down the hall. 4 of the guards peeled away, leaving 2 blue clicks to escort the 3 as they walked toward the camera. The quintet moved out of camera shot, the AI adjusting to another camera to follow their progress.
"What are you doing?"
Aoffa asked aloud, as Ludra'a led them in circles for several minutes. She finally turned down the correct corridor, and they arrived at the operations center. Dagon instructed the AI to find the conference room feeds, and the image changed. Dawson and Zien walked around the room, studying the decor. Mark's face grew large as he stared directly into a camera hidden in the wall.
"The artist is very talented,"
Dawson said, tapping the wall. In the background, Aoffa watched as Zien touched the other wall.
"Agreed."
"Cameras and listening devices everywhere,"
Aoffa mused. The 2 men left with a small O'Glenn's a few minutes later. Dagon sat back in his chair and wondered what the 2 were up to.
"What is your plan, Dawson?"
he said aloud. He ordered the AI to keep an eye on them, and then directed the program to search for his primary target, Torum Clorig. The screen began scrolling through images and commands, the pace again too quick for Aoffa to follow. Just as before, the search stopped abruptly. The screen showed the operations center, Ludra'a and Clorig standing in the spot Aoffa stood a half-hour earlier. He listened to the conversation and Ludra'a's orders to Clorig to head for Biloki. The bounty hunter felt his blood boil, and he snarled as Torum said,
"I want to be the one to kill him."
The AI beeped for attention. "Torum Clorig left 26 hours ago aboard a starship. Destination, the Biloki sector." Aoffa roared in anger and put his fist through the computer screen. The monitor shattered. Aoffa pulled his bloody hand from the glass.
"Lying piece of glech,"
he hissed. He stared at the destroyed monitor, breathing deep through clenched teeth as the machine spit the occasional spark. The AI, still connected to the computer network, beeped. "Dawson and Zen were deep in the bowels of the fortress. It appears to be a cargo handling warehouse." Aoffa inhaled, willing himself to calm down. He needed to keep his emotions in check.
"Block any cameras in the cargo area where they are. I don't know what their plan is, but we will give them every advantage."
The AI clicked dutifully.
"Where is Ludra'a?"
"Operations."
"Set all cameras to loop empty corridors between here and operations," Aoffa ordered. "I don't want them to see me coming. Do the same for Dawson and Zen. Give them free rein of this facility."
"Affirmative."
"Can you maintain your connection if we're on the move?" Aoffa asked as he stood from the desk.
"Affirmative."
"Do it," he ordered, removing his pistol from its holster on his right thigh. He inspected the charge and holstered it. Dagon unbuttoned his tan shirt, exposing the metal that covered his chest and abdomen. He inspected 2 other weapons, hidden within his armor, before pausing and looking at his form in the mirror near the door. He ran his blood-encrusted hand over the cool metal and exhaled slowly. "Thank you, Doctor. I hope your armor works as well as your AI." The AI beeped reassuringly. Dagon buttoned his shirt and approached the door. He took a breath to steady his nerves and palmed the door lock. The door opened, and he lashed out at the Clando guard, incapacitating the alien with a single blow to the throat. The green-skinned humanoid grabbed his throat, gurgled a moment, and collapsed on the floor. Dagon dragged him into the guest room, dumped him on the floor, and left the room without a word. The corridors sat eerily quiet as he made his way up to the command floor. 2 guards stood outside the operations center, a change in the minutes since his last visit. Recognizing him, the 2 guards opened the doors, and he entered the operations center. Neither raised an inquiry that he traveled alone. Ludra'ah stood at her command station overlooking the amphitheater-style room. She leaned forward, her white-knuckled hands gripping the console. The room bustled with activity. Every workstation sat occupied. Aliens and humans ran back and forth. The monitors along the front wall showed empty corridors, static-filled displays, and a still frame of Dawson and Zien in the cargo hold. Blue stun bolts frozen in time as they attacked the guards. A Chandrillian approached Ludra'ah from her left. The female alien hesitated, and Aoffa heard the fear in her voice. "We have dispatched 3 squads of guards to the warehouse. They are searching for the fugitives now. Security alert on every level," she snapped. "I want them found, now." The Chandrillian bowed and hastened her departure. Aoffa stood quietly observing. A calm resolve settled over him as he calculated the most dangerous enemies, angles, and primary targets. "No matter what happens, Ludra'ah dies first," he mumbled. The AI beeped its acknowledgement, logging the Hazmarah as primary target. "Dawson and Zen are no longer in the warehouse. They are in Kamlopan's residence." A pause. "They have killed Kamlopan." "Lock down the lifts," Aoffa whispered to the AI. "Keep those squads in the lower levels." A slow smile crossed his lips. "And show the live camera feeds in 10 seconds. The AI beeped affirmative. Aoffa took a deep breath, drew both pistols, and exhaled. Every screen in the room flickered and went dark. A fearful moan rose from the assembly, many of the operations personnel turning to look at Ludra'ah. The screens sprang back to life, static resolving into empty corridors, lifts, the warehouse. The center screen zoomed in on the smoldering remains of Kamlopan, his crustacean frame hunched over the arm of his golden throne. 2 smoldering holes clearly visible. Every being in operation stared at the dead O'Glens in stunned silence. Dagon Aoffa's mechanical eye extended from its socket, the computer-aided targeting reticle identifying each target based on the AI-produced priority. A dull red bullseye appeared on Ludra'ah, sliding up her back until it rested on the back of her maned head. Satisfied with his target, Aoffa raised his right hand and shot Ludra'ah, throwing her body forward over the command console. The reticle moved to the next target. Aoffa shifted his aim and fired again and again, the armored guards stationed around the room receiving 2 shots each. The AI marked anyone giving orders as the next priority, their shouts cut off with the whine of a laser bolt and a scream. Aoffa stood just inside the main doors, shifting his aim and firing methodically. A blue click took a shot to the chest, tumbled over the catwalk railing, and fell into a computer station below. The console exploded in a shower of sparks. Aoffa began moving along the catwalk, firing as targets presented themselves. A Krendoshan hit the alarm a half-second before a laser bolt sliced through its throat. Its death gurgle lost as alarm klaxons rang throughout the fortress. The bounty hunter continued his trek around the catwalk, stopping when he reached Ludra'ah and her command console. "Kill the alarm," Aoffa ordered the AI, and the klaxons stopped. Dagon surveyed the operations room. Bodies lay strewn everywhere. Some sprawled on the floor, others lay over their workstations. Some consoles spat sparks. Wires and conduit hung from the ceiling where errant bolts damaged the superstructure. Steam escaped from a ruptured pipe. Aoffa retracted the scanner eye, the device silently returning to its cradle. Pounding on the blast doors drew his attention, and he turned, his 2 pistols up and ready. The AI opened the door without prompting. A handful of crimson-armored guards stood, rifles up in the air and ready to strike the thick blast doors. Dagon watched their eyes widen in shock and quickly turned to terror as they recognized the bounty hunter with 2 pistols pointing in their direction. Aoffa shot the guards without hesitation, stepping over their smoldering corpses and into the hallway. He surveyed the passage for a moment. "Where are Dawson and Zen?"
Tarek Zen is in Corridor 3 Alpha 7, heading toward the Operations Center. Mark Dawson has been captured and is en route to the detention center on Level 8.
"Leave a message for Zen on the monitors. Tell him to meet us at the landing pads," Aoffa ordered. "And find me the most direct route to the detention level." The AI beeped affirmative, and a nav map appeared in Aoffa's vision. The appearance stunned him for a moment, and he reached a hand out to touch the apparition. Finding nothing, he shook his head to clear it, but the nav map remained. "Explain."
"Your cybernetics can send visual images directly into your brain," the AI reported, "much like the targeting reticle in your mechanical eye."
Aoffa began moving down the corridor, following the map. "Even without the eye extended?"
"Yes,"
the AI replied.
"Consider it a heads-up display."
"Anything else these cybernetics can do that I should know about?"
"Yes,"
the AI stated without elaboration. A small hologram of Dr. Millar appeared next to the nav map. She smiled and spread her arms wide.
"Welcome to the AI that I installed in your cybernetics. The more you use the AI, the more it will grow and anticipate your commands. I have included several tutorials for you to—"
"Later," Aoffa mumbled, cutting off the hologram, and it disappeared. "No more distractions until I request them," he said. He traversed the maze of corridors without incident, arriving at the detention level in minutes. Double-thick blast doors protected the interior cells. No one protected the exterior of the detention facility. "Where are the guards?"
"The guards are trapped in the lower levels per your order to lock down the elevators. I also took the liberty of closing all stairwell blast doors."
"Good job," Aoffa said, silently chastising himself for not thinking about the stairwells.
"Commander Zen has read your message and is proceeding as directed,"
the AI continued. "Roger," Aoffa said, surprised that there were no guards on the outside of the doors. "How many guards inside?"
"1."
Aoffa let a smile touch his lips, the burn scars warping it into an evil sneer. "Identify and target."
"1 Krendoshan male, 2.1 meters tall, weighing 175 kilograms, 6.2 meters, inside the door to your left."
"I meant on the map," Aoffa scoffed.
"I was simply trying to be thorough. You did say identify."
"Just open the door," he said, noticing more than a bit of Dr. Millar's personality in the AI. Aoffa's sensor eye detached from its slot, extending toward the door. The dull red targeting reticle appeared, zeroing in on the sole guard beyond the door. A flood of data scrolled alongside the target reticle, displaying wind velocity, direction, and distance to target. Dagon ignored it, making a mental note to learn the program thoroughly when he left the consortium behind. The AI beeped in acknowledgement of the self-imposed task. Aoffa snarled, "Now!" The door slid open, the guard turned toward the sound, and Dagon pulled the trigger twice. 2 crimson-red bolts sliced through the guard. The Krendoshan grunted with the impacts and staggered backwards into the active force shield on the sole active cell. The Krendoshan wailed in agony and thrashed wildly as the field electrified him. The shield overloaded, blinked twice, and collapsed, depositing the alien on the floor, its fur smoldering. Aoffa entered the detention center, his cybernetic sensors stretching out to every corner in the room. "Dawson!" he called, the AI identifying a human life form in the now dormant cell. Dagon saw a head cautiously peek around the doorway and quickly retreat. Mark Dawson's head reappeared a moment later, his face a mask of confusion. "Commander?" he asked, before fully exiting the cell. Aoffa nodded and watched as his former subordinate dashed across the room. He opened a small cabinet, reached in, and retrieved a gun belt and several weapons from the storage unit. "I'm glad you're here," Dawson said with a smile. He began strapping on his gear. His words came in a rush. "I got separated from Tarek. There are thorium bombs in the cargo area. We need to get out of here." He slid past Aoffa, pistol in hand, and quickly checked both directions of the corridor. His head turned, and Dagon finally saw the worry and anxiousness in his face. "Do you know where Tarek is?" "En route to the landing pads on the roof," Aoffa said, watching the man. A dark bruise rose on the left side of his face. Red and green blood splotches covered his clothing. "Are you okay, Dawson?" "Me? Yeah, I'm fine," Dawson replied, looking down to look at his clothes. "Not my blood." He checked the corridor again. "Do you know the way to the roof?" The AI displayed the nav map again, including distances and estimated time to travel. Aoffa nodded before saying, "Seal all doors between here and the lift. I want no surprises." The AI chirped dutifully. Dawson furrowed his brows. "Talking to yourself?" he grimaced. "Not a good sign." "Follow me," Aoffa replied, frustrated. Not only did he have the doctor's AI to contend with, but now he had to deal with the man he once tried to have removed from the TSA. "Okay," Dawson said, falling in behind him as Aoffa left the detention block and headed to his right. "Kyrian told me you left abruptly, and now you're talking to yourself. Your cybernetics aren't messing with you, are they?" "Dr. Millar implanted an AI in the cybernetics," Aoffa explained. "The AI is integrated into the consortium's computer network. Now be quiet and stay on my 6, Dagon ordered, his pistol and sensor eye leading the way. "ETA to the landing area is 8 minutes. The two former TSA officers made their way through the maze of corridors, encountering only one group of guards. The red armor-clad aliens, their backs to Aoffa and Dawson, hammered on a door with their rifles. Loud, hollow thuds echoed through the passage. Aoffa and Dawson fired, lasers flashing down the corridor. The guards fell one by one in a handful of seconds. Neither man looked back as they proceeded down the passageway. They entered the lift and ascended toward the roof. The door opened, and Aoffa scanned the area before exiting the elevator. He saw Tarek Zen crouched behind a support strut for the A-frame panel of the fortress and nodded in his direction. Zen waved, holstering his weapon as he emerged from his position. Aoffa led Dawson from the lift, noting the scattering of bodies on the landing pad and scorch marks from laser blasts along the elevator's support housing. "We need to move," Tarek said after pleasantries were exchanged. "The detonator was damaged in the firefight. It set off an automatic countdown. We have about 3 minutes." "The fortress still has her defenses," Dawson chimed in. "It's going to be hell trying to get through that barrage." Aoffa pointed to the Starhawk. "Get aboard. I'll take care of the consortium's weapons." He turned and jogged toward his waiting freighter, bounding up the ramp, and closed the door with a swat of his hand. "Disable the defensive systems of this facility," he ordered the AI. The program chirped dutifully as Aoffa settled himself into the pilot's seat. Almost had him, he thought with a touch of anger and regret. He flipped a pair of switches and then pulled back on the throttle. The ship lifted, rotated to port at his command, and retracted the landing gear. "The station defenses are offline," the AI reported. "There are explosions in the lower decks of the facility. The support pillars have been damaged. I estimate less than 1 minute before the fortress collapses." Aoffa's heart pounded as he pushed the throttle forward, racing toward the passage leading out. He adjusted one of his monitors to view the rear and saw the Starhawk mimicking his course. He turned his attention back front and executed a port turn in time to miss a massive stalactite. The Versum righted itself, and Dagon poured more power to the engines. 10 seconds. Aoffa zigzagged the ship through the tunnel, flying under some ledges, over others. His scanner eye extended, the AI providing the optimal course. He touched the weapons control, the ventral cannons tracking the consortium defenses in the passage. Nothing moved, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Light appeared ahead, and he realized that it was day on Cropple. A flash on the rear screen drew his attention. The dark, menacing passage began to brighten. A rolling fireball grew and filled the tunnel, gaining rapidly in his rear view. Many explosions accompanied the wave as munitions from the defensive weapons exploded. The cave straightened out, and Dagon fed more power to the engines, racing the fireball. The AI beeped a warning that a shockwave accompanied the fire, creating cave-ins behind them. Daylight filled the cockpit as the Versum left the cave, and Aoffa pointed the ship's nose skyward. The freighter exited the cave and shot toward the clear blue sky. He glanced at his rear screens in time to see Tarek's ship turn to starboard and dive toward the valley floor, the explosive fire lapping at the Starhawk's shields. Fire shot from the cave entrance, a burst of flame that crossed the canyon and ignited scrub brush on the wall on the far side. G-forces pushed Aoffa into his seat. 3 times his weight sitting on his chest took his breath away before the inertial compensators normalized the pressure. He gasped for breath and shook his head as the ship continued to climb. He glanced at his rear view, eyes searching for the other ship. Instead, he watched the entire mountain collapse in on itself. He gulped as the crater of the inactive volcano disappeared in a cloud of smoke and dust. Aoffa retracted his cybernetic eye as he leveled off high above the mountain, the Versum banking on its port side to give him a better view. The interior of the mountain began to glow red as smoke and ash filled the sky. He orbited the site in a slow circle, watching the former consortium headquarters erupt. Lava bubbled up and out of the mouth of the crater. The approach tunnel once again served as a vent, sending lava into the valley below. Rocks, landslides, and avalanches accompanied the lava, and Aoffa watched a massive quake shake the entire mountain chain. He increased altitude and continued to watch the volcano. Movement drew his attention to the Starhawk, angling out of the valley and heading away from the destruction. Aoffa breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the other ship speed along the valley floor. The ship disappeared around a dogleg turn several kilometers away. He took one last look at the volcano, righted his ship, and, pulling back on the control stick, headed for space. The Versum rendezvoused with the Starhawk, flying parallel in low orbit, as dark smoke covered the northern continent below. Dawson and Zien stared back from the Starhawk's cockpit. The comm crackled to life.
Nice to see you again, Commander,
Dawson said with a salute. And you, Dawson, he replied. He pointed to the planet below. Quite a show. What type of explosive did you say you used?
Thorium,
came the reply with a chuckle. Zien's voice chimed in, calm and precise.
I don't believe the thorium reanimated the volcano. I think the facility crushing the reactor may have caused the breach. Safe to say that the Pond Consortium is dead,
Dawson said.
Jake and Angel can now truly rest.
Aoffa nodded his head in agreement, but said nothing.
Now what?
Dawson asked, breaking the lingering silence. I am heading for Billicky, Aoffa stated. Chlorig escaped again.
Billicky? Slavers? Need any help?
Dawson inquired. Aoffa looked across the short expanse of space at the 2 men. He shook his head. No. A smile crept across his lips, a tormented and menacing grimace that he planned to use to strike fear in whoever he met. I am going to track him down. I am going to kill him. What about you? Dagon asked. Dawson and Zien looked at each other. Both shrugged.
I have no idea,
Dawson said.
If you need us, call. I owe you, Commander.
Consider us even, Dawson, Aoffa stated. Good hunting.
And you.
The Starhawk peeled away, its engines gradually fading into the darkness until Aoffa could not distinguish it from the stars. He sat for a moment in silence, staring at the stars, but not seeing them. His thoughts ran the gambit of his life, from his childhood to the TSA Academy, to his command of Twiptus and the task force, to his new chosen profession. AI, he said aloud, and then stopped. Did Dr. Millar give you a name, or should I just keep calling you AI?
Sentinel.
Sentinel?
To watch over you, Commander.
Don't call me Commander, he scoffed. Set a course for Billicky. I have someone to kill. That was intense. Infiltrating the most notorious criminal organization at the time in the Tri-System, killing the head of the organization and avenging your friends, almost capturing the man who left you to die, edge of your seat excitement. Now, I will admit, most of that I garnered from history texts and hollows. The destruction of the Pond Consortium has been well documented. There are classes at universities that study the Pond Consortium business model, without the mass killing, of course. As of last year, there have been 14 different hollow movies depicting the events leading up to the eruption of the Kroppel volcano, but none of them have had access to the files I gathered through the Busty Ostrich and other more discreet sources. The Pond Consortium tried to reconstitute a few times over the years, but never could gain a foothold, thanks in part to other criminal organizations and the TSA.
For all intents, the O'Glenn's criminal empire died that day. And I know the question on your mind, does Dagon Aoffa ever find Torum Clorig? Turn the page, my friend. Turn the page.
The Final Run.
Gods, I hate this place.
Torum Clorig sat in a dingy corner booth with torn seats and stains he could not identify. He propped on his left elbow, felt something sticky soak through his shirt, and immediately sat back. A three-piece band of robots, the drummer missing its left arm, played a depressing song, the music filtering over the din of the patrons. His eyes scanned the crowd. Aliens, humans, and a robot bartender, typical for a Busty Ostrich. The bar was one of a dozen on the mining moon of Nickaon, along with tattoo parlors and whorehouses. Nickaon remained dim and dark thanks to dust and smoke from the mining operations, and to its perpetual orbit in the shadow of the planet Ja'anai. The depressing ambient sent many a being over the edge. The suicide rate on Nickaon among the highest in the Tri-System. It also created a haven for smugglers, pirates, and those looking to conduct clandestine meetings. Torum touched a button on the wall, ordering another drink. He looked up and saw the robot bartender nod in his direction. The mechanical being spun, quickly moving back and forth along the wall of liquor behind the bar. Torum watched the bot, its four arms a blur as it concocted his drink. He forced his eyes from the spectacle, opting to look at the mural above the bar. The same ostrich he had seen on a dozen worlds stared at him. This bird wore a miner's helmet, which included a dim light installed into the wall that spotlighted the bar. Coveralls covered the bird's body. Tattoos covered its wings and legs. The bird held an antique pickaxe in its left wing, and it took Clorig a moment to realize that it was a real tool affixed to the wall. Holovids hung from the ceiling on either side of the mural. A dozen screens spread out along the outer walls of the bar. Patrons stared at the various sporting events from across the Tri-System. The door to the bar opened, admitting a limo and two Grindotians. His eyes widened, his heart raced, and a lump formed in his throat as Torum sat up straight. He heard a glass shatter as it hit the floor. He had never seen a limo, only heard of them as myth, legend. The sudden silence in the bar echoed his shock. The limo resembled a succubus. Fiery red skin, jet black hair, black onyx nails, and a barbed tail. The alien paused in the doorway, black sunken eyes scanning the bar. The beast locked eyes with Torum, and he gulped. Sweat formed on his forehead as the limo left the doorway, making a beeline for his secluded booth. The crowd parted, stepping out of the way of the limo and its entourage. Every eye in the bar stared at the succubus. A mechanical barmaid, dressed in a ragged shirt and pants, approached the trio. The limo hissed at the bot, and it sped away, disappearing into the back room of the bar. The alien stopped next to Torum's booth, gazing down upon him. His hand shook as he moved to the farthest corner of the booth, shrinking away from the hollow eyes of the succubus. The limo slid into the seat opposite Clorig, while the two Grindotians turned their backs, facing the patrons of the bar. One of them growled menacingly, and the bar returned to its normal activities, although a bit subdued.
"You are the pawn's representative?"
the limo inquired, its voice quiet, seductive. Torum realized the alien was female and took a deep breath to compose himself. He drained the last of his drink, wishing the bartender had brought the one he ordered before the alien arrived. He doubted that the bot would bring it now. He nodded to the limo. I'm Clorig." The succubus pointed to its chest.
"Devalina."
To his surprise, the bartender arrived with Torum's drink, edging its way past the two Grindotians. The bot sat the drink down and turned its receptors to the succubus.
Anything for the lady?
It asked cheerfully. She snarled. The bot turned to leave, and Clorig grabbed his drink. He downed it in one gulp. The liquor lit a fire in his insides, the rush of chemicals numbing his extremities. The shot served its purpose. His nerves steadied, and he locked eyes with the limo. "The consortium would like to avoid conflict with the Biliki," he said, voice steady and forceful. "That being said, we will not tolerate any more incursions into our business." The succubus smiled, the alien's fangs a fear-inducing grimace.
Incursions? The consortium would deny our expansion? The tri-system is vast. Surely there is room for both of our corporations.
Torum leaned forward, full of confidence thanks to the alcohol. He smelled the breath of the beast, a hint of sulfur. It is that very expansion that concerns the consortium, specifically your sudden foray into the slave trade. He shook his head. The Biliki slave trade died years ago. Camlopan sympathizes, Torum continued. The alcohol-induced numbness subsided, but the negotiations were underway, and he felt better. But he advises against resurrecting the dead. The consequences could be... A collective gasp echoed through the bar, interrupting his thoughts. The bar grew silent as everyone stared at the holovids. He turned his head and looked at the crowd. Everyone in the bar sat quietly, staring at one of the screens around the bar. He followed their gaze to the nearest holovid, and somewhere in the back of his mind he noticed that every vid showed the same scene. A Chandrillian newscaster, hands shaking, spoke into the camera. The volume was too low for Torum to hear, but the demeanor of the reporter kept his attention. The vid split, showing the rabbit-eared alien on the left, a planetary shot of Cropple on the right. The image of Cropple zoomed in, soaring through clouds and smoke to settle on an active volcano spewing lava and ash into the atmosphere. He watched the volcano erupt, a plume of ash shooting skyward as magma slid down the mountainside. It took him a half-dozen heartbeats before he recognized the first landmark. Another moment before his mind realized the magnitude of what he saw. His heart sank. His hands trembled. Many of the land features had changed from the quakes and eruption, but Torum knew he stared at the mountain range of the Pond Consortium. As he watched, the crest of the volcano collapsed, an entire wall of the mountain sliding into the valley below.
Is there a problem, Mr. Clorig?
The limo inquired, the sound of her voice breaking through his shock. He turned, staring at the alien blankly. His mind swirled with questions. A natural eruption? A TSA attack? He focused on the succubus across the table. The Biliki? Aoffa? His eyes widened in terror, the evident fear on his face enough to make the limo recoil.
Mr. Clorig?
The alien repeated. I have to go, Torum stammered.
Aoffa destroyed the consortium. He'll be coming after me, coming here.
He slid from the booth and squeezed his way between the two Quindocians without a thought. He staggered through the bar, the crowd unmoving as they continued to stare up at the vidscreens. The room spun from the alcohol and shocking images playing throughout the Busty Ostrich. He paused, grabbing the back of a chair to steady himself. He looked up at the nearest screen to see an image of the Pond Fortress glowing in pristine glory. A hologram of Camlopan replaced the palace. The public affairs image of the O'Glens showed him at his best. Glistening carapace, eye stalks straight and tall, mouth open in the lobster version of a smile. The reporter returned to the vid, talking excitingly about what happened. The volume low, the words lost. Torum shook his head to clear it. He focused on the door and staggered his way out of the bar. The bartender lodged a protest about not paying the bill, but Clorig ignored it, disappearing into the gloomy Nicaon day. The bartender rolled over to the booth. The bot bumped into one of the Quindocians, backed up, and bumped it again until the gigantic alien stepped aside with a growl. The robot presented the bar tab to the limo with a stern, mechanical voice.
Your friend left without paying his tab.
The succubus stared up at the holovid and absently reached out to take the bar tab. A smile crept across her face, fangs glistening in the dim light of the booth. The limo shifted her eyes from the screen to the bot and began to laugh heartily. The sound reverberated through the establishment. Several of the nearby patrons grabbed their drinks and retreated further into the bar, away from the limo in the corner booth.
I will gladly pay my friend's tab, she said, still laughing.
I'll trade a bar bill for the destruction of the consortium any day.
Torum's trembling fingers fumbled over the controls of the freighter, lifting the ship unsteadily off the tarmac, and turned it to starboard so fast he almost flung himself out of the seat. He took a moment to fasten the harness on his seat as the ship hovered in the air before slamming the throttle forward. The sleek spacecraft with stubby wings and short dual tail fins rocketed skyward. The dim brown atmosphere morphed into blackness as the ship left Nica'an. Clorig activated the communications unit on his left, setting the channel to the consortium frequency. Repeated calls yielded no answer, and his trembling worsened. He changed to the TSA news channel, listening to eyewitness reports of the eruption, and experts say that no one could survive that type of destruction. His lips quivered as he switched off the comm, leaving only the hum of the engines to fill the ship. Months under the protection of the ponds, he thought. Now what? He stared out of the clear canopy, the stars winking silently in return. Torum Clorig had abandoned everyone and everything he knew to join Derez and Terra. With their deaths, as well as the death of Berinda, he was alone in the universe. The Senator's network crumbled with her demise. I'm not far behind. The depressing thought took up residence in his mind. No, he said aloud, jumping at the sound of his own voice. There is one person. He reactivated the comm, dialing a number from memory, and waited. A foot-tall hollow image of a graying, haggard man appeared to Torum's left. Wrinkles covered the man's face. Thin, stringy hair fell unevenly from his head. Dark, worrisome eyes peered at him out of the gloom, squinting as they tried to identify the caller.
Yes,
asked a feeble voice. Desmond? Clorig asked. The last year had aged the former senator. He stood in a dark room, the glow of the hologram lighting his face in an eerie gray-green glow.
I know you,
Desmond Pierre replied. He shook his head, the unkempt hair levitating from the motion.
You should not be calling me.
No choice, Torum replied. He leaned toward the hologram. I need a place to lay low. The consortium...
You should not be calling me,
Desmond repeated. His eyes darted nervously.
Dari is dead. They are all dead. We are all dead.
Desmond, Torum implored, I need your help. I have no one else to turn to.
Dead,
Pierre continued, rocking back and forth in the hologram.
Resting now.
The hologram image grew as the old man leaned into the camera. Torum saw bloodshot eyes full of fear.
We should all rest, like she did, like Dari, before her death.
Torum shook his head and moved his hand to turn off the hologram when Desmond Pierre winked. Clorig furrowed his brows, staring at the hologram as he sat in silence, his hand on the comm switch. Perhaps I should visit her final resting place, Torum mused.
Yes,
the old man's voice agreed. The image shrank as he sat back, and Pierre continued to rock back and forth.
Before Dari, before she...
A single strobe lit the dark room. The telltale whine of a laser bolt followed a heartbeat later. Desmond's image dropped from the holodisplay with a grunt of pain. His wail of pain filled the darkness of the holoimage. A second laser bolt flashed, silencing the retired senator. Footsteps padded lightly across the tile floor of Desmond's apartment, and the face of a Tetraxi appeared from the darkness. Tusks glowed in the gray-green hololight as the alien peered into the hologram, its head tilting left and right as it studied Torum. The alien smiled as recognition filled its eyes. The Tetraxi spread its arms, a pistol in its left hand.
Torum Clorig, this is my lucky day,
its squeaky voice said.
I do hope you on your way to Haraz.
Torum reached to turn off the comm, but the alien continued.
Not to worry. I put a trace on your comm ID the moment you called. You will not escape me again.
Again? Torum asked, despite himself.
I have been tracking you for quite a while.
The Tetraxi nodded.
Waiting patiently for your luck to run out. And here you are.
Who are you? Torum asked. Annoyance filled his voice.
Noro,
the alien replied with a nod.
Uske Noro. Did you know there is a substantial bounty on your head? One that, if my information is correct, has increased considerably with the demise of your employer.
The Tetraxi licked his lips.
Now, we can do this one of two ways,
Noro explained. He set the pistol on the desk in view of the holoprojector and began ticking off the options on his tiny blue fingers.
1. You can come in quietly, saving me a lot of trouble, and I will not harm you in any way. Or 2.
The half-meter-tall alien sighed.
I come and find you. In that instance, I cannot guarantee your safety. This is going to happen either way, so make the right choice.
The bounty hunter concluded.
Those are the only 2 options.
There is a third, Torum snarled through clenched teeth. Rage bubbled at the death of his last friend in the Tri-System. Someone is going to pay. The Tetraxi chuckled.
Oh?
I will kill you. Clorig killed the line with the flip of a switch. He sat back in his seat, staring out the cockpit canopy. The image of Desmond's death replayed in his mind. Torum screamed in frustration and kicked the communications panel to his left. The harness tightened automatically, pulling him deeper into the chair, restraining him. He exploded in rage. He slapped the quick release for the harness that sat on his chest. The restraints released him, and he slid down into his seat and kicked again. He screamed in frustration, the sound echoing through the ship. The metal panel dented with his onslaught, buckled, and finally collapsed inward in a shower of sparks. The adrenaline spike over, and the communications console destroyed, he sat back, his breathing ragged. A thin sheen of perspiration covered his forehead. He reached up with his left sleeve and wiped the sweat away. It took another minute before he regained his composure, and his breathing returned to normal. He turned forward and pulled his seat up to the pilot position. His fingers, steadier now, touched the controls and programmed a course to take him to Haraz. You are a dead Tetraxi, Uskinoro, he muttered. He pushed the throttle forward and left orbit, heading for deep space. The stars blurred into streaks, and Torum Clorig headed home. Torum slipped from the small freighter and into the cool night of Haraz. The din of the city assailed him. Air cars, sirens, and the roar of engines threatened to deafen him after being in the consortium's fortress for months. He shrank into the shadow of the harbormaster's office, the cacophony nearly overwhelming. A freighter lifted from a nearby docking bay, the engine exhaust washing over him as the pilot throttled up, and Clorig turned his face away. The engine noise faded, and his hearing began to adjust to the noise. He knew that the freighter, registered to the consortium, would attract attention, both legal and otherwise. Armed with 2 pistols in gun belts that crisscrossed his waist and a pocketful of credits, he left the spaceport without a glance behind him. He moved through the bustling streets of the Tri-System capital with his eyes on the sidewalk in front of him. Propositions from working girls and drug dealers pursued him through the night, but he ignored them. Torum knew exactly where he needed to go. Getting there without being followed was the trick. The long flight to Haraz gave him time to think about Desmond's cryptic message and the wink of a man who knew he was about to die.
Like Dari, before her death,
Desmond said. Torum could think of only one place Senator Terra visited before her death, the catacombs where he played as a child. A labyrinth of tunnels, used during a civil war on Haraz over 200 years earlier to smuggle weapons and personnel, overlapped the southern edge of Haraz City. The tunnels provided a decisive tactical advantage to those that rebelled against the government and ultimately led to their victory. More than 100 years after the war, the Tri-System proved more ruthless and tyrannical than the regime it overthrew. A handful of entrances, most of which forgotten, remained in the city. Torum found one of them by accident at 12 years old, while hiding from schoolyard bullies. That thought stopped him in his tracks, causing a couple of clandos walking behind to split and pass him on either side. They both offered him unpleasant looks as they continued down the sidewalk. Half my life ago, he thought. He shook his head to clear his mind and continued on his path. He stopped at a late-night market and purchased a small satchel, non-perishable food items, nutrition supplements, and water. With everything packed in the bag, he slipped the carrying strap over his right shoulder and headed south through the city. He arrived at a broken-down, dilapidated building. The sight of the rundown facility gave him a profound sense of loss. Another part of his life gone. The sun's first rays of light broke the horizon, and long shadows replaced the black of night. Torum stared at the building, looking past the broken windows and lopsided doors, and remembered happier times as a child at the school. Dismissing the thoughts as ancient history, he picked his way through a small grove of trees on the edge of the overgrown property. The sun inched higher into the sky, providing enough light for Cloric to see a broken piece of metal lying on the ground. He bent forward, grabbed the edge of the door, and pulled. The door lifted with less effort than he anticipated, and he stumbled backwards a step. A dank, musty odor filled the air, and Torum coughed as the smell entered his nose. "How long since this has been opened?" he asked himself. Removing a small light from the bag, he stepped into the dark shaft and closed the door behind him. He played the light around the entrance, revealing a smooth, debris-riddled tunnel about 2 meters tall. Faded markings, too dull to read, identified his location. Several areas of the roof showed indications of collapse, and rocks littered the floor. He heard the scurry of tiny feet as animals fled his intrusion. Placing the light in his left hand, he drew a pistol into his right, the grip comforting in his palm. His feet splashed in a thin stream of water as he began walking. His clothes clung to his skin within an hour thanks to the high humidity of the tunnel. Torum trudged on until he heard the sound of rushing water, and a thin stream of light ahead of him broke the darkness. He doused his light and approached cautiously, pistol at the ready. Dim light from a crack in the ceiling revealed a 4-meter-tall convergence of 7 tunnels. He exited his current passage, stepping down onto a half-meter-wide ledge that ran the perimeter of the junction. Water filled the center of the interchange, spilling from dozens of small runoff pipes. He dropped his pack on the ledge, and placing his body to the wall, Torum removed his lightweight jacket. He closed his eyes and sighed as cool air whisked away the heat from his body. He sat on the wet plasticrete ledge and ate a snack, his feet dangling over the water below. Refreshed and rested, he stood, tied the jacket to the pack, and slipped it over his shoulder as before. He retrieved a small compass from the bag, found the tunnel that headed south, and left the water-filled intersection. Hour after hour he slogged through the labyrinth of tunnels. Sweat plastered his hair to his head. The small pack grew heavy on his slumping shoulders. Aching legs propelled him through the darkness. He stumbled, twisting his ankle, and his quiet curse echoed in the darkness. Scurrying animal sounds answered his outburst. His light played along the walls, and he spied a small opening near the floor. He dropped to his belly and looked into the crevice. He saw a small claustrophobic tunnel leading to a secluded side cavern. He shimmied into the small area, finding it surprisingly dry. He dropped the pack and sat, his back against the rocky wall. His stomach growled as soon as he sat. Fishing another small meal from his pack, he ate slowly, conserving his meager rations. He rolled his jacket into a pillow, doused his light, and lay on the hard, cool Duracrete floor. A restless sleep followed, partly from the long, hard day, and partly from the cold floor. He tossed and turned, the memory of the Tetraxi bounty hunter killing Desmond Pierre haunting his dreams. He watched the lasers flash, heard Desmond's grunt of pain, and saw Noro's face fill the hologram, mocking him. He startled awake, pistol in his hand, blind in the pitch black of the alcove. His heart hammered in his chest. Ragged breathing and rapid pulse pounded in his ears. His eyes frantically searched the darkness, but he could not see anything, not even the pistol in his hand. He knew it was there only by feel, and it reassured him. Slowly, he willed himself to calm down, senses probing the darkness to find the source of his awakening. With his pulse and heartbeat back to normal, his hearing returned, and he strained to pick up the slightest sound in the darkness. He heard the faint, rhythmic drip of water, the soft splash, almost hypnotic. Tiny, scurrying feet from rodents echoed in the labyrinth, barely audible over his shallow breathing. He sighed, a long, stress-relieving exhale, and reached for the light sitting beside him in the darkness. His fingers probed the black, found his illumination source, and scraped the small metal case against the stone as he picked it up. He froze. That was the same sound of steel scraping rock that woke him. His fingers tightened on the grip of his pistol as his heart rate accelerated. Slowly, quietly, he pulled his knees up to his chest, leaned forward, and inched toward the small opening to his alcove. He crawled slowly, the pistol clearing the way. He paused at the entrance to the main passage and, lying on the cold rock, craned his neck, listening for movement. A flash of light drew his sight to the right, his eyes straining in the darkness. Adrenaline coursed through his body, his heart pounded as he lay, watching. Another pinprick of light flashed in the tunnel. Torum jumped, snap-aimed, and fired his pistol twice in rapid succession. The dull green laser bolts created a strobe in the confined space, their whine searing through the silence. Both shots hit the far wall, but nothing else. He blinked against the sudden strobe effect. He waited, saw and heard nothing. Slowly, he crawled from his hiding place to inspect the main tunnel. He activated the light he carried and found the stone wall scorched, the moist rock face hissing from vaporized water, a tiny root of some plant burning. He waved his pistol in front of his face to disperse a swarm of lumen gnats, the source of the light. He cursed, kicking at a small can sitting on the floor, and watched the object skitter down the passage. He sighed, holstered his pistol, and crawled back into the alcove. He retrieved his belongings, stuffed everything back into his pack, and returned to the central passageway. He stretched his sore shoulder muscles, heard his joints creak and groan, and shook his head. "I'm too young for this," he muttered, pulling the pistol from his left cross-draw. The weight and familiar feel renewed his confidence, and, with his light leading the way, continued down the tunnel.
An hour later he arrived at the spot he had prepared for Dari Terra a year earlier. The stone walls looked like all the others, as did the small quarter-inch stream that flowed down the center of the passageway. A tattered bedroll lay off to one side, half-eaten by rodents. Bedding, visible from multiple holes. Empty food containers littered the floor. Torum played his light across the area, surprised that the TSA authorities left any of it behind. He stopped when his beam lit a petite blue blouse crumpled on the floor. He bent over and retrieved the garment. A sigh escaped his lips as he remembered buying the blouse shortly before breaking her out of prison. Memories of that day flooded his mind, and he stood in the old tunnel in silence, remembering his failure to save the woman. After several moments of retrospection, he dropped the blouse, watching it fall to the floor. Torum rummaged through the rest of the senator's belongings, finding nothing of value or usefulness. He remembered the pack of goods he brought: food, water, weapons, and clothing. Only 2 cans of unopened food and 1 stale bottle of some drink remained of the woman's final hiding place. "Final resting place," Desmond said. Clorig whispered, his voice loud in the passage.
"Maybe yours, too,"
a voice squeaked from the darkness. Torum spun, saw a shadowy figure up the corridor, and tracked his pistol on target. He fired twice, both dull green bolts striking the figure dead center and passing through unscathed. A single blue stun bolt answered, flashing from the shadows near the floor. Torum felt a million tiny electric charges prick his skin. His muscles contracted involuntarily, and he stumbled backwards, splashing into the tiny stream running through the tunnel. His pistol fell from lifeless fingers, clattering away into the darkness as his head landed on the torn, half-eaten bedding. He lay there, staring up at the ceiling, his head and right arm lying on the torn bed, his butt soaking in the stream of water. His hands twitched from the stun bolt, but he could move nothing but his eyes. Torum watched the ceiling of the tunnel, his eyes moving rapidly in near panic. Fear knotted his stomach. He saw a light play across the tunnel. He blinked against the light as it found him, highlighting his paralyzed form. Small feet padded softly across the stone floor, splashing in the water that soaked Clorig's trousers. He waited for the loss of consciousness that never came. "That was a low-power stunner," the voice said. The speaker wove into view, and Torum tried to snarl at the sight of the small blue Tetraxi. His facial muscles refused to move. "I want you alive and conscious, Mr. Clorig." The alien flashed a tusk-filled grin. Uskenoro nodded his head. "As I predicted, the bounty on you has risen considerably." The Tetraxi moved closer, the alien's tusks almost touching Torum's left cheek. "As long as you're alive." Clorig smelled the alien's breath and body odor and desperately tried to turn away. He failed,
but managed a weak groan.
"I am sure you have questions, Mr. Clorig," Noro taunted, retreating a half-meter. "Like how I found you?"
He paused, as if waiting for Torum to respond. Clorig, fury replacing panic, tried to move, managing only to flex the index finger on his right hand.
"Simple. I do my research. I knew that Mr. Pierre would pass along some type of encrypted message. Now, I will admit that it took several replays of the message before I picked up on it. The wink should have been a dead giveaway the first view, but I am apparently not as well versed with human idiosyncrasies as I should be."
He shrugged, tiny shoulders barely moving.
"With the money from your bounty, I will be able to rectify that easily."
Noro offered the Tetraxi version of a smirk. Torum's right arm relaxed, dropping onto the bed next to his head. A familiar form took shape under his hand as feeling began to filter back into his body. The shock of the stun bolt was wearing off.
"The other question I would suspect you have," the Tetraxi taunted, "is how you missed me?"
Again he paused, waiting for an answer. Clorig, infuriated, again tried to move. His fingers and hands tingled, pins and needles, and a sense of hope filled him as the bounty hunter continued.
"One of the advantages of being less than a meter tall,"
Noro said proudly.
"Most beings shoot at waist level or higher. Any other questions, Mr. Clorig?"
"One," Torum croaked. His right hand slipped inside the torn bedroll. Noro pointed his pistol toward Torum's chest, surprise in his eyes.
"Perhaps I should have used a higher setting," he mused. "No matter. What is your question?"
"How much?" Noro's eyes widened.
"How much are you worth?"
The Tetraxi laughed, a series of tiny outbursts that reminded Clorig of a pet's squeak toy.
"That is your question?"
The bounty hunter threw his head back, his body racking with laughter. "Yes," Torum replied, strength returning to his voice as his fingers encircled the pistol hidden inside the bedroll.
"How much are you going to lose today?"
Clorig freed the weapon from the chewed bedding, his finger automatically flicking off the safety as he brought the weapon in line with the Tetraxi's chest. His finger whitened on the trigger of the pistol. The bounty hunter stopped laughing, eyes widened in terror at the sight of the weapon in Clorig's hand. Noro jumped and pulled the trigger of his stunner. Torum felt electric currents consume his body, the low-power bolt magnified by the water soaking through his clothes. He screamed as pain racked his body. He felt his finger twitch, firing the pistol in his hand twice. He heard a grunt as the world darkened. His vision tunneled as everything dissolved into a black void of nothing. The double doors to the Busty Ostrich slid open with a rusty squeak. A howling wind drove sleeting rain through the open portal, soaking the floor. Patrons near the doors turned their faces away, covering their drinks. A lone figure, dressed in a long brown duster, stepped inside, and doors closed with another rusty grind. The figure stood quietly for a moment, water dripping from his coat, and waited for the patrons to turn their attention to him. Aoffa's mechanical eye extended on its elbow-jointed support arm and conducted a slow survey of the bar. He hid the satisfied smirk as the denizens of the bar recoiled at the sight of the scanner. Dagon flipped open his long coat, revealing his armored chest and the holstered weapons he wore, a long-barreled pistol on his right hip and a short backup in a cross-draw attached to the left side of his armor. Other weapons remained hidden among his clothes and armor, out of sight but within easy reach. Calf-high boots, dark pants, and a dull gray shirt, specially cut to reveal the armor, completed his ensemble. His cybernetic eye completed its sweep of the room, the data instantly relayed to his brain. 14 occupants, robot bartender, a dozen holovid screens, and a mural of an ostrich in miner's gear. Every eye in the place staring at him.
"Left, 10 o'clock, Limo,"
Sentinel directed as the eye finished its sweep of the room. Aoffa retracted the cybernetic eye with a single thought. The metal arm folded neatly at the elbow before sliding along the rail on the right side of his metal head. The cylindrical scanner nestled neatly in the socket of his missing eye. His natural eye locked onto the succubus sitting in a booth along the wall near the bar. The red-skinned beast had black hair, onyx nails, and a barbed tail that extended from the booth, twitching with anticipation. 2 behemoth Crendotians stood near the booth, staring intently at Aoffa. Dagon moved slowly, deliberately, through the smattering of tables in the bar. The patrons, a mixture of Blue-Click, Human, and Hasmara, retreated from their tables to the other side of the bar as Aoffa passed. A Clando, paralyzed in fear, shook in her chair as he passed. Dagon caught the strong smell of cinnamon in the air. He stopped a couple of meters from the succubus and watched as the alien slid from the booth. Her tail coiled at waist level, the barb pointing directly at Aoffa. He saw her eyes pivot up and down, studying his tall frame. Their eyes locked, and they stood in silence for several heartbeats. "I'm looking for Torum Chloric," Aoffa broke the ice. The succubus stared at him for another moment before a sly smile split her face. The act made the alien look more demonic, sinister.
"A no-nonsense ambassador,"
she said with a touch of humor.
"How refreshing."
She pointed an onyx nail.
"And you would be—"
"Aoffa," he stated tersely.
"Do you represent the Pawn Consortium as well?"
she mused. Dagon let a smile touch his lips, his scarred face rendering the motion humorless. "And you are—"
"Devilina of the Limo,"
she replied with a slight bow.
"Representative of the Billoki."
"I'm not interested in you or your organization," Aoffa stated. He grew impatient, but kept his voice even and flat. His gaze bore into the hollow, dark eyes of the Limo. "I simply want to know the location of Torum Chloric."
2 more Crendotians have entered the bar,
Sentinel reported.
"You are not the Consortium's new envoy."
The Limo stated the question as fact. "The Consortium is out of business, but I suspect you already know that."
"I've heard,"
she acknowledged with a nod of her head. The movement released the stench of sulfur into the air.
"Unfortunately, you have chosen a poor time for your inquiry. I am due elsewhere."
She moved to step around Aoffa. Dagon raised his left arm, blocking her passage. "It is a simple question," he stated, letting malice into his voice. "Provide a simple answer, and we can all be on our way."
"Billoki business does not wait,"
Devilina hissed. "I must insist," Aoffa replied evenly. The Limo's barbed tail flashed so fast that Sentinel barely uttered a syllable of warning before the appendix struck Aoffa. The sharp end thumped his armor-plated chest, and Dagon heard cartilage crack with the impact. The punch knocked him backward 2 steps, but did not penetrate the metal exoskeleton. Aoffa stared at the succubus for a moment, shocked at the speed of the attack. The alien howled in pain, staggered backward, and grabbed her tail. She bumped into the booth, massaging the appendage. Deeming her out of the fight for a moment, Aoffa turned his attention to the other threats. Sentinel prioritized the targets, sending a barrage of data directly into Aoffa's brain. "Stop," he ordered. The AI halted its activity at the outburst. The command also froze the 4 Crendotians in place. Aoffa took advantage of the distraction. His hand flashed to his right leg, grabbed the long-barreled pistol holstered there, brought the weapon up, and shot the Crendosian on his right in the blink of an eye. The bright red bolt hit the alien in the center of its chest, the impact knocking the beast backward and igniting its furry hide. It crashed onto a table, splintering the wood into kindling as it collapsed under the alien's weight. The Crendosian on his left bellowed in rage and charged. Aoffa raised his left arm, rotated the pistol underneath it, and fired without looking. He felt the slight recoil of the pistol, saw the flash of the bolt in his peripheral vision, and heard the second target's rage turn into a yelp of pain. He rotated his head, shifted the pistol, and fired a second time, ensuring the target took a fatal blast to its chest. It fell to the floor much like its predecessor, with an equally loud crash. Aoffa took 2 steps forward and turned to face the 2 new arrivals, weapon tracking his targets. Both of the aliens came charging across the bar, roaring in anger, upending tables and tossing patrons out of their path as they barreled across the room. Dagon heard the AI snicker as a clando, the same one too panicked to move earlier, flew through the air, arms flailing. Aoffa adjusted his aim and shot each charging alien twice, a double tap to each, first the one on the right, then the one to his left. Both Crendotians fell, crashing through tables and sliding across the floor. The alien on the left stopped a half-meter from Dagon's feet, lifted its head slightly, emitted a final groan, and fell dead. Silence filled the room, and Aoffa turned to face the succubus still nursing her injured tail. "That could have easily been avoided," Aoffa sneered, holstering his weapon. "Now I will ask you again, where can I find Torum Clorig?" The succubus hissed at Dagon but said nothing. Fatigue infiltrated his body as adrenaline from the firefight subsided, and he sighed. "You do not want to test me, Limo. The consortium is history, and you stand to make a fortune in their stead. But that does you no good if you are dead." He folded his arms, his right hand resting on the short-barreled pistol in the cross-draw holster. The succubus dropped her tail and took a step forward, stopping 2 meters in front of Aoffa. The alien's black eyes looked him up and down again before surveying her 4 dead henchmen. Her gaze fixated on Dagon again, and he thought for a moment she would attack.
"I do not know where he went," she said. "We were involved in negotiations when he saw the destruction on Kroppel and left."
"That's all?" he asked. The alien snarled.
I am not well versed in Limo physiology,
but I believe she is telling the truth.
"You risked your life for nothing?" Aoffa inquired.
"The Biloki have a reputation to protect," she replied. "We do not give up information easily."
Aoffa took a step backward. A sneer touched his lips. "I too have a reputation. I suggest the next time I ask, you provide the answers I seek, or the next blood spilled will be your own."
"I can assure you, Bounty Hunter Aoffa," she hissed, "the next time our paths cross, one of us will die. That is a promise from the Biloki."
Aoffa nodded slightly and backed his way out of the bar. He closed his duster against the howling wind, grateful the torrential rains had stopped. "Check the spaceport for his flight plan," Aoffa ordered his AI. He turned his head to look back at the entrance. No one followed, and he faced back forward. He saw a muddy, winding street ahead as he made his way toward the port. Maybe that will provide what we need.
A ship matching the description of Clorig's craft left for Haraz 2 days ago,
the AI reported after a half-minute.
The ship was impounded a few hours after it docked by TSA officials on Haraz. A search of the ship failed to reveal its owner or his whereabouts.
Aoffa smirked, his feet crunching on the gravel of the Nika'an road. The clouds parted, allowing a few streams of dim light through. "He is running home," Dagon mused, "running to where he feels safe." He paused as another thought flitted through his mind. Running to where he hid her.
"Her?"
Sentinel asked before falling silent. Aoffa could almost feel the AI searching through scores of information.
"Oh, Senator Terra, do you really think he would be foolish enough to hide there?"
Aoffa smiled. "The irony is not lost on me. He will die in the same tunnels that she did." Torum Clorig's head felt like it was about to explode. His temples throbbed, and he swore that a tiny man with a hammer stood just behind his eyes, rhythmically chipping away at his brain. He placed his hands on the damp floor and attempted to sit up. A wave of nausea pushed him back to the cold stone floor. He shivered. The queasiness increased, and, headaches or not, Torum rolled over onto his side and vomited. He lay back, exhausted. Opening his eyes, he stared up at the stone ceiling of the tunnel, lit by a light a few meters away. Light? Noro! He sat up quickly, eyes frantically searching the passage. His head pounded with the sudden movement, and he squeezed his eyes shut against the pain. Torum fought another wave of nausea, forcing the bile back down. He breathed deeply, felt the ache subside slightly, and reopened his eyes. The Tetraxy lay at his feet, a pair of scorch marks in the center of his chest. Torum lay back in relief. "Thank the gods," he said aloud, his voice echoing along the stone. He shivered again from the cold, realized that he lay in the small stream of water, and slowly pushed himself up to sit on the tattered bedroll. His shivering increased as feeling returned to his body. "I need fire," he said through chattering teeth, and slowly stood, using the nearby wall for support. On shaky legs, he set about gathering anything that would burn. The bedroll served as the base, its exposed bedding providing a fast-burning accelerant. He stripped the Tetraxy, adding his already singed clothing to the pile of discarded food containers on top of the bedding. He spied the blue blouse left behind by the former senator, tossing the discarded garment on the pile. He stood, looked at his creation, and shook his head. "Won't burn long," he said to himself. He picked up the discarded pistol and shot the pile of refuse. The flames spread quickly, and Torum sat cross-legged on the floor, his back to the wall. He closed his eyes and held out his arms, letting the heat drive away the cold. His headache subsided to a dull throb as the heat began to wane. He opened his eyes. The flickering flames chased shadows through the tunnel. Within moments, the fire began to die. He found his pack nearby and emptied the contents. He set aside the remaining food and drink items before tossing the bag onto the fire. The light died momentarily before the pack ignited. He thought that the slow-burning material would provide a few minutes of fire and heat. Clorig let out a deep sigh. He grabbed a protein bar, tossing the wrapper onto the fire. "If Noro found me, so can Aoffa," he mused, running scenarios in his mind. He took a bite. The consortium is gone. Nowhere left to run. He kicked the fire with his foot, stirring the embers and creating a burst of light and heat as the pack burned. He sat in silence, mesmerized by the flames consuming his pack. Without looking, he reached to his side and retrieved his last bottle of water. He drank slowly, his eyes glued to the fire. The flames began to die again, and the body of Uskanoro drew his attention. "His ship has to be nearby," Torum mused. "Find the ship, leave here, and go where?" He checked off a list of possible safe houses, counting on his fingers. He paused, his right forefinger pointing to his left ring finger, and a smile crept across his face. He stood, nodding at the plan forming in his head. Head there, find help. He looked around the passage. Light flickered on the walls from the nearby fire. Noro's light, sitting a few meters away, spotlighted an empty spot on the wall. He retrieved the belt he removed from the bounty hunter and found the ship's code key, a pouch with a few hundred credits, and a small holstered pistol. Throwing the belt over his shoulder, Torum left the dying fire behind, heading for the closest entrance to the tunnels. He followed the tunnels for a few minutes, the activity warming him. His shivering stopped, the pounding in his head dropped to a dull ache. The food and drink energized him, and by the time he reached the exit, he felt more like himself. The metal hatch was ajar, held open by a small rock, and light streamed through the crack in a solid wave. He blinked against the shaft of light beaming into the tunnel. "Looks like I was right," he assured himself, and pushed open the heavy metal door. Harsh light blinded him, and he turned his head away. He blinked rapidly, letting his eyes adjust. Tears ran down his face, and he wiped them away with his sleeves. He scanned the area, saw no one, and he stepped out of the tunnel into a small field. Torum reveled in the sun's light after being in the tunnels for 2 days. He spread his arms, each hand holding a pistol, and let the sunlight wash over him. Opening his eyes fully, he spied a small transport sitting nearby. Noro's ship. A smile split his face, and he took up a slow jog through the field, the knee-high grass slapping his legs as he ran. He sucked in lungs full of fresh air, the clean oxygen welcomed after the dank, stale air of the tunnels. He arrived at Noro's ship, winded, but feeling better than he had since entering the tunnels in Haraz. The thought of the city made him turn around. Haraz City gleamed in the midday sun, the light glinting off skyscrapers that reached into the cloudless sky. Torum saw the small dots of air cars moving in predetermined traffic patterns throughout the city. A massive freighter lifted from the spaceport on the other side of the city, the deep rumble of engines barely audible. He watched the ship head east, to his right, and steadily climb into the sky. He stared until the freighter disappeared from view. Torum produced the ship's code key and unlocked the Tetraxi ship. He ducked, crouching as he entered Noro's craft. Everything in the ship was Tetraxi size. The main cabin boasted a table a half-meter off the floor, with small chairs to match. The room was only 1.5 meters tall, floor to ceiling, and he sighed as his head bumped into the metal roof. He crouch-walked through the ship, inspecting every compartment and control. Halfway through his search of the main cabin, he opened a cabinet and found a small cache of weapons. A quick inventory revealed a handful of small rifles, pistols, and explosives. He plucked a small bomb from the rack, tossing it absent-mindedly in the air. Maybe I should leave a gift for Aoffa, he thought. He caught the bomb in his left hand, snapping his fingers with his right. He exited the ship, placed his hands on his hips, and stretched. His back ached from the crouching, and he massaged the base of his spine. The pain subsided, and Torum returned to the tunnels. The fire had died, but Noro's light still shone dutifully at the stone roof. Clorig retrieved the light and set to work. The first of the explosives he set underneath the body of the bounty hunter. Carefully arming the device and rolling the corpse on top to hold the detonator in place, he grimaced and turned his head away as he released the bomb. He paused, waiting for the explosion, and sighed in relief when nothing happened. He set the second device a few meters away, using a small monofilament wire to set the trap. Satisfied, Torum bid the tunnels farewell. He returned to the Tetraxi ship, crammed himself into the pilot's seat, and cursed the small alien before activating the engines. The ship lifted, wobbling as Clorig adjusted his position in the seat. Finally comfortable, he applied thrust, and the ship shot skyward, leaving Haraz behind. The streak of stars dissolved into the normal fabric of space as the Versum left hyperspace and entered orbit around Haraz. Dagon Aoffa adjusted course, entering the routine traffic lanes and blending with the hundreds of other freighters, tankers, and shuttles in orbit. He saw a small repair pod, not much bigger than 1 meter in length, flash past, a communications satellite securely held in its pincers. He touched the controls, following the bustling space lanes toward the planet. The bumpy atmospheric entry smoothed out 20 kilometers above the surface. Aoffa adjusted course to starboard, away from the space lanes, and the Versum banked smoothly toward the flatlands south of Haraz City. The ship soared over the plains and farmland. He watched herds of stampeding animals, spooked by his ship flashing by a few hundred meters above the ground. He pulled back on the throttle, slowing the ship. Repulsors fired, and he brought the ship into a hover over a patch of darkened, scorched grass. Aoffa circled the area, scanning the area but finding no life forms. He rotated the ship on its axis, pointing the forward weapons toward the tunnel, and landed a few meters away from the burnt field. The warm Haraz sun felt good on his skin as he stepped off the Versum's ramp. His cybernetic eye extended, scanning the area as Aoffa stood in the light, the long-barreled pistol in his hand. Information from the eye, everything from humidity to the nearest thermal source, scrolled through his mind. Satisfied that he was alone, he retracted the eye and moved toward the scorched grass. He squatted, moving his hand through the knee-high grass as he studied the area. 2 streaks in the grass indicated a dual-engine craft. 4 small depressions in the field from the landing gear implied a small ship. Aoffa snarled, wondering if another hunter had beaten him to his prey. He stood and moved toward the opening to the tunnels. "Hold on," Sentinel suggested as Dagon reached for the light on his belt. The AI activated the cybernetic eye, rotating the scanner cup without extending the elbow arm, keeping the device close to Aoffa's face. The eye emitted a bright light, illuminating the entrance to the tunnel. "I can also switch it to thermal if required," Sentinel advised. Keep scanning, Aoffa instructed, raising the pistol in both hands. I'd like a warning before I run into trouble.
Of course.
His light leading the way, Dagon slipped into the tunnel. Memories of his last visit filled his mind, the day he killed the woman who left him to die in a barn. He remembered the look on her face. Even to the end, she thought she would survive. Now, only one thing remained, and he could close that chapter of his life. He traveled deeper into the labyrinth. Aoffa heard the gurgle of water. A small stream flowed down the center of the stone passage. The smell of a fire filled the air, replacing the musty smell of the rock. He slowed as the odor intensified, a strong, burnt synthetic smell. He rounded a small bend and stopped. The light showed the remnants of a fire. Bedding, food packs, and some type of pack lay scorched on the left side of the small stream of water. The body of a tetraxy lay to the right, stripped naked. Dagon holstered his weapon and moved to the body crouching near its head. 2 holes in the alien's chest indicated the cause of death. Small bite marks and missing chunks of the alien told Aoffa that the rodents wasted no time in feasting on the carcass. 2 shots to the chest, close range, he mused, examining the body. He looked up, scanning the tunnel, the bright light chasing the shadows and small rodents away. He saw nothing else of interest and turned back to the tetraxy. Can you identify him? Aoffa asked Sentinel.
Uskanoro, bounty hunter,
The AI replied.
Heraz port records indicate he landed 2 days ago.
A pause.
His ship lifted 9 hours ago. No flight plan.
See if they tracked his vector, he said, standing. He scanned the area again, turned, and made his way back to the surface. The AI stopped him a few meters away.
Are you just going to leave the body here?
Sentinel inquired.
It was my understanding that humans had rituals for the dead.
Aoffa stopped in the middle of the tunnel, wishing he had someone, or at least an avatar, to look at. I hate continually talking to nothing. That is a tetraxy, not human. And what do you care about funeral rituals?
Dr. Millar programmed me in a variety of rituals, customs, and traditions.
I'm going to have a talk with her, Aoffa muttered. He turned, drew his weapon, and fired at the tetraxy corpse. The crimson bolt rolled the body on impact, igniting the alien's skin. Dagon's cybernetic hearing heard a metallic click as Sentinel screamed a warning.
Grenade!
A flash of light and heat rolled through the tunnel. The shockwave knocked Aoffa off his feet. He landed hard, rolling over to face away from the explosion, and covered his head. Dust and smoke covered him before a deep, rumbling growl rumbled through the tunnel. Rock fell from the roof of the tunnel. Dagon cursed, scrambled to his feet, and stumbled twice before sprinting toward the exit without looking back. He saw the open hatch ahead as a secondary explosion erupted further back in the passage. He climbed 5 stone steps toward the open door. He bolted through the door and dove headfirst into the open field amidst a wave of smoke, dust, and debris. The shock wave of the second explosion caught him as he leapt, propelling him through the air. He landed on his right shoulder, the metal casing taking the brunt of the fall. He rolled twice, stopped on his stomach, and slid to a stop, looking back at the tunnel entrance. The ground trembled beneath him as smoke belched from the opening. Dust from the tunnel collapse burst forth. He watched the haze float skyward as he lay in the field trying to calm his racing heart and catch his breath. He executed a push-up, lifting himself off the ground. He clapped his hands together to expel the dust and stared at the now blocked entrance. "Does that satisfy your requirements for a burial?" he asked sourly.
Dr. Millar would be proud,
the AI replied. Aoffa heard a hint of sarcasm. "The next time I see Millar, I'm going to have her adjust your programming."
That will have to wait,
Sentinel replied, changing the subject.
I have a vector for the tetraxy ship.
Where? Aoffa asked. He turned and began the trek to the Versum, idling nearby.
Derek.
Dagon nodded as he boarded the Versum, closed the hatch, and made his way toward the cockpit. There was a consortium warehouse there. I thought it was deserted.
It may be, but that is the direction he took, if he is in that ship.
He is, Aoffa replied. He sat down in the pilot's seat and expertly lifted the ship from the grassy field. The ship rotated, and he sped away from Haraz City. After a minute, he lifted the nose, heading for orbit. "Research the Jake Cutter incident," he told the AI, "and you will see the importance of that warehouse." The AI went silent as Dagon brought the Versum into orbit. He activated the hyperdrive computer with one hand and attempted to brush the grime and mud from his clothing with the other. He double-checked his programming and, satisfied, pushed the hyperspace throttle forward. The stars turned to streaks, and the ship accelerated to light speed.
Jake Cutter and his accomplices achieved quite a bit in their short tenure after prison.
"Including costing me my job," Aoffa stated gruffly.
Did you read the entire report filed by Commander Dawson?
"I skimmed it," Dagon replied tersely. "At the time he filed the report, I had already been transferred to the information storage facility." He paused. "Why?"
There may be a source of information on Derrick we can use.
Dagon Aoffa turned to the communications panel and activated the holoscreen. "Send the report to the monitor." The screen flickered to life, displaying Dawson's report. He nodded as he read, and a smile crept across his face. "Is this verified?"
Would Commander Dawson file an inaccurate report?
"Yes," Aoffa stated with a smirk. He sat back in the pilot's chair, turned it to the front, and watched the wispy, mesmerizing shapes of hyperspace. The dull light and dizzying eddies served to soothe the adrenaline rush of the explosion in the tunnel.
The report is verified,
Sentinel reported.
The local authorities report the TSA raid occurred, and a few days later there was a firefight. That confirms the details from Commander Dawson.
"He is no longer a commander," Aoffa scoffed. He stood and left the cockpit, moving to the main cabin of the ship. "I need to clean up before we arrive. Monitor the navigation system. I want to arrive as soon as possible. Clorig only has a 9-hour lead. Let's take advantage of that."
"We will catch him,"
Sentinel confirmed. Dagon continued his way through the ship to his quarters. A sonic shower, change of clothes, and a meal later, he returned to the cockpit refreshed and ready. He buckled into the ship and stared at the countdown to normal space displayed on a monitor to his left. The numbers ticked away, and Aoffa drifted to sleep. Images of finding Clorig and chasing other bounties filled his dreams. Dr. Millar soon appeared. He lay on a table, staring up at the Hasmara as she worked on the cybernetic AI. She leaned over, and he felt her hands touch his skin. Her fingers caressed his skin, smoothing out his scars and burnt flesh. Dagon smelled her musky Hasmara odor as she leaned closer. He looked into her eyes, watching his reflection as she drew closer. The hyperspace alarm jarred him awake. He gasped for breath at the sudden jolt of reality, shook his head to clear the remnants of the dream, and rubbed his left eye. He stifled a yawn and stretched, glancing over at the countdown clock. It stated 1 minute to normal space. He watched the number tick down and, at 5 seconds, pulled back on the throttle. The Versum exited hyperspace 4 astronomical units, AUs, from Crescalt, an angry red, high-gravity, lifeless gas giant. 6 moons orbited the planet, 3 of which supported life. 2 of the moons reflected the light of a distant yellow star, visible to Aoffa as the ship continued its approach. A quick glance at the nav computer confirmed that Derrick orbited on the far side of the planet, and Dagon adjusted his course accordingly. 40 minutes later, he strolled down the ramp into a cool autumn afternoon on Derrick. Storm clouds gathered in the distance, promising a wet evening. The sun sat low on the horizon, casting long shadows across the open-air spaceport. A strong wind flapped the ends of his duster as he trudged toward a squat building on the outskirts of the field, the harbormaster's office. A brief chat with the bald blue-click harbormaster and the exchange of a handful of credits paid the port fees for a week and guaranteed the use of an air car parked nearby. Night had fallen by the time Aoffa left the spaceport behind. Lights from the surrounding homes and the distant city center guided his way through the darkness. He drove in silence, the cool evening caressing his skin, much like Dr. Millar had in the dream. He blocked that thought from his mind as he turned into an alley. He parked the air car on a side street a few blocks from his destination. The wind picked up, and a light, cool drizzle filled the air. Aoffa pulled the collar of his duster up, put his hands in the pockets, and trudged down the street. He passed a diner boasting the best boar-beast steak, a tattoo parlor offering 2 for 1, and a host of bars. Each bar emitted a different music style, and Aoffa heard the AI hum along to each as they passed. "I'm definitely having a talk with Dr. Millar when this is over," Dagon mumbled, and stopped in front of his destination. Loud, thrashing music filled the night, and a flashing hollow sign signaled the establishment was open. A drunk Hasmara staggered through the 3-meter-tall oval door. The alien stared at Aoffa for a moment before stumbling away, listing heavily to its left. The Hasmara made it a dozen meters before he fell into a muddy puddle near the corner of the building. The door irised closed, cutting off the music, and Dagon found himself staring at a crudely painted ostrich on the oval door. The bird featured small, dark eyes in a tiny head, a mismatched pair of feet that seemingly came from the same side of the body, and an out-of-proportion torso without the usual large breasts. A large red circle with a diagonal line from upper right to bottom left completed the graffiti.
"I do not believe they like the Busty Ostrich franchise."
Aoffa nodded his agreement as lightning flashed behind him and the rain began to fall harder. He stepped forward, the door rotated open automatically, and he stepped inside. The 6 sections of the door irised closed behind him. The bar held a few dozen patrons, aliens and humans, with a Clando bartender and 2 Chandrillian barmaids making the rounds. A live 4-piece band played in a back corner to his right. Wailing synthesizers threatened to vibrate his teeth loose. No one turned in his direction. Dagon continued into the room and found an empty stool at the opposite end of the bar from the band. The pulse of the music pounded in his head, and Sentinel turned his cybernetic ear down. Aoffa silently wished his left ear could do the same as he winced at the loud noise. A flash of pyrotechnics ended the song, and the singer, a Traxilian, announced a 10-minute break, bringing a round of applause from the patrons.
"What'll you have?"
the bartender asked. Tattoos covered the green-skinned alien's arms and neck. A long, braided earring hung from its left ear. "Datiri bourbon," Aoffa replied, knowing he would not take a sip of the drink. The alien nodded his head, moving off to the collection of bottles set up along the wall behind the bar. The Clando returned a minute later, placing a glass on the counter.
10 credits.
Dagon put 20 on the counter, holding the coins firmly to the bar. "And some information. I'm looking for a trader, an old human who wears a cowboy hat." The alien studied Aoffa for a moment before offering a curt nod toward a booth along the wall to Dagon's left.
"Fenric."
Aoffa glanced over his shoulder and saw an old man sitting alone in a booth facing the door. A small window sat above his head, the strobe of multiple lightning strikes offering Dagon a look at the man the bartender called Fenric. Brown, leathery skin covered the man, wrinkled jowls jiggled with his every movement. Long, scraggly gray hair flowed down his back in a braided ponytail. A beat-up cowboy hat sat on the table. "Thanks," Aoffa said, without looking at the bartender. He left the drink sitting on the bar and made his way to the booth. Piercing blue eyes turned to stare up at Aoffa as his shadow fell across the old man.
"You're blocking the light,"
Fenric stated, with slightly slurred speech. "I'm looking for information," Aoffa began, moving a couple of steps to his left. The light hit the old man, and he averted his eyes. "I'm hoping you can help."
"Do I look like the TSA information channel?"
Fenric spat. Aoffa slid into the booth. More lightning flashed outside, casting eerie shadows across his cybernetics. Fenric seemed oblivious to the enhancements. "A few years ago you helped a fugitive avoid a TSA raid."
"He's dead,"
Fenric interrupted.
"Killed on Haraz."
Aoffa nodded. "Yes, but you provided some information on the whereabouts of a pawn safe house. I need the same information." Fenric leaned forward, dilated eyes trying to focus. He swayed slightly in his seat.
"Who are you?"
Dagon Aoffa. I'm trying to finish what Mr. Cutter began."
Cutter,
the old man repeated, tasting the words. He waggled a finger at Aoffa.
Cutter, that was his name.
He scratched his scruffy chin.
I've been trying to remember that for days.
"I'm looking for a man who may be hiding under Rick," Aoffa continued. "Are there any consortium safe houses still operating here?" Fenric glared at Aoffa. The man closed his left eye, mirroring Dagon's missing eye, and stared.
He told me the story of his escape from Clanix. If you want my help, you'll have to top it.
"Top his story?" Fenric nodded. Aoffa thought for a moment, then leaned forward. "How about the tale of the destruction of the pond fortress on Kroppel?"
You were there,
Fenric asked, doubt in his voice. Aoffa nodded and watched the old man ponder the offer. A drunk, lopsided grin split his face.
Deal.
Aoffa ordered a drink for Fenric, waited for the libation to arrive, and began his story. He left out the contributions of Dawson and Zen, boasting his own involvement in the destruction of the fortress. The old traitor hung on every word, and Dagon ended the tale with his pursuit of Torum Chlorig. Fenric sat back, his drunk, glossy eyes staring at Aoffa.
Quite a story.
"The best ones usually are," Dagon confirmed, a hint of humor in his voice. "Is that what you told Cutter after his tale?"
Word for word,
Fenric replied with a nod.
Shame about him and the woman. They were good people, you know.
"So I've heard," Aoffa replied. "You've had your story. Can you help me track down Chlorig and the remnants of the consortium?" The old man stared out the window, and Aoffa followed his gaze. Rain pelted the glass, streaks of water streamed down. Lightning flashed again, and Fenric pointed.
See that building, the tall one?
Dagon's cybernetic eye extended, night vision enhancing the dark cityscape. A handful of single-story buildings stretched into the darkness. A sole three-story building stood tall in their midst. The eye retracted, returning to its slot with barely a sound. He turned to see Fenric staring at the cybernetic eye. "The tall one?"
Cutter captured Jork Lopan and Friend Lopan there.
Fenric nodded.
He and his lady friend. Been a lot of activity there the last few hours.
He leaned forward again.
Looks like they're expecting trouble.
"How many are in there?" Aoffa inquired. He realized the old man was not as drunk or ornery as he let on.
Can't say for sure. At least a dozen, maybe more.
Fenric shook his head, a wide grin filling his face.
A hardened building, their turf. Not sure even the notorious Dagon Aoffa could pull that one off.
"Notorious?"
Your reputation precedes you.
The old man shrugged. He nodded his head in the direction of the three-story building.
When you get back, you can tell me about the Billicky showdown.
Aoffa felt genuine surprise. His eye widened. "You heard about that?"
Word gets around,
Fenric confirmed.
Gets around faster when an outfit like Billicky gets their ass handed to 'em by one man. Seems they have put a price on your head.
The old man nodded toward the distant building again.
They may be aiming to collect.
"My aim is better," Dagon replied confidently.
It better be,
Fenric warned, his eye darting to the door. Aoffa heard the door slide open, and the footfalls of 4, maybe 5 beings enter. The old man nodded his head toward the door.
They're expecting a fight. Don't disappoint 'em.
Dagon activated the cybernetic eye. It slid from its slot and rotated to look behind him, toward the door, without extending on its elbow arm. He confirmed 5 humanoids, Clando and Blue Click, with weapons drawn, eyes searching the crowd for someone. His right hand found the butt of his pistol, sliding the weapon from its cross-draw holster. He addressed Fenric as his eye returned to its housing. "You may want to scoot further into the booth," Aoffa suggested. The old man moved against the wall. Aoffa ducked his head under his right arm to look behind him, raised the pistol underhand, and fired. The blue stun bolt hit the closest Clando in the chest. The green alien yelped as electric currents encircled her. Her body went rigid, and her eyes rolled back in her head before she toppled backwards, landing on the hard floor in a cloud of dust. With the prisoner he wanted already on the floor, Aoffa flicked the selector switch with his thumb to full power and fired 3 random shots at the remaining consortium members. A Blue Click screamed as a crimson bolt sliced through his shoulder. The rest scattered, diving for cover. Dagon slid from the booth in the confusion, grabbed the edge of the nearest table, and flipped it on its side to provide cover. He fired 2 more shots before moving to a position behind the edge of the bar. The consortium thugs returned fire, laying waste to the table Aoffa overturned. Aliens and humans screamed as a hail of laser bolts flashed across the bar. The metal table began to melt from the onslaught. Dagon crouched behind the bar, drew his second pistol, and waited. Someone yelled ceasefire. The firing stopped, and he heard footfalls scrape the hard uracrete floor. Aoffa rose from behind the bar like an apparition. A smile crossed his lips, menacing and demented by the scars on his face. He saw the surprise in their eyes turn to horror at his appearance, and he opened fire. His crimson bolts sliced through 2 more consortium hoods, their screams of agony indistinguishable from the panicked patrons cowering on the floor or hiding behind tables. The surviving member of the 5-person squad made a break for the door. The automatic door slowly opened, the 6 pieces of the portal hindering the Clando's getaway. Aoffa adjusted his aim, holding the long-barreled pistol in his right hand. "Hey!" he called, the door only partially open. The strong aroma of cinnamon, carried by the winds of the storm, filled the room. The alien froze, dropped its pistol, placed green hands on its bald head, and turned to face Dagon. Even from across the bar, Aoffa could see the fear in its eyes. "Tell your boss that I want Clorig," Dagon said, his voice flat and even. "Bring the human to me, and I'll leave the rest of you alone." He shook his head, letting a hint of fury creep into his words. "But if I have to come get him, none of you will live. Do you understand?" The Clando, eyes wide in fear, nodded vigorously. "Then run," Aoffa concluded. "I want my answer in 15 minutes." The alien disappeared into the rainy night. The door slowly shut, cutting off the wind and rain. Aoffa checked the wounded, found 3 dead, and the one he stunned still unconscious. The bar sat deathly still, the patrons shocked by the shootout. Murmurs and whispers reached out to Dagon as he returned to the booth. In contrast to the rest of the bar, Fenric sat sipping his drink as if nothing had happened. The old man offered him a wink as Dagon slid into his seat.
"Think they'll give him up?"
Fenric inquired. Aoffa shook his head. "Not a chance."
"So now what?"
Fenric questioned. "Grab a seat and watch," Aoffa promised. "It's gonna be one hell of a show." "I told you not to send your men to find him," Torum yelled. His face flushed with anger, he stood, clenching his fist at the warehouse director. "That is 4 down, a quarter of our force wasted." "I still have 12 men," the Hasmor countered, his albino eyes glaring at Clorig. A long blonde mane, unusual for a Hasmorah, streamed down his almost colorless back, tapering to a point as it disappeared under his shirt. He appeared angrier at Clorig than at the loss of his employees. "And you watch your tone. Do not forget you are the reason that the bounty hunter is here in the first place." He shook a red-brown finger at Clorig. "And all I have to do is hand you over to make this go away." The 2 stood on the 2nd-floor observation catwalk at the back of the consortium warehouse. Behind them sat a small office, a large window overlooking the warehouse floor below. Windows on the 3rd floor flashed with lightning from the storm as rain pelted the glass in a constant din of noise. Below, on the warehouse floor, foot soldiers moved from place to place, preparing hasty fire positions of crates and barrels full of various non-flammable material. The arrangement created a crescent through the center of the warehouse, all of the positions focused on the main cargo doors on the far end of the building from where Clorig and the Hasmorah, Hohodian, stood. The Clando that Aoffa let go stood a few steps away from the 2, his hands on his knees, still catching his breath. Hohodian turned his head and cast his gaze on the Clando. "What are you still doing here? Go, get a weapon, and prepare for the attack." He turned back to Clorig as the alien scampered away. "You had better be worth it, human." "It's not me you should be concerned with," Torum replied, fear in his voice. "It's Aoffa. He is the reason Camelopon is dead, that the consortium is collapsing." "An easy fix," Hohodian replied. He turned and placed his hands on the catwalk safety rail, inspecting the warehouse preparations.
The Billicky have placed a bounty on his head. We kill your hunter, collect the bounty, and find a new employer at the same time. A win-win-win.
We have to kill him first, Clorrig said, mimicking the Hasmara by grabbing the handrail and staring out over the warehouse. He wore a dark one-piece fighting suit, similar to the combat uniform he wore in the TSA. He wore a pistol on his right hip. A long-barrel rifle lay strapped to his back. His stomach nodded as he pictured the bounty hunter's attack. Fear consumed his words. He'll be coming. He'll blow through those doors like paper, dodging laser fire like a wraith. Our people will fall like wheat before a scythe. Silence, Hohodian ordered. He snarled. I never could see what Camlopan and Ludra'ah saw in you, Clorrig, but I never took you for a coward. Now grab a weapon, and let's kill this son of a Bleto. Torum nodded but did not move. Instead, he watched the Hasmara walk away, issuing orders. Beings scattered throughout the warehouse in a bustle of activity before everything fell deathly quiet. The overhead lights dimmed, creating a dark, silent atmosphere, punctuated by the stab of lightning outside. The deep rumble of thunder grew louder as the storm closed on the city. Unslinging the rifle from his back, Clorrig moved 20 meters to his left, his eyes never leaving the cargo doors on the far side of the warehouse. A 3-story-tall support beam, floor to ceiling, provided the cover he sought. He crouched, the metal mesh of the catwalk hard and unyielding on his right knee. He positioned the rifle alongside the beam, finger off the trigger, and settled in to wait. His heart raced, pulse thundering in his ears. His fingers grew slick with sweat, and Torum wished he had brought gloves. The rifle's grip grew wet in the palm of his right hand. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Lightning flashed, shadows strobing in and out of existence in a heartbeat. He tensed with each boom of thunder, his shoulders aching with the anxiety. His eyes continuously scanned the bottom floor, trying to watch everything at once. The minutes ticked by. The main part of the storm passed, the growl of thunder receding into the distance. The rain continued, pelting the windows in a sultry siren song lullaby. Lightning continued in the distance, illuminating the interior of the warehouse, but he no longer watched the shadows. His muscles ached from holding the same position. His knee felt raw from kneeling. He heard the restlessness of the consortium troops on the floor below. They began to move and stretch, the creaking of joints, and the scrapes of their boots on the hard duracrete floor echoed in the otherwise quiet building. Whispers of doubt found their way to Clorrig's ears. "Quiet!" a voice hissed from below, silencing the noise. Torum rubbed his eyes. Fatigue, adrenaline withdrawal, and the soothing hypnotic rain on the windows made it hard to focus. His senses lulled, his head bobbled. Torum's eyes popped open, a surge of adrenaline coursing through his body. His rapid breath came in ragged gasps as his heart pounded in his chest. He felt his finger tighten on the trigger of the rifle. He searched frantically around the floor of the warehouse, but saw nothing. Relaxed and removed his finger from the trigger. He caught his breath, watching the humanoids below, and heard snoring. He checked his chrono. Over an hour since they assumed their positions. He looked at the third-floor windows above him. The rain had stopped, the lightning long gone. The first vestiges of a new day cracked the sky. "This is exactly what he wanted," Torum's mind screamed. He opened his mouth to yell a warning when the cargo door to the warehouse exploded inward. The door splintered into 1,000 pieces of shrapnel, metal fragments impaling crates, non-flammable drums, and flesh. The whine of ricochets off of the Durasteel support beams echoed through the warehouse. Torum ducked behind the beam as the roar and the heat of the explosion washed over him. The whine of door debris pinged off the walls, striking flesh. He felt one such piece raise his exposed arm. The screams of the injured replaced the echo of the explosion as a smoky haze filled the warehouse. Bright crimson laser bolts flashed through the opaque cloud, a non-stop barrage that struck cover and exposed flesh equally. The bolts swept right to left and then back. Sporadic return fire answered, quickly silenced by the bounty hunter's precise fire. From his vantage point, Torum watched Dagon Aoffa enter the warehouse. The man carried a short-barreled rifle in both hands, the stock in his right shoulder. He appeared calm, not rushed, as he methodically shot anything in his sights. Clorig stared closer, eyes narrowing as he studied the bounty hunter. He recoiled when he saw the mechanical eye that protruded from his head. The rifle and eye moved in unison, striking down everyone in range. Fear paralyzed him as he watched the bounty hunter enter the door and cut to the right, taking cover behind a set of metal crates. Aoffa lobbed a small device toward the nearest fighting position, the resulting explosion filling the air with smoke, debris, and a chorus of screams. He continued his selective fire at the survivors.
"Return fire! To the left, over there!"
someone yelled, and Torum recognized Hohodian's voice. He saw the Hasmara, long blonde mane flowing in the morning breeze, leap on top of a crate and open fire at Aoffa's position. More consortium members began to fire, the laser fire zeroing in on the bounty hunter. Clorig gulped, gripping his rifle with white knuckles. He stood in an uneasy crouch and shifted position, peering around the support beam. Aoffa crouched behind his barricade, calmly reloading the rifle with a fresh energy charge. Suddenly, the mechanical scanner turned upward, staring directly at Torum. A shiver shimmied down his spine as the cold, non-living eye bored through his soul. He raised his weapon and fired. Torum's first bolt slammed into the crate in front of Aoffa, but the bounty hunter did not flinch. Aoffa returned fire, bolts slamming into the support beam and the catwalk. The vibration and impacts knocked the unbalanced Clorig off his feet. He fell hard, his head bouncing off the metal mesh catwalk. The relentless pounding of laser bolts heated the metal beneath him, the mesh melting to slag. Torum yelped as the metal burned through his shirt. He leapt to his feet and bounded along the second-story catwalk. Panicked, his shin on fire, he spied the warehouse office, the door open and inviting. Clorig fired on the run, his shots wild. He pumped his legs harder and dove through the doorway. The bay window shattered under Aoffa's fire, covering him in glass.
Multiple targets 20 degrees to your left.
Dagon Aoffa watched his prey dive into the open door of an office on the second floor, unscathed. Rage bubbled, and he fired a half-dozen rounds into the office window, the glass either vaporizing or fragmenting under the onslaught. He felt the near hits of 3 bolts, turned toward the source, and fired 2 in return. A Traxilian fell behind a crate marked Industrial Combine Repair Parts, its weapons clattering away. "Stop adjusting the aim and sight in on Clorig," Aoffa ordered Sentinel. "He is the primary target."
"It does us no good to die. I recommend we take care of the immediate threat to your left. Torum Clorig is not going anywhere."
Aoffa growled, rose from cover, and fired a quick burst toward a group of 3 Hasmara to his left. His shots dropped one of the red-brown-skinned aliens. The other 2 scrambled for cover. He pulled another grenade from his belt, primed it, and tossed the device over his head. The resulting explosion silenced the fire from his left and filled the immediate area with smoke. "Thermal," Aoffa ordered. "How many more do you count?" The cybernetic eye switched to thermal, white blobs of heat filling his vision. He adjusted aim, firing at each of the blobs in turn. Most were behind cover that did not show up on his image, but he did watch as one of them fell over backwards.
7 remaining, not including Clorig.
Aoffa fired another volley through the dissipating smoke, rewarded with another white blob falling to the floor. He looked toward the office, saw a white blob near the doorway. "Give me targeting assist," he ordered, rising to fire toward Clorig. He felt a tug on the right side of his face, as if slapped, but without the pain. His head whipped around, the transmission from his implant disappeared, and Sentinel yelped.
"We have lost the cybernetic eye."
Aoffa fired a shot toward the office, shifted his aim, and fired as fast as he could pull the trigger toward the rest of the consortium thugs. Crimson bolts flashed across the warehouse, but hitting nothing. Dagon, blind by the loss of his implant, pulled the final grenade from his belt, set the fuse, and hurled it toward the center of the defender's position. He stood and moved toward the door a moment later, firing on the run as consortium fire nipped at his heels. The grenade's explosion silenced their fire briefly, allowing Aoffa to leave the warehouse. He staggered into the street, disoriented by the loss of his visual scanner. He turned onto the road toward the spaceport, and with a final scream of rage, disappeared down the muddy street. Dawn broke the eastern sky as the final rains of the storm faded. Lightning flashed in the distance, the rumble of thunder too faint to hear, as Fenric climbed onto the roof of a building halfway between the bar and the consortium warehouse. He unfolded a chair he carried under his arm, and sat down heavily. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a can of Daric beer, and popped the top. He took a long drink before checking his chrono, then turned his attention to the warehouse. The sun, barely edging the horizon, cast long shadows throughout the city, and it took Fenric a moment to see the bounty hunter. He checked his chrono again. Aoffa had been positioned outside the door for over an hour, unmoving.
"He said it could take a while,"
Fenric muttered to himself and drained the rest of the beer. He belched loudly, crushed the empty can, and tossed it unceremoniously over his right shoulder. The sound of it clattering away was lost as he pulled a second can from the other pocket and popped the top. The sun's rays warmed his skin, and he closed his eyes, enjoying the sensation. The communicator at his side, a gift from the bounty hunter, buzzed twice. Fenric felt the signal and opened one eye. The door to the warehouse disappeared in a flash. He opened both eyes and watched Aoffa disappear into the warehouse, guns blazing. Another explosion, and Fenric thought the firefight sounded very one-sided.
"Give 'em hell,"
he mumbled, and took a drink from his open container. Houses lit as the citizens of Daric rose from their slumber. A few brave souls ventured into the streets, but Fenric saw that most preferred to peer from the safety of their windows and doorways. The tone of the battle changed. The sound of weapons fire intensified. Shouts and screams preceded a second explosion. He turned his attention back to the warehouse, scratched his nose, and took another drink. A third explosion echoed through the early morning, and Fenric watched a figure stagger from the warehouse, firing behind him.
"That ain't good,"
he muttered as he watched the bounty hunter turn and head up the muddy street. A couple of the consortium goons followed, firing at the fleeing figure. Aoffa turned, felled both of them with single shots, and continued on his way. Fenric watched the man until he disappeared a half-kilometer away, heading for the spaceport. Shouts drew his attention to the warehouse. The remaining consortium villains ventured out, firing their weapons into the air in triumph. Red and green lasers sizzled into the early morning sky. He turned up the can, found it empty, and felt a profound sense of disappointment. Not only that the drink was gone, but that Aoffa had been turned away.
"Should have brought more,"
he shrugged, tossing the empty beer can over his shoulder. A communicator buzzed on his waist, and he retrieved the device.
"You still alive?" Fenric asked without preamble.
Barely,
came the pained reply.
What do you see?
"A half-dozen idiots standing in the street shooting their guns into the sky,"
Fenric reported.
Have any of them left?
"What?"
he asked, confused. His mouth was dry, and he wanted to go back to the bar. The sound of engines echoed in the early morning as a small freighter lifted from the spaceport a few kilometers away.
Are they still in the warehouse?
Aoffa rephrased the question.
Are they still in the building?
"Hold on,"
Fenric said. The world spun lazily as he tried to stand up, decided against the movement, and sat down heavily. He blinked away the alcohol haze and raised a hand to shield against the sun rising to his left.
"Yep,"
he said slowly.
"Looks like they all just went back inside."
He scratched his nose again.
"You ain't thinking of going back in there, are you?"
The Versum approached from the rising sun. The engines flared, bringing the freighter to a hover 200 meters above the three-story warehouse. Fenric looked up at the underside of the freighter, squinting against the thrust as his hands covered his ears. The ventral weapons on the ship locked onto the warehouse.
"Well, I'll be a son of a—"
The belly cannons opened fire, raking the warehouse from front to back with coherent energy. Red beams sliced through the structure, superheating and igniting the contents. The building's walls exploded outward, and the roof collapsed in a cloud of smoke and dust. The Versum rotated, bombarding the building with a constant barrage of energy bolts. Fenric ducked away as a wave of dust and debris rolled through the city. He heard the rumble of the collapse echo through the buildings, felt the roof vibrate beneath him enough to loosen the fillings in his teeth. The freighter continued to fire, flying in a slow circle around the warehouse. Crimson beams sliced through the debris, leaving nothing larger than a small air car. Finally, the Versum ceased fire, the ship rising to 500 meters above the city. The dust cleared, and Fenric turned back to inspect the bounty hunter's handiwork. A pile of rubble lay where the three-story warehouse once stood. That debris subsequently blasted into small pieces of duracrete, durasteel, and a smattering of other elements. He shook his head before looking up at the freighter still hovering over the city. The ship waggled its wings and headed for the sky. A smile split his face, and Fenric broke into raucous laughter. He raised the communicator to his lips, watching the ship fade into the distance.
Don't you think it would have been easier to lead with that?
Thus closes the chapter on one Torum Clorig. Or does it? Funny story. The TSA never found any evidence that he died. No body, no dental, no DNA. There are rumors that he escaped out the back of the warehouse, but there has never been any direct proof that he survived Aoffa's attack. If the human did live through the attack, he was smart enough to never raise his head again in the Tri-System. That leads me to the next installment. As I began editing and reading the manuscript, it is no longer an article in the Tri-System Observer, remember, I found a gap in the flow of the story. Nothing that I wrote, of course, but something that I became curious about. Why was Mark Dawson in Clinic's prison in the first place? So I gave a copy of my manuscript to a friend of mine, a colleague of some distinction, a winner of the prestigious Torkel Nebula Award. After reading my efforts, she told me it was not total crap. High praise indeed. She also said that I was correct. It needed more. I told her that I had additional information from a holo recording from the Busty Ostrich on Dagon. She immediately demanded to know the rest. I told her to buy a copy of the book. Ha! So, sit back and enjoy the story of one Lieutenant Mark Dawson and his infiltration into possibly the worst place in the Tri-System, Clinic's prison.
Clinic's prison. Mark Dawson paused before entering the bar, letting the pair he followed enter first. He watched, raising an inquisitive eyebrow, as the two stopped and unsnapped the restraining straps on their holsters before entering. He followed a moment later, grateful to get out of the pouring Dacorn rain. He shook the water from his dirty, brown TSA flight suit and watched the two take seats at the bar. Only a few patrons frequented the bar in the early afternoon. A thin haze of smoke from various tobaccos and other herbs hung from the ceiling. The bar offered a few secluded corners, a bit of privacy for clandestine business or romantic interludes. A dozen small round tables filled the majority of the room. The bar and an empty stage occupied the rest. The music box in the corner played a soft, sad ballad, while the robot bartender greeted the man and the woman as they took seats at the bar.
"Another Virgin Krillmar Sunrise, sir?"
the robot bartender inquired. The man wore dark pants and a gray shirt, a laser pistol on his right hip. His female companion wore a one-piece, near-skin-tight outfit. Her dark hair, pulled tight, flowed down her back. Her pistol sat on her left in a cross-draw holster. Both seemed to stare up at the mural of a flightless bird behind the bar. The bird's head dipped down into the sand at its feet, while its neck snaked through its large, over-exaggerated breasts. One wing offered a half-salute to the patrons of the bar. There was no mirror behind the bar, and Dawson approached unobserved. The man tossed a couple of coins on the bar and said, "2," holding up 2 fingers. "Real ones this time." "Make it 3," Dawson called, closing in on the pair. The man's hand went to his sidearm before slowly turning to face Mark. Jake Cutter smirked as he recognized Dawson. Mark held up his arms non-threateningly and smiled harmlessly. The robot bartender wheeled away.
3 Krillmar Sunrises coming up."
"You are a hard man to track, Jake," Dawson began, offering his right hand. "By design." Jake slid off the stool and shook the offered hand. Dawson released his grip and turned to Angel. The woman leapt into his arms, embracing him in a warm hug. "Thank you for all of your help," she said. Tears welled in her eyes as she released him. "I don't think we would have survived without you." The bartender arrived with the drinks, and the three moved to a secluded table in a dark corner of the tavern, far from the entrance. All three sat, Jake facing the door, Angel to his left with a good view of the back, and Dawson to his right, watching the bar. Each removed the slivers of Darlenko fruit from the edge of the glass and squeezed its juices into the beverage, Crackles filled the air as the three sat in contemplative silence. "So what brings you to Dagon?" Angel asked. "My new assignment," Mark replied, taking a sip of the drink. The smooth liquid burned his mouth. His eyes bulged, and he swallowed hard. The liquid fire continued down his throat. It suddenly felt very hot in the bar. He shook off the initial shock and leaned over the table, whispering, "I've been tasked with finding all of the escapees from Clanix." "How many escaped?" Jake asked, downing his drink in one gulp. "Including you two?" Dawson asked, his eyes looking from one to the other. Jake nodded. "Two." "How many were relocated to other facilities?" Angel inquired. She took a sip of her drink, made an unpleasant face, and passed the drink over to Jake. Dawson shook his head. "You don't understand. The three of us are the only survivors. Everyone else, prisoners and guards alike, died when the prison flooded." He shrugged. "If my team had not arrived when it did, I probably would have died too." "Team?" Angel asked. "Introductions are probably in order. My name is Lieutenant Mark Dawson, TSA Special Assignments Branch. I was assigned as a guard to infiltrate the prison to investigate a possible connection to the slave trade." "I guess you found it," Jake offered. "And more," Mark nodded. "The smuggling operation was a bit of a surprise, especially when we traced the funds." "Oh?" Angel asked. "The Secretary of Commerce has been implicated, but there is no direct link." Mark felt a sense of failure as he spoke. "We can't prove his involvement." Jake looked inquisitive. "The Secretary of Commerce?" Dawson nodded. "Dante Terra." "On Haraz?" Dawson nodded again. "Does that mean something to you?" He watched Jake and Angel exchange glances. Jake turned to look Mark in the eyes. Mark saw concern, anger, and fear. "Before I say anything else," he began, "I want to know what your intentions are. Are you going to take us back to prison?" Dawson shook his head. "No. I know you're innocent, Jake. The sergeant confirmed that much in between the beatings." Mark unconsciously rubbed his ribs. "But again, no proof. Secretary Terra may have been behind your arrest, but I haven't found a motive. Have you ever had a run-in with the Secretary of Commerce?" Jake thought for a moment. "No." Dawson smirked. "His possible connection was what led me to enlist Greg and Angel's assistance when you arrived. I needed you alive to hopefully trace back to him." Mark turned to Angel. "My condolences on his death. I never meant that to happen." She lowered her head. "Thank you." Dawson turned to face Jake. "As for my intentions," he leaned back in the chair, crossing his arms. "My intentions are to find a way to report you as dead so you can move on." Jake shook his head. "I'm not moving on." He finished Angel's discarded drink in one gulp and banged the empty glass on the table. "I'm going to find the person responsible for framing me, for wrecking my life. I'm going to find him and kill him." "And you think that Secretary Terra may be responsible?" Dawson asked. Jake nodded. Both the sergeant and the demoness referenced a man known as the Secretary. "Now you tell me that this guy, Terra, was running a smuggling operation at the prison." "There is no proof," Dawson cautioned. He took another sip, the liquid fire causing him to perspire despite the cool air in the bar. Jake continued, unimpeded. "It's another piece of the puzzle, and it fits." "But why?" Angel interjected. "Why would the Secretary of Commerce for the TSA want you out of the way?" Jake waved to the bartender, indicating another round. "That is what I intend to find out." The robot bartender appeared with another round, placing the 3 drinks on the table before scurrying off. Angel slid her drink over to Jake before turning to look at Mark. He heard the curiosity in her voice when she spoke. "Why did you seek out Greg when Jake arrived?" Mark mixed his drink, the liquor crackling between them. He took a sip. "I was told to." "Told?" she asked. "By whom?" Mark smiled. "A senator named Atipyi from Chandrila. She suspected something was going on in Clanix and sent me in." "Wait," Jake interrupted, placing his 3rd empty glass on the table. "She simply sent you into the most feared prison in the Tri-System?" Dawson took another sip of his drink, the alcohol burning as it flowed through his system. "Well, it wasn't quite that simple." The botanical gardens on Haraz boasted plants and wildlife from the far reaches of the Tri-System. Thousands of tourists visited each year, including celebrities, sports figures, and dignitaries, so no one paid any attention to the Chandrillian senator walking with a military officer. The two walked along gravel pathways that interweaved through the gardens. A pair of plain-clothes bodyguards, both Chandrillian, followed a few steps behind. Senator Atipyi wore a light green suit with pearls around her neck and silver accent jewelry on her wrists and fingers. Silver earrings hung from her right rabbit-like ear, causing it to droop slightly. Her left ear, although missing the upper half, was adorned with a matching set of rings. A senatorial pennant sat above her left breast. The military officer stood out in his dress uniform, the dark blues contrasting to the greens, reds, and yellows of the garden. Lieutenant Mark Dawson carried his hat in his left hand as he walked to the left of the senator. He remained silent, as did the senator, as they made their way along the path, the crunch of the gravel beneath their feet loud in the early morning. He breathed deep, enjoying the fresh air and streaming sunlight that found its way through the tree limbs above. The scent of the fresh flowers was a welcome change from the air refreshers aboard a starship. The winding path took them to the back of the gardens, along a less traveled walkway. An amorous couple retreated from a bench at the sight of Atipyi and her guards. The senator stopped and turned to Dawson. The two bodyguards turned, directing any other tourists away from the meeting. Mark stared into intelligent blue eyes as the senator began her speech.
"You come highly recommended, Lieutenant," she stated, her bass voice surprising Dawson. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me."
"Of course. Always happy to meet with a member of the Senate," he replied, his voice turned curious. "If I may, who recommended me? And for what?"
"I requested a military liaison for some investigative work," she explained, her hands moving in time with her speech. "This is a preliminary meeting. If you agree to the mission, you will be provided the specifics. As far as who recommended you," she offered a Chandrillian smile full of gleaming white fangs, "that would be Commander Camille. You are familiar with her, are you not?"
Dawson smirked and shook his head. "Yes, ma'am. She was my section leader aboard the Blackjack. I'm surprised she recommended me. We did not exactly get along."
The senator laughed. "Once you hear the details of the mission, I believe your fears will be justified. She did ask me to deliver a message to you, and I must admit that I am curious as to its meaning."
"Ma'am?"
"Don't be late again,"
Atipyi repeated.
"What does she mean?"
Dawson exhaled slowly, willing the rising anger to subside. "It means she will not let it go," he muttered. He addressed the senator. "I was late to a briefing one time." He held up a finger. "Once. She really holds a grudge."
"Apparently," Atipyi confirmed. "But despite that, she says you are a good candidate for this mission. Before I give you the parameters, you must know that anything said between the two of us is confidential. If you repeat it, you will be tried for treason and sentenced to life in Clinics prison."
"Clinics?" Mark repeated, raising an eyebrow. The tri-system government, in an effort to prove that it was the perfect system of governance, established Clinics prison as a repository for the criminal element. Out of sight, out of mind, they said. Anyone sentenced there, no matter for how long, never returned. Those thoughts plagued his mind as he turned away from the Chandrillian, looking at the plants and flowers surrounding the two of them. A small flying V formation of birds sailed overhead, squawking loudly. Thoughts of a solo mission intrigued him. Anything, he thought, would be better than being cooped up on a starship again. He nodded and focused his attention back on the senator. "I understand. What is it you want me to do?"
"Infiltrate Clinics."
"What?"
"You heard me correct, Lieutenant."
Atipyi nodded.
"Rumors have reached my office of embezzlement, slavery, smuggling, and prisoner mistreatment. Senators and other high-ranking officials within the Parliament have been implicated, so I cannot use official channels to conduct an inquiry. I want to send you in, undercover, to confirm these rumors."
The thought of a solo mission suddenly lost its appeal. A sense of foreboding knotted his stomach. "And Commander Camille recommended me?" The commander and I served together years ago, Senator Atipi explained, as ensigns aboard the Labrador. If she says you are the right candidate, then I trust her judgment. The Chandrillian placed a furry paw on his shoulder. She actually spoke very highly of you, Lieutenant. Infiltrate the prison? Dawson let the words roll off his tongue as if tasting them. As a prisoner? I'm not going to get far. As a guard, Lieutenant, Atipi interrupted, removing her paw from his shoulder. And you will not be alone. I have asked Commander Camille to establish a team to back you up. Those details are being worked out as we speak. Dawson turned away, mulling over her words. He paced back and forth, his polished leather shoes crunching on the gravel. The early morning breeze touched his skin. The squawk of birds above beckoned. The scent of the flowers tickled his nose. The knot in his stomach pulled at him, dismissing the other senses as if they did not exist. There is one other thing, she interrupted his thoughts. He stopped pacing and turned his attention back to the Chandrillian. There is a prisoner there, an old friend. He may be an ally. A prisoner? He repeated, doubt in his voice. An ally? A blue click named Grag, she explained. He served with Commander Camille and I a long time ago. You want me to trust a prisoner that used to be a soldier, he used air finger quotes, a long time ago. Ma'am, with all due respect, you are not filling me with confidence about this. What did this Grag do? Senator Atipi looked uncomfortable for the first time since the conversation began. She looked down both directions of the path before motioning for Dawson to move closer. He took a few steps toward the Chandrillian. You studied the raid on Brahmama City 15 years ago? She asked, and Mark nodded. I'm sure you were told it was a success, with minimal casualties. Another nod. The mission was a success, but there were in fact only 4 survivors. Commander Yibi of Chandrilla, Lieutenants Atipi, Camille, and an ensign named Grag. Everyone else, all 75 beings of the company, were killed. What happened? Dawson asked, curious. We studied the battle in Officer Candidate School, a textbook example of an assault. I wrote that textbook, Lieutenant, she said. That example was the plan I formulated and submitted for the assault as the executive officer. Commander Yibi discounted my recommendation, formed his own plan, and sent in the company. Camille commanded 1st Platoon, and Grag the 2nd. Yibi watched from a hilltop 8 kilometers away as the entire company was slaughtered. The Chandrillian turned, walked a few paces, and Dawson heard her sigh heavily. She returned a moment later. I arrested Yibi for dereliction of duty and incompetence, but it was too late. Camille and Grag returned, both wounded, the only survivors of the actual battle. Ensign Grag had special operations training. He was, perhaps, the most highly trained soldier in the company. Her voice drifted with the memory. He returned and snapped Yibi's neck without a word. I had no choice but to charge him with murder. Dawson's eyes went wide, his jaw slack. You want me to trust a man you sent to prison? Grag knew he made a mistake, Atipi continued, holding up a paw to ward off his interruption. He knew he had to face the consequences of his actions. He is an honorable blue click. If he is still alive in Clanix, find him. Tell him that I sent you. He will be an invaluable ally. Dawson stood quietly for a moment, staring at the Chandrillian. He turned his eyes skyward, listening to the squawk of birds. The knot in his stomach dissipated, and he felt the gentle breeze, smelled the flowers, while he digested the information. The crunch of gravel drew him from his reverie, and he turned to look at the senator as her 2 bodyguards approached. Senator, it is time for us to leave, one of them said. Atipi looked at Dawson. I need an answer, Lieutenant. Something in her tone sent a warning to Mark. He stared into her eyes and knew there was only one answer. I really don't have a choice, do I, ma'am? No, she replied. You don't. Not any more. You know too much now. A smile of surrender touched his lips, and he laughed lightly. "Then it appears I'm heading to prison." Atipyi turned and began walking away. "Give my best to Grag." She disappeared with her bodyguards, leaving Dawson standing on a gravel path in the botanical gardens. He turned to stare at the sun high above, the light streaming through the tree limbs high overhead. Mark saw a large red and yellow bird staring back at him. It squawked, spread its wings, and flew away, leaving him alone with his thoughts.
"Clanix is a dead world," the guard named Timley said. "No parole, no escape, no hope."
He shrugged, a note of sadness in his voice.
"It's designed that way."
Mark Dawson nodded absent-mindedly as the shuttle descended for a landing. The two men sat alone in the cargo bay of the ship. Gray, seamless walls stretched 20 meters, floor to ceiling. Stacks of wooden and plastisteel crates sat in neat rows throughout the cabin. A handful of chairs, most of which were empty, sat against the forward bulkhead, giving Dawson a spectacular view of nothing. The shuttle hit hard, and his stomach flipped as the ship bounced off the tarmac. The windowless bay gave him no hint as to where they were as he drifted weightless against his seat harness for a pair of heartbeats. He crashed back onto his seat when the ship touched down again. A loud whining metallic scrape reverberated through the craft as the landing struts slid across the Duracrete surface. Inertia pushed him against the back of the chair as the pilot hit the braking thrusters. The roar of the engines overwhelmed the scrape of the metal, and Dawson winced against the sound. The shuttle halted its forward momentum, and Mark rocked against his harness as the ship stopped. The roar of the engines died. He opened his mouth and moved his jaw, shaking his head. His ears popped, and he found himself breathing heavily at the rough landing. He unfastened his harness, stood, and stretched. The guard, Timley, a meter-tall Traxilian, stood as well on the seat. He stood shoulder-tall to Dawson and began adjusting the dark green TSA-issued uniform that hung loosely from his frame. He wore a name tag sewn over his left breast pocket, the emblem of the TSA Prison Authority on his right sleeve. Mark thought him very proud of his uniform. Timley looked up, saw Dawson staring at him, and offered an embarrassed smile. "My father died many years ago when I was a boy," he explained. "We did not have much, so when I was accepted to the TSA Academy, my mother was overjoyed." His smile grew. "No one in my family has ever served. I am happy to be the first." Mark patted his new friend on the back. "You will do great." The distant hatch opened, and stale, musty air invaded the shuttle. "What else do you know about Clanix?" The Traxilian shook his head. "Not much. This may not have been my preference of duty assignments, but I did my research. I want to show the TSA what I'm capable of." The two removed their luggage, one bag each, from a nearby pallet on the deck and headed for the hatch. The air grew cool as they descended the ramp, and Dawson adjusted his collar to cover his neck. He paused at the base of the ramp, awestruck at his new home. The landing bay had been carved out of a natural cavern. Solid rock walls, 200 meters tall, surrounded a smooth Duracrete floor. 8 small shuttles and 1 freighter sat in the hangar. 2 of the shuttles showed signs of prep for liftoff. A quick look over his shoulder, past his shuttle, confirmed a long tunnel leading to the service. He caught a glimpse of distant hangar doors before the lights in the approach tunnel switched off, in sequence, from the far end. "The sergeant-at-arms," Timley muttered, and Dawson turned back front. A tall man, with a Hazmara and a human in tow, strolled into the bay from a door to their left. The sergeant carried a baton in his right hand, slowly slapping it into his left in time with his easy, measured gait. Sergeant stripes adorned his dark green shirt. Black pants and spit-polished boots completed his look. A pair of gloves were folded neatly in his belt. He stopped a meter away from Dawson, the aroma of cheap aftershave filling the air. "I am the sergeant-at-arms," the man said, "and you will address me as such." The human looked annoyed, distracted.
I did not ask for additional personnel, so why I suddenly get 2 newbies is beyond me. The rules here are simple. You do what I say when I tell you to do it." He pointed the baton at Dawson and Timley in turn to emphasize the statement. "You will stay out of areas you are not authorized to be in. That includes the main area of the prison for the first 2 months, until you get the lay of the land." He motioned for the 2 new arrivals to follow him with a wave of the baton. He turned to exit the bay without another word. Dawson threw his bag over his shoulder and dutifully followed while observing everything. The prison was a maze of rock tunnels, and he soon lost his bearing. The sergeant continued his orientation as he led them through the stone passageways. "You will be assigned quarters in the admin wing," he said over his shoulder. "The rooms are small, but private. That does not mean I will not conduct spot inspections. This is still a TSA military posting. Stay out of my way and stay out of trouble, and we won't have any problems." The sergeant stopped suddenly, turned, and pointed the baton into Dawson's face. "You get me?" He looked down and read Mark's name tag. "Dawson?" "Yes, Sergeant," Mark replied, snapping to attention. "You... Timley?" "Yes, Sergeant," Timley yelled, his voice echoing in the corridor. The sergeant nodded and pointed with his baton to a side passage. "Your quarters are down that corridor. Dawson, you are in B6. Timley, B5. The man snickered. "You cannot change rooms without my concurrence." He pointed the wooden baton at Mark again. "Corporal Dranold will give you a tour of the facility in 1 hour. Get your gear stored before then. Dismissed." The sergeant turned on his heel and disappeared down the dirt floor passageway, his entourage in tow. Dawson looked at Timley, who shrugged. "Pleasant fellow," the diminutive Traxilian offered. He adjusted the small bag on his shoulder and proceeded down the tunnel toward their quarters. Dawson followed, watching the small blue alien carry his pack. Traxilians were the distant cousin of the Blue Click, although generally less than half their size. A giant planet, Trax maintained a gravity twice that of other habitable worlds. The higher gravity resulted in smaller stature, but incredible muscle mass. It was not uncommon for a Traxilian to lift more than 10 times their own weight. "B5, Timley said, stopping in front of a metal door with the room number stenciled sloppily on the exterior. He opened the door, pulling it outward with little effort, and walked in. Dawson heard a whoop of joy and stuck his head in. Mark saw the same stone walls as the corridor, but the room stretched for several meters in each direction. The Traxilian dropped his pack, ran 3 steps, and leapt onto the huge bed. Dawson spied a large desk with a chair, a wall locker, foot locker, and a small table with 3 chairs in the corner. "This room is bigger than the house I grew up in," Timley smiled, bounding off the bed and exploring the wall locker. Mark smiled at the Traxilian's enthusiasm, but felt his own fortunes would not be as rewarding. Dawson backed out of the room and proceeded down the passage to B6. The corridor extended on into the distance. A small sign that read "Exit" indicated a secondary route from the residence wing. He made a mental note to explore that path. He pulled the steel door open, stepped into the room, and immediately bumped into the bed. "I knew it," he thought, dropping his pack on the bed. The room was a quarter the size of Timley's, with the bed taking up almost a third of that. There was not a desk, table, or chairs. Instead, he saw a lopsided wall locker and a foot locker with a hole in the side. He bent over and began pushing the bed out of the way so he could enter the room. Timley bounded up beside him a moment later, grabbed the edge of the bed, and shoved it against the far wall with a single push. He bounded onto the bed, turned, and placed his hands on his hips as he looked around. "Kind of small," he said. "Do you want to trade?" Dawson shook his head. "I'll manage. Beats the quarters I had on my first assignment," he confessed. The Traxilian executed a forward flip off the bed, landing lightly on his feet. "Well, if you change your mind," he said joyfully, and disappeared back toward his own quarters. Mark Dawson sat down heavily on the bed.
He flopped back, arms out, and grimaced at the lumpy texture of the mattress. "What have you gotten me into, Senator?" he muttered. The tour took only a few minutes, Dranold not being a talkative guide. He led Dawson and Timley through the residential wing, careful to point out not to enter Corridor A2. That was reserved for the sergeant. They passed through the galley, a small affair with 3 long tables and a pair of serving stations. A few guards sat eating. No one even looked up from their meal as the trio passed through. Dranold continued the tour, identifying the Atmosphere Recycling Center, Communication Center, Supply Room, and finally the central hub of the prison. They stood on a ledge 5 meters above the prison floor. Rock walls and a dirt surface with a half-dozen tunnels led off the cavern. Light tubes, aligned along the ceiling and walls, illuminated the hub, and Mark saw a multitude of alien faces glance up before continuing their daily routine. "What do the prisoners do all day?" he asked. "Survive," Dranold grunted. "What do we do?" Mark pressed. Dranold turned to face him, and the smell of alcohol assailed Dawson. "We don't ask too many questions, newbie. We stay up here, mind our own business, and collect a paycheck. If those," he pointed toward the cavern below, "bastards want to kill each other, so be it. We get paid per prisoner they deliver, not how many we keep alive." He looked Dawson up and down. "Same for the guards," he sneered. "Showtime is over," he finished. "You're both on the night shift, which starts in 3 hours. He pointed a crooked finger at Dawson. "My advice, and this is the only free advice you get here, newbie, is do what you're told when you're told. Don't go exploring. Stay out of the areas that are off limits. If the prisoners don't get you, the boss or I will." He turned to leave, took 3 steps, stopped, and looked over his shoulder. "The penalties will be severe," he said, and disappeared up the corridor. "Penalties?" Timley asked, looking up at Dawson. "What did he mean by that?" Mark shook his head, pursing his lips together as he stared up the now empty passage. "I don't know, Timley, but I have a feeling we will find out soon enough." He shifted his position to the edge of the ledge, looking down at the prisoners below. He watched a pair of Crendotians escort a limo succubus through the cavern. The other prisoners hastily moved out of the way. A few bowed submissively, taking a knee as the aliens sauntered past. Dawson saw a handful of other races in the cavern. None made eye contact with the alien. Except for one blue click, leaning on a small cane standing off to one side, a human female wrapped arm in arm with him on his left side. They stared as the limo made its way through the crowd. The blue click skin had faded almost white from the lack of natural lighting. Only a hint of blue tint remained. Gray, thin fuzz covered his bald head. His thin, muscular frame held an air of complete indifference about the whole affair. The blue click's companion stood tall, strikingly beautiful, and slender. Long brunette hair, matted and dingy, flowed down her back. Her skin was pale from not having seen the sun in months, her clothes dirty and tattered. The succubus hissed at the duo, but neither flinched, even as those standing around retreated. A circle formed around the limo, the blue click, and his companion. Dust filled the air from shuffling feet as a hush fell over the crowd. Dawson stood quietly, stared unblinking, mesmerized by the encounter, his hand down to his side, where his pistol normally sat. He shook his hand, wishing for the weapon, and watched the scene below.
"Greg,"
the limo began,
"you will bring back the food you stole from me."
"What food?" the blue click asked innocently, his smile charming. The succubus bristled.
"The food from my cache in the eastern corridor,"
she hissed, pointing to one of the tunnels leading from the central hub.
"My associates saw you take it. I want it back."
"I cannot, Demoness," Greg shrugged.
"Why not?"
she questioned through gritted teeth. Her tail twitched, agitated.
"It has been eaten by the very prisoners you see standing around you,"
Greg explained, looking over the crowd. A murmur shot through the assembly. The circle of prisoners took a step back with Greg's admission. She stared at Greg, piercing orbs boring into his soul, before the succubus turned. Her dark eyes stared at the assembled prisoners. Many of them shook visibly.
I am disappointed in you taking food from this blue clique. All of you owe me, she hissed.
She turned back to face Grag.
I will be compensated for my losses.
She turned, and the crowd parted. Mark watched her Krandoshan escorts lead her away from the central hub, the crowd breaking up seconds later. A few prisoners looked at Grag, nodding in his direction, before disappearing down the various passages leading away from the central hub. Grag and the human female stood calmly, still arm in arm, watching the prisoners leave the cavern. The blue clique looked up to the ledge and made eye contact with Dawson. Mark nodded, receiving a puzzled look in return. He nodded a second time, the blue clique mimicking the movement a moment later. Mark watched Grag and his companion leave down one of the side corridors.
Well, that was exciting, Timley said a moment later. Think we should tell the sergeant about the incident?
Mark shook his head. No need. The two left the ledge, heading back into the administration section of the prison. I have a feeling he already knows everything that goes on here. Mark spent the next few weeks exploring the prison. He stayed in his assigned areas at first before expanding his search into the restricted areas. He found the restricted areas were nothing more than caches for the sergeant-at-arms. Taking his cue from the other guards, he steadily acquired items for his quarters: a new wall locker, foot locker, food, computer, and other things that made living within the rock walls more tolerable. Most of those items acquired from the sergeant's stash of items. The lack of sunshine created medical issues among the guards. Dawson observed several of his co-workers and their constant visits with the medic. He felt himself fortunate. His symptoms were lessened by the fact that he had served on board a starship. Timley suffered a bout of depression before his body adjusted at the 1-month anniversary of their tenure. Dawson kept an eye on his friend, providing constant encouragement until the Traxilian acclimated to the absence of natural light. The second month passed much like the first. Timley grew stronger, his mood returning to the happy-go-lucky attitude he had on the shuttle. Dawson continued to explore, but found nothing worthy of reporting to the senator. Mark's store of contraband goods grew, and he began trading items with the other guards. His black market dealings led to his first betrayal at the hands of Dranold. Rough hands pushed him, the stone biting into his knees. Dranold and another guard named Prindle stood behind him, their hands on his shoulders as he knelt before the sergeant. Dawson looked up, watching the sergeant-at-arms slap his left palm with a 2-foot wooden baton. Someone popped the back of his head with their fist.
"Avert your eyes, thief!"
Mark recognized Dranold's voice.
"He was trading your stuff, Sarge."
Corporal Zrek, the sergeant's number 2, began. The human stood beside the sergeant, arms crossed, staring at Mark. He wore a tight-fitting uniform, a sidearm, and long hair. The long beard hanging below his chin was also not in compliance with the TSA. Dawson turned his eyes to the floor, watching the men's shadows. The dark blobs passed objects between each other, and he heard a grunt of disappointment.
"Been doing it for a while by the looks of his quarters,"
Zrek continued. Dawson saw the baton slowly enter his vision, felt the wood slide under his chin, and lift his head. Dark, bloodshot eyes stared at him from a gaunt, unshaven face. The man looked exhausted.
2 months.
He shook his head. 2 months before you broke the rules. His eyes widened. No, 2 months before you got caught breaking my rules. Mark saw the slap coming and moved his head with the blow. His face reverberated with the sting of the backhand. He tasted blood on his lip. The baton touched the left side of his face, holding his head in place for the second slap. Dawson braced for the strike, his head rolling with the impact.
"You will return everything you took from me,"
the sergeant grunted as he swung again, his gloved hand muffling the sound of the hit.
"Everything."
Another slap with his hand, not with the baton.
"Do you understand?"
Zrek, Prindle, and Dranold joined in, the punches and kicks sending Dawson to the stone floor. He rolled into a ball, protecting his face as best he could. The beating ended quickly. Prindle and Dranold hoisting him to his feet. The sergeant stepped close, his alcohol-laden breath barely conquering the smell of blood. Mark's blood. "Do not break my rules again, Dawson," the sergeant muttered. "Next time, I promise you, it will be worse. A lot worse. Now get out of here." He waved a dismissive hand. Mark staggered down the passage, leaning heavily on the stone walls. He passed the communication center, the galley, and finally found himself in the residence wing. Timley met him at the door to his quarters, a bucket of water and a rag at his feet. Dawson's vision blurred, and he fell to the floor. His ribs shifted, sending a wave of fire and nausea through his body. He felt tiny hands grab him and drag him into his cramped quarters. He muttered thanks as the Traxilian lifted him off the floor and deposited him gently onto the lumpy bed. Mark gasped, sweat pouring down his bloody face, and he closed his eyes, fighting through the pain. He heard Timley's footsteps retreat before returning a moment later. A damp cloth touched his forehead, soothing his throbbing temples. The cloth wiped his face, and he heard the Traxilian sing a barely audible ballad. He listened to the lyrics, the melody, the pleasant tones relieving the pounding in his head and the ache in his ribs. The damp cloth and tiny voice grew distant as darkness enveloped Dawson.
"You should not go exploring again," Timley cautioned. "You have not yet fully recovered from your last encounter with the sergeant-at-arms."
Mark Dawson sat on the chair in the Traxilian's room, staring across the space at his friend standing on the bed, making them roughly eye to eye. 2 weeks had passed since the beating, and Mark continued to avoid the sergeant and his 3 minions. His only meeting in that time served as a humble apology and allowed him the opportunity to return most of the items he had acquired. Taking a chance, he kept a few of the more useful items for himself. His room now boasted a hidden section thanks to a hollow emitter. Within the false hologram wall, Mark created a working intel center equipped with a small assortment of weapons, a communications terminal, and a pack of extra gear. His living quarters were now much smaller, but he deemed it a small price to pay to now have a place to plan his actual mission. He thought of telling Timley, who appeared to be his only friend on Clinics, who he really was and his mission, but thought better of it. Things could go very wrong, and if it did, he did not want to bring the Traxilian into it. The mood in the prison changed after his beating. Tensions ran high among the guards. Excursions into the population increased. One event sent 2 guards to the medic, and 6 prisoners dead or dying. Mark worked his way onto one of the incursion details, getting his first foray in among the prisoners. The team of 6 armored up, giving Mark his first look at the prison armory. Racks of weapons, stacked 3 high, covered one wall. Lockers, one for each guard, filled the opposite wall. Dawson found his locker, surprised that he had a complete set of armor waiting. He slid the equipment on over his uniform, donning a small ceramic helmet with face shield last. 4 of the guards, 2 in front and 2 in back, carried stunners as they descended stone steps from the admin area into the prison cavern. Dawson, still on probation from the sergeant, was given only a baton. He held the weapon in his right hand, his left cradling his ribs to keep them from shifting during the quick descent. The guard across from him, in the middle of the left flank, also carried only a baton. The prisoners parted as the squad of 6 moved through the prison. Dawson was soon lost in the labyrinth of tunnels, adjacent passages, and small alcoves. A pair of prisoners did not move fast enough and received a blast from the stunners for their apathy. The pair of clando twitched on the ground, blue electricity racing around their convulsing bodies. Mark placed his left hand on the armored shoulder of the man in front of him and turned to see a horde of prisoners descend on the 2 unconscious forms. He turned his attention back to the front. The squad moved fast, traversing tunnel after tunnel in a wide swath through the prison. Several other prisoners were stunned, and Dawson smashed a Hazmara in the arm when the alien reached for him. Mark had no clue to the purpose of the raid when it ended 20 minutes later. They never stopped moving. He leaned against the stone wall and pulled off his helmet, sweat pouring down his face. He breathed deep, calming his racing heart as he pulled off his gloves and began stripping his armor. Ragged breathing filled the armory air, and Dawson realized that everyone in the raiding party was out of shape. The 2 subsequent raids produced nothing of value, except for information. On his 3rd incursion, Dawson spotted a well-secluded alcove near the guard entrance to the prison. He needed a closer look, but hoped that it would work as a dead drop for the Buklik, Grag. The memory faded with the Trexilian's words. "I'll be fine, Timley," Dawson offered a reassuring smile. "I'm not going far. I'm still trying to get the lay of the land." "You will not steal anything else from the sergeant, yes?" the Trexilian inquired. "I do not want to nurse you back to health again." Dawson stood, spreading his arms wide in a nothing-to-hide gesture. "No thievery this time, simple reconnoiter. If something does happen on a raid, I want to make sure I can get back to safety." Timley gave him a skeptical look. "Be careful." Mark nodded and left the room. Down the hallway he turned right and proceeded toward the armory. He heard loud conversation coming from the galley and checked his chrono. Dinner meal. He nodded and continued past the room without a glance. "I'll eat on the way back." He passed the armory and descended the stairs to the prisoner level. A large steel door with a small window separated the general population and the guard administration area. A keypad sat affixed to the stone wall. Mark peeked through the window, saw no one nearby, and typed in a code he had memorized from watching his squad leader. A tiny red light turned green. The door lock clicked, and Dawson pushed the door open. He moved quickly and quietly down the passage toward the alcove he'd spotted earlier. He ducked into the shadows as a pair of Hasmara strolled by. They argued in their native language, their voices trailing off as they disappeared toward the central hub. Dawson gulped, despite his dry mouth, took a breath, and willed his heart to slow. The flow of adrenaline washed away any pain he felt from his ribs. He arrived at the alcove, and his hopes soared. A crevice in the wall opened into a small space about 1 meter by 1 meter. Mark peered into the opening and saw no signs of traffic or habitation. "Makes sense," he thought. Not many of the prisoners would intentionally blockade themselves into a dead end. Satisfied that the alcove would serve his purposes, he produced a second small hollow emitter from his pocket and set it gently into the crevice. He retraced his steps to the door, locked it behind him, and ascended the stairs to the admin level. He entered the galley, and no one paid him any attention. He let a small smile creep across his face. Step 1 complete. Step 2, slipping a note to Grag and Angel to tell them of the dead drop, proved more difficult than finding the hidden alcove. Mark continued to add to the small pile of food, water, blankets, and the hollow transmitter, while he sought a way to get word to the prisoners. 3 weeks passed before his opportunity to contact Grag arrived. Dawson used that time to heal from the beating. Recognizing his own lack of fitness, he began a strenuous calisthenics program. The prison had no gym, so he improvised weight training with rocks and other items. It became routine to see him running through the narrow, winding rock corridors, covered in sweat. Prindle joined him on occasion, and despite the beating weeks earlier, Mark formed a friendship with a Hasmara. That camaraderie led to Prindle requesting his assistance on several clandestine incursions into the prison population. A few drinks, and the Hasmara began to talk, hinting of illegal activities. But despite his pressing questions, the guard would not reveal additional information. "Dawson," Prindle called from the door to Mark's quarters. The Hasmara's mane grew long and unkempt, his reddish-brown skin caked with a layer of dust from the prison tunnels. "You up for another incursion into the Badlands?" Mark lay on the lumpy bed reading a datapad. He sat the device on the bed, sat up, and swung his feet around until he sat on the edge, his feet almost touching the floor. "What's the gig?" "A lesson in civility," the Hasmara replied, brushing his long mane aside. "A prisoner died, his shoes stolen. The Sarge wants the thief taught a lesson. Thought you might want to go. I could use the backup." Mark nodded, seeing an opportunity. "Sure, when?" "Now," Prindle replied. Dawson grabbed his boots sitting on the floor near his bed, careful not to send dust toward the fake holographic wall, slipped them on, and exited the room behind Prindle. They stopped at the armory, each grabbing a stunner and wooden baton like the sergeant carried. Mark's pulse quickened, adrenaline heightening his senses with the thought of potential combat. The two of them left the armory, descended the stone walkway to the durasteel door, and entered the prison population. Prindle moved with an easy gait through the tunnels. The prisoners slid out of the way of the duo, their eyes watchful and attentive. Dawson gripped the baton tightly until his hand began to cramp, his knuckles white with the exertion. He watched everyone and everything, jumping at the slightest movement from the inmates. The inmates sensed his fear and took advantage of his anxiety. A Hasmara hissed as Mark walked by. A blue click took a quick step toward him, laughing when Dawson almost tripped from turning toward the potential threat. His heart raced. His eyes roamed the crowd constantly. Prindle stopped suddenly, and Mark bumped into him, creating a chorus of laughter from the nearest onlookers. "There," Prindle said, pointing toward a Hasmara leaning against the stone wall, admiring his new footwear. The alien looked up, saw Prindle, and turned to run. The guard swung his baton like a frisbee, the weapon spinning across the 4 meters to hit the prisoner in the legs. The Hasmara fell to the dirt floor in a cloud of dust. Prindle moved quickly to the downed alien, retrieved the baton, and began beating the Hasmara. "You do not," a hit, "kill another prisoner," hit, "without permission." Dawson stood behind the guard, content with guarding Prindle's back. He looked across the crowd and saw Greg and Angel standing nearby, watching the spectacle dispassionately. Mark made eye contact with Greg and nodded. The alien returned the gesture. Mark stole a glance at Prindle, recognized his opportunity, and with his foot wrote out the name Atipyi in the dirt floor. He made eye contact with Greg again and nodded toward the message. He stepped away, shifting position to the left of Prindle, and waited. Prindle had worked up a sweat, his mane plastered to his neck. He shifted the baton to his left hand, pummeling the prisoner with his fresh arm. He continued to curse and grunt with each strike, oblivious to those gathered around him. Greg moved forward, saw the message, and erased it with a simple swipe of his foot. He looked up, and Mark recognized astonishment in his eyes. A wry smile touched the blue click's lips when Dawson shifted his eyes to his right side and tapped his pants pocket lightly. Angel joined the blue click, entwining her arm in Greg's, and the two moved past Dawson. Angel brushed against Mark, deftly picking his pocket without looking. The two disappeared into the crowd without a backwards glance. Prindle, panting from exertion, tossed the bloody baton aside. The wooden stick was cracked up one side and broke in two when it hit the stone wall nearby. Several prisoners raced to recover the wood, fighting over the shards. Prindle wiped the sweat from his face, turned to Dawson, and smiled. "He won't do that anymore," the Hasmara guard said, fatigue filling his voice. "Let's go." The two backtracked through the prison. Dawson watched the inmates give the pair a wide berth, wider than before, and felt more at ease on their return journey. "You did well, Dawson," Prindle commented. "You guarded my back, didn't say nothing. You may have a future here." Mark remained quiet. "I'll let the Sarge know about your performance. Keep your nose clean, and maybe I won't have to beat you like that," Prindle snarked. They passed the small alcove that served as Mark's dead drop. Dawson, following Prindle, snuck a peek and smiled when he saw that the hidden supplies were gone. Step 2 complete. Prindle opened the durasteel door, and the two returned to the sanctuary of the administrative section of the prison. Zrek met them at the top of the stairs, arms crossed, a baton hanging loosely from his hand, snugly entrenched in his left armpit. "How'd it go?" "Found him," Prindle reported. "He won't be causing any more problems." His tone changed. "Where's the Sarge?" "Off-world," Zrek replied, his eyes watching Dawson. Mark felt uneasy at the scrutiny and gripped the baton a little tighter. "How'd this one do?" "Better'n expected," Prindle said. "He kept quiet. Watch my back." Zrek nodded, turning to one side to open the corridor for passage. "Good job. Dismissed." Dawson squeezed past Zrek in the corridor, breathing a sigh of relief. He heard a grunt a split second before Zrek's wooden baton caught him across the small of his back. Mark yelped, stumbling forward from the blow. The corporal pressed the attack, this time striking him around the shoulder blades. Dawson staggered into the wall, his head bouncing off the stone. Prindle yelled in protest as the corridor began to spin for Dawson. He turned, saw a blurry Zrek raise the baton to strike again, and lifted his left arm to block the blow. Zrek shifted his aim, coming in beneath Dawson's arm and striking him in the ribs. Mark felt bone crack as the air left his lungs. He rebounded off the wall, falling to his knees on the floor. He heard Prindle protest again. "Shut up," Zrek ordered. He breathed heavily, shifting the baton expertly between his left and right hands. "The Sarge is gone and I'm in charge." The corporal knelt before Dawson, leaning in close. "I don't like you. Something about you ain't right." He stood. "I'm going to beat you every day until I figure out what it is," he finished. He kicked Dawson in the shoulder, the blow rolling Mark onto his back in the passageway. Dawson blinked away some of the fog from his vision, shaking his head to clear the rest. He slowly propped himself up on an elbow. More guards arrived, drawn by the noise. They formed a small circle around the two men, cheering on Zrek. The corporal reveled in the applause before he waved his arms, quieting the crowd. Dawson saw Timley push his way through the mob. The Traxilian showed no emotion. "The Sarge is still missing equipment." Zrek looked at Dawson. "I hear you're still exploring, acquiring things to make your life here more bearable." Zrek looked at the crowd, and Mark followed his gaze to Timley. "I'm told that you are making unauthorized trips, looking into areas you aren't supposed to." Zrek kicked Dawson in the ribs again, this time on the right side. The blow sent Mark back to the floor. He rolled in agony as pain from fractured ribs racked his body. He felt nauseous, fighting the urge to vomit. He coughed, tasted blood, the movement sending a wave of pain through his body. "The sergeant will be back in about a week, maybe 2, Zrek laughed. "Until he returns, you are mine." He kicked Mark again, his foot smacking into Dawson's right shoulder. "Get him out of here." Rough hands grabbed him. Blurry eyes watched as Prindle and a clando hoisted him by his arms. He screamed as his rib cage shifted with the movement. They dragged him through the stone passageways of Clanix, a trail of dust rising from the floor behind them. Many of the guards followed, laughing and pointing. Prindle and the clando tossed him onto the floor of his room as the rest peered in from the doorway. Mark heard several comments about the small quarters. Others talked about the beating. One offered his story of one of his own beatings at the hand of Zrek. Prindle knelt beside Mark, his head shaking sadly. "I kind of liked you, Dawson," the Hazmaras stated. "But if you're on Zrek's bad side—" He left the sentence unfinished. Mark reached up weakly, patting the alien on the shoulder. "I understand," he mumbled. Prindle rose, turned, and left Dawson lying on the floor. He closed the door, and Mark heard it lock from the outside. He tried to pull himself to the bed, pain and fatigue overwhelming him. "I'll just lay here," he said to no one. The room spun lazily clockwise, and Dawson closed his eyes against the movement. Empty glasses filled the table between Mark, Jake, and Angel. The evening rush brought the Busty Ostrich to near capacity, the clink of glasses and din of conversation filling the air. A 3-piece band replaced the music of the jukebox, the percussion and wailing of synthesizers adding to the noise in the bar. A week later, the sergeant returned with you, Mark said to Jake. He took a sip of his Krillmar Sunrise, barely noticing the burn of the alcohol as it flowed. He felt great, relaxed as he told his story. Jake held up a hand. "Wait a minute." His speech slurred slightly. "How did you know to tell Greg about me?" "I stole a comm unit from the sergeant, remember?" Mark stated, his voice smooth and mellow from the drinks. "I contacted Senator Atipi a day after that beating. She told me that an innocent man had been framed but had no idea why. She told me to protect you any way that I could. If the secretary wanted you out of the way, the senator wanted to know why." He shrugged. "We still don't have those answers."
"What happened to Timley?"
Angel asked, brushing her black hair from her face. "He died in the flood of the prison," Mark replied, deadpan.
"Sorry."
"Don't be," Dawson grunted. "That little Glech ratted me out to move up the ladder. He got what he deserved. I guess they all did. If we are the only survivors, then Prindle and the rest drowned as well. Actually," Jake smiled, "I killed Prindle, Dranold, and the sergeant." Jake told Mark of their escape from Clanix. The three sat quietly, Jake and Mark finishing off their drinks, and Jake ordered another round. The noise of the bar increased as more patrons arrived. Dawson shook his head, blinking as the full effects of the sunrise took hold of him. "Now what do we do?" "We have another drink," Jake said, swaying slightly in his chair. Then we find those responsible for framing me. Secretary Terra or whoever. We find them, and we kill them. The rest, as they say, is history. Now, for our final installment, Dr. Nicky Millar saved Dagon Aoffa's life. I don't think anyone would dispute that. He left the TSA and, as far as the government was concerned, cut his ties with the military. Dr. Millar saw things differently. I found evidence of many visits between the two of them, most of them to work on and modify the bounty hunter's extraordinary cybernetics. But there is one visit that really sticks out in the annals of lore, the time when Dagon Aoffa had the opportunity to repay the doctor for his life. Old debts.
"Leave him,"
Dari Terra said coldly.
"Let him burn."
Dagon Aoffa lay on his back on the dirt floor of a barn, helpless, his body paralyzed from a stun bolt. The loft above him crackled as the hay and other flammable items caught fire, a result of an errant shot from his own laser pistol that lay several feet away. Ex-Senator Dari Terra and Ensign Torum Clorig stood over him, staring down at him as the smell of burning wood and smoke began to fill the barn. Terra wore all black, her brunette hair tied into a ponytail, a pistol in her hand. The flames backlit her features, dissolving them into a feminine silhouette. Clorig wore the standard-issue TSA uniform, 2 small medals dangling neatly over his left breast pocket. The ensign nodded at the woman's command, holstering his pistol. Aoffa caught a brief glimpse of pity in the man's eyes before he turned and walked away with the woman. Dagon tried to call out, to move, but the stun bolt kept him immobile. His mind screamed. He tried to open his mouth to scream in frustration, but he could do nothing. Aoffa heard the barn door close, leaving him alone as the heat, flames, and smoke increased. He watched flames engulf the loft, spread to the roof, and continue to spread beyond his vision. Smoldering chunks of hay and wooden beams fell from the loft, igniting the smattering of hay on the barn floor. Air cars and shuttles lifted off outside the barn, the sound of their engines receding into the night. The roar of the fire overcoming the engine noise, blocking out all other sound as fire completely consumed the barn. The heat grew, and he heard the crackling of hay near his right ear. He tried again to move, panicking as the flames nipped at his head. He tensed as the fire grew nearer, the heat unbearable. Pins and needles coursed through his fingers and toes as the stun effects began to subside. The pinpricks offered him a glimmer of hope. He struggled to move, failed. The fire grew hotter, the crackling loud in his right ear. His ear burned as the fire drew near. A white-hot poker touched his ear, and he screamed. The stun effects faded, and he let loose a long, gurgling howl. He reached up to grab his ear, his arms sluggish and uncoordinated. He slapped at his skin, spreading the fire. He screamed again, the sound lost in the roar of the fire around him. "Commander!" A male voice pierced the night, a distant sound that repeated its call. A cloth covered him, smothering him in darkness and muffling the roar of the flames. Rough hands patted out the flames, and he continued to scream at the pain on his face and neck. The cloth remained on his body. The hands grabbed him under the arms and dragged him out of the barn. Voices cried out to hurry. The heat and sound of the flames subsided. The hands that dragged him lay him gently on the ground and removed the cloth. His voice cracked as he screamed, the cloth pulling on his charred skin. Cool night air rushed in to soothe the wounds, the light breeze spreading the pain across his body. A loud crash split the night. A wave of heat washed over Aoffa. He tried to open his eyes, tears streaming down his face. He blinked his left eye open and saw glowing embers receding into a dark sky. His right eye refused to open, the skin pulling with his efforts. The blurry form of a man stood over him, and he heard the form yell, "Medic!" The form focused momentarily into the image of Sergeant-at-Arms Gonziel. "It'll be okay, Commander. Help is on the way." The form turned away again. "Medic! On a double!" Images and sounds came intermittently. Rough hands lifted Aoffa off the ground, carrying him across the field to awaiting transport. A blue click medic hovered over him, tending to his wounds every step of the way. The image of the blue alien faded as he drifted in and out of consciousness. Every bump, every touch sent a wave of pain through his head and chest. He awoke to a bounce and the screech of brakes as the shuttle landed. He felt himself lifted from the vehicle and gently placed on a soft cloth anti-grav gurney. More charred skin pulled away, exposing his skin to the cool night air, and his hoarse throat let loose another extended scream. A multitude of faces, some in focus, others not, crowded his vision. A female Hasmaran with a long brown mane moved into his vision. He focused on her. The rest of the team faded away. "Commander?" she asked, brown eyes scanning his wounds. "My name is Dr. Nikki Millar. You have been badly burned. Do you understand?" Dagon tried to speak, but only managed to grunt, his parched throat and lips scratchy and bloated. The Hasmarah turned away and spoke to someone out of his vision. "Prep the OR, now." Dr. Millar reached toward him. Dagon felt a stick on the left side of his neck, and the world faded away.
"He's awake, Doctor."
The bright lights of the hospital room made him squint, and Dagon Aoffa blinked a few times, willing the room to focus. He swallowed, his mouth dry, his lips parched. He heard the shuffling of feet and moved his head toward the sound. His skin cracked and peeled with the movement, sending a wave of pain through his neck.
"Don't move, Commander," the same feminine voice said. "Dr. Millar is on her way."
Millar? Memories returned in a flash. The barn, Tara, Gonzil, and the team pulling him from the fire. A female doctor talking. Pain, his skin on fire. He tried to look around the room again to gain his bearings and realized something was wrong with his vision. The room contained no depth, as if slightly out of phase. Footsteps approached from his right, but he could not see who approached. There was no peripheral vision. He saw the edge of his nose, nothing more. "What?" he croaked. A female Hasmarah entered his vision, stethoscope wrapped around her neck. She wore her dark mane braided. Brown, tired eyes studied his features. He stared up at her rigid features, as she conducted her examination. Her hands touched his face and chest gingerly.
"I'm Dr. Millar," she said, as she checked his bandages. "We met 2 days ago. I don't know how much you remember."
"Everything," Aoffa croaked. She grimaced, pursing her lips together as she nodded.
"You have been badly burned. The injuries extensive."
She paused, looking into his eyes, but he could not clearly focus.
"There is time later to discuss that."
"Now," Dagon ordered.
"I don't think we should talk about—"
"Now," he repeated. She sighed and stood up straight.
"You suffered third-degree burns on your head, neck, and chest. The fire burned away your right ear and fused your right eye."
Her face saddened.
"I had to remove the eye, so you will experience diminished depth perception and visual acuity."
Aoffa nodded, motioned for her to continue with a wave of his left hand.
"I have placed calls for the best plastic surgeon in the TSA. He will be here in a few days," she continued. "Until then, your only job is to lay here and rest."
"Tara?"
"What?"
she asked.
"What about Dari Tara?"
he inquired. He gulped to moisten his mouth.
"Where is she?"
Millar shook her head.
"Not your concern. You need to rest and—"
"Where?"
Aoffa demanded, his voice cracking. Millar shook her head.
"The news is reporting she has escaped prison. Her ship flew south before returning to the city. It was shot down a few minutes ago."
Aoffa grunted, struggling to lift himself from the bed.
"I have to go find her."
"Commander,"
Dr. Millar protested, trying to push him back to the bed, her cool hands soothing on his skin.
"You aren't going anywhere for a while."
"Gonzil!"
he bellowed, pushing the doctor's hands off of him. Pain flashed through his body, accompanied by a wave of nausea. Millar tried to subdue him, but adrenaline suppressed the pain, and Aoffa slid off the bed, the cold floor chilling his feet. The sergeant-at-arms appeared in the doorway a moment later.
"Sir, I knew you wouldn't be far."
Aoffa nodded appreciatively. He steadied himself against the bed. Dr. Millar grabbed his left arm, assisting him to stand. The nurse closed in from the far side of the room.
I assume you are tracking the senator. Gonzil nodded. Get a shuttle ready. He turned his head to the doctor. His skin cracked, and he gritted his teeth against the pain. I'll be back after she's dealt with.
Commander, she warned, you are in no condition to go chasing that woman.
Aoffa nodded his concurrence, every cell of his chest, neck, and head on fire.
Maybe not, but that's why you are here, to patch me up.
The Hasmara threw her hands up in the air, turned, and stormed off in anger. A long list of words, none of them pleasant, directed at Aoffa and his
stubborn, hard-headed ass,
followed her out of the room. Gonzil returned a moment later.
I think I know where she is,
he reported, handing Aoffa a lightweight hospital gown.
Get me there, he ordered.
Dagon Aoffa leaned against the stone wall of the passageway. The dank, musty air made his bandages sticky. The rifle in his hands felt as if it weighed a ton. Gonzil took him from the hospital, flying him south to the entrance of a tunnel system that ran under Haraz City.
Stay here,
Aoffa ordered before entering the labyrinth. Com traffic told him that an orbital firefight had ended, a dreadnought with the last of the senator's allies burning up in the atmosphere. There was also a report that Dawson had entered the tunnel system, pursuing Terra.
Lead her to me,
he mused, nestling himself into a crevice in the wall 100 meters from the exit. Footfalls echoed in the darkness, tiny feet running through the small stream that ran through the center of the tunnel. He peered from his perch down the long passage, listening as the runner drew closer. A small feminine shadow emerged from the darkness, heading for the exit. Aoffa willed his racing heart to slow, raised the rifle waist-high, and fired a single bolt ahead of the target. It struck the wall to the shadow's right, hissing as it vaporized the damp surface. The runner gasped, tripped, and fell face first into the stream of water. A weapon clattered away in the darkness.
That's far enough,
Aoffa said in a gruff, even tone. He stepped from the crevice, the rifle never wavering on its target. A solitary stream of light from the exit lit her face as Dari Terra rose from the tunnel. Tears in her clothing exposed cuts on her skin. Her matted brunette hair clung to her sweaty skin as she gasped for breath. Her eyes widened in panic as they focused on his silhouette.
Aoffa?
Yes, Dari, he confirmed. May I call you Dari? You are no longer a senator, I hear.
How
did I escape the burning hell you left me in? He spat. I didn't. Not on my own. I had a team follow the shuttle. After you left, they busted down the door and pulled me out.
He activated a lantern and placed it on the wall to his left,
but not before the damage was done.
He paused for a moment, ensuring she had a chance to look at his bandages, the burns and scars that he would live with for the rest of his life.
You are asking yourself how all this could happen in 3 days, he smirked. Well, you see, Dari, I'm not really here. I'm still in the hospital, recovering.
He raised a hand to the comlink on his left ear, listening to another report on the Nocturnal Avenger.
Get up.
Terra stood, dripping wet. He saw defiance in her eyes.
You kill me, my people will hunt you down, she warned defiantly. I go to prison, they will break me out. You can't win.
More footsteps echoed in the passage, light illuminating the back of Terra.
Do not move,
ordered a male voice.
I've got this, Dawson,
Aoffa said.
She's mine, Dawson replied. Not this time, Aoffa replied. I don't know what grudge you have against her. She killed my friends, Mark interrupted. And I don't care,
Aoffa continued, unimpeded.
He motioned toward his bandaged face. This is personal.
Terra turned toward Dawson.
I knew you were working with Jake. How does it feel to know that you were too late to save him and his girlfriend? She mocked.
A pang of regret flirted with Aoffa for a moment. The one black mark on his record, the failure to secure the escapees from Clinics. His own subordinate aided them.
You were assigned to capture the prisoners from Clinics, Aoffa scoffed, not become part of the conspiracy.
I did what I had to do, Dawson replied. His eyes never left Terra. He turned his attention back to Terra and raised his rifle.
Time for you to die. Not yet,
Aoffa interjected. Anger swelled, the need for revenge against the woman overwhelming.
But she needs to suffer.
There is something she needs to know first. Tara turned back to face Aoffa. What? If you had thoughts of revenge or escape, you can forget them, Aoffa said in a low, measured voice. Fatigue crept through his body, but his resolve remained steadfast, his voice steady. David Darez just burned up in the atmosphere. The words had the desired effect. The color drained from her face, her defiance morphing into loss. She looked up, staring blankly at Aoffa. Dagon pulled the trigger, shooting the woman in the chest without another word. She collapsed backwards, splashing into the small stream. He dropped the rifle, turned, and made his way toward the exit. An hour later, he lay back in the hospital bed, receiving a stern lecture from Dr. Millar. "You will not do that again, Commander," she warned. "I will restrain you to this bed if I have to." "No need, Doctor," he assured her. Fatigue gripped him. His head and neck flared with pain from the exertion. His wounds avenged, he felt a sense of loss. "My mission is complete. If killing her doesn't end my career, I'm sure your medical report will." "What if there was a way to salvage your career?" she asked, after a dozen silent heartbeats. "These injuries," he shook his head, the movement sending pain through his neck, "will end my service." "Not necessarily," she mused, smiling. He motioned for her to continue. "What do you know about cybernetic implants?" Dagon Aoffa awoke to the Versum's nav computer beeping for attention. The dream faded quickly as he rubbed his left eye and stretched. His joints creaked, the scars on his skin pulled as he reached for the ceiling in the cramped cockpit. He rotated his neck, the gentle tug of his skin reminding him of the extent of his injuries. His body had healed over the 2 years since the barn, thanks to Dr. Millar and the cybernetics she installed, but lingering pain remained. He rubbed his right shoulder, massaging the stiffness away before turning his attention to the nav computer. The Versum left hyperspace, entering the approach lanes for Haraz, 3 astronomical units from the planet. The computer flashed a warning, a 1-hour approach pattern. He let out a long sigh, touched the flashing Acknowledge button on his screen, and rose from the cramped confines of the cockpit. With the autopilot engaged, he moved into the main cabin of the reconditioned freighter. He grabbed a quick snack from a cabinet that served as a galley and sat in one of the 2 chairs that occupied the cabin. Stark, gunmetal gray walls surrounded him. Cabinets and consoles ringed the room. Everything neat and orderly. The austere environment allowed him to think and meditate without distraction, and his thoughts turned to Dr. Millar. Her call 2 days earlier was unexpected.
"Commander Aoffa,"
she began, her face filling the vidscreen in the communications panel of the Versum.
"it's been a long time. How are the implants, the new eye extension?"
The last time he had visited the doctor was after the shootout on Derrick. Laser fire had sliced through the eye, forcing him to retreat. He leveled the building and set course for a rendezvous with the champion. After a brief talk with Captain Kyrian Nurik, he reported to the medical bay. Dr. Millar replaced the 2-piece elbow arm with a straight, lighter-weight extension that sat flush against his metal cranium. The eye, damaged beyond repair, was replaced with a smaller and more sophisticated version that still managed to fit snugly into his right eye socket. The operation a success, Aoffa left the TSA cruiser the next day. "Everything works beyond specifications," he replied bluntly. The last year of his life as a bounty hunter had suppressed his emotions. He knew it, and it served him while tracking criminals across the Tri-System. He pushed those thoughts out of the way, remembering that the doctor saved his life. "But I have been meaning to talk to you, to thank you for the AI, Sentinel. He has been a tremendous asset."
"Thank you,"
the AI interjected. Small talk continued for several minutes before Dr. Millar cleared her throat.
"Commander, I need your help.
"My help?
My son, Barrett, has gotten into trouble."
"And you want me to get him out of it?" Aoffa interrupted. Millar shook her head.
"No. Well, yes. He has dragged my daughter Meg into it as well. I want them both back."
"Back?"
"Barrett owes a blue clique named Plimpkin money."
Millar continued, her voice cracking over the comm. He saw the Hasmara fight back tears.
"They took Meg,
until I come up with 50,000 to pay off his debts. I don't have that kind of money, and I have no one else to turn to," she pleaded. "Can you help me?"
"I'll be there in 2 days," Aoffa stated, without hesitation. The nav computer beeped again, and Dagon made his way back to the cockpit. The Versum entered orbit, and Aoffa took control, piloting the ship through the atmosphere. The bumpy ride smoothed out as he changed course around a thundercloud. He approached Taraz City, the capital of the Tri-System, from the west, the freighter flying low over pristine farmland. He looked to his right, toward where he knew the ground still lay scorched from a barn burned to the ground and never rebuilt. A touch of anger warmed his skin at the thought of his near death. At his 1 o'clock sat the tunnel system where he killed Terra. He locked those memories away in the back of his mind and turned his attention to landing the ship at the busy spaceport to the north of the city. The Versum touched down with barely a bump, and Aoffa shut down the flight systems. He moved to the main hatch, checked his weapons, donned his duster, and opened the door. A cool, smog-smelling breeze rushed in. He wrinkled his nose against the smell of exhaust, grunted, and descended the ramp. He paid the Chandrillian harbormaster for 2 days in advance and left the port via aircab, heading toward the eastern suburbs of Haraz. The busy city traffic lessened as they left the skyscrapers behind. Large brick homes lined the aircar's path, gigantic trees separating the roadway and the houses. The houses gradually diminished in size, the trees becoming sparse, until the aircar entered a modest neighborhood of single-story houses. Streetlights lit the entrance, giving way to dark, Duracrete surface streets. Few lights beckoned visitors at the late hour. The aircar stopped at one of the few lighted houses. Aoffa paid the robot driver and offered it more to wait. The car powered down, the robot and vehicle dormant and silent. He stood in silence, letting the environment speak to him. The cool night air held the promise of rain as it whistled through the branches of the neighborhood trees. Autumn leaves rustled across the ground. A canine barked in the distance.
"No threats,"
Sentinel reported. "I did not expect any," Aoffa mumbled, and strolled up the walkway toward the house. The wooden stairs creaked as he ascended the 3 steps to the porch. He rapped 3 knocks on the front door and waited. The door opened within a minute, and a sleepy-eyed Nikki Millar stood backlit by the interior lights. She threw her arms around his shoulders, embracing him. He returned the gesture automatically, the cybernetics measuring the force of the hug, her body temperature, and her heart rate to determine signs of threat. Aoffa shut off that system with a single thought as Dr. Millar stepped back.
"Sorry,"
she said, tears welling in her eyes.
"It's just good to see you. Please come in."
She motioned toward the house. Aoffa entered, and Nikki shut the door. After offering a cup of coffee, which Dagon politely refused, the two sat on the sofa. In addition to the 3-cushion couch, the main room of the house featured 2 leather chairs, a pair of end tables for the sofa, a large panel vidscreen on the wall to the left of the door, and a hallway leading deeper into the dwelling on the right. A small kitchen could be seen through a chef's window opposite the door. Dozens of photos of Dr. Millar and her family adorned the walls and shelves of the room.
"Thank you for coming," she said. "I know I don't have any right to ask for your help, but I have no one else to turn to."
"I owe you, Doctor," Aoffa replied, trying to add empathy to his voice. She blinked at his words, and he wondered if he added too much or not enough. "And I think helping you may aid me. I did some research on Plimpkin," Aoffa continued. "He has ties to a Traxilian named Orly that I'm tracking. Did your son ever mention that name?" Millar shook her head. Aoffa offered a smile that stretched the scars on his face. "I find Plimpkin, I find Orly, I find your children. You said something about a ransom?" Nikki Millar nodded, turned, and touched a button on the small table at the end of the sofa. The vidscreen flashed to life, and the image of a Bluklik emerged. The alien stood before a plain, blank wall, his head almost inches from the camera. Blue skin and eyes stared into the hollow camera. A small scar sliced diagonally across his chin.
"Dr. Millar, my name is Plimpkin. I will cut to the chase. Your son owes a great deal of money to the organization I represent."
The Bluklik began without preamble.
50,000 to be exact. Now, in an effort to resolve the debt, I have reached out to your daughter, Meg. She has been kind enough to offer herself as collateral until the debt is paid. Unfortunately, there is a deadline for payment.
Plimpkin pursed his lips, as if saddened by the revelation.
You only have 1 week to deliver the funds to the repair yard at Lauren. After that, our collateral will be cashed in. I will contact you 2 days before the payment is due to answer any other questions.
The screen went blank. Tears welled in Millar's eyes as she turned back to Aoffa. He sat, emotionless, staring at the woman. Life as a bounty hunter, dealing with people begging for their lives, had hardened his heart. He could not afford emotions when dealing with a criminal element. "This is Dr. Millar," he thought, "not a criminal." "I don't have 50,000, she wept, her head collapsing into her hands. "I do," Aoffa replied coldly. "I will go to Lauren and broker the deal. I will return your children to you." Millar looked up. She gulped, wiping away the tears streaming down her face. "I'm coming with you. Dagon held up a hand to stop her and shook his head. "No, you will stay here." "I can't just sit here and wait," she exclaimed. "You can and you will," Aoffa said, standing. His voice turned icy. "If things do not go smoothly, you could get hurt. I cannot allow that." He made his way toward the door, and he paused, turning and looking the Hasmara in the eyes. "You do not need to see what I may have to do to get them back." With that, he turned and disappeared into the darkness.
Didn't we have a confrontation with the harbor master on Lauren a few months ago?
"Yes," Aoffa said, annoyed at the AI for stating the obvious. "You know we did."
And did not the harbor master state that we would be shot on sight if we ever returned?
"We?"
I am a part of you,
Sentinel explained.
So, yes, we.
"I'll handle it," Aoffa replied. The Versum entered normal space, the opaque swirls of hyperspace resolving into a mesmerizing starfield. Aoffa banked the freighter to port and pulled back on the throttle as the giant space station floated into view. Lauren's salvage yard, once a deep space research facility for the TSA, now served as a haven for criminals, bounty hunters, and anyone with the credits to hide. A large rotating cylinder sat at the center of the base, spires stretching off in a multitude of directions. Crude additions, cargo pods mostly, lay at awkward angles at the end of the spires. The once streamlined and flowing construct evolved into an unorganized mass of containers, additions, and solar panels. The central cylinder, the only true piece of the original research station, had been hollowed out into a massive spaceport. Over the years, underworld elements learned they could earn credits by offering docking rights and bypassing official channels. The management of Lauren attempted to stifle the practice with the occasional raid, but the credits for clandestine boarding proved too lucrative. A thriving black market docking business emerged. Several ships sat docked on the outer spires and containers, bypassing the base's immigration authority. Aoffa set course for one of the spires, rotating the Versum until the upper docking hatch matched a cargo pod's airlock. The freighter connected with a slight bump, the docking clamps locking onto the ship instantly. Aoffa powered down the engines and left the cockpit, entering the main cabin as Sentinel voiced its opinion.
Docking here cost 3 times as much. It would have been easier to apologize to the harbor master.
"By docking here, I maintain an element of surprise," Aoffa explained, checking his weapons and donning the long brown duster. "The reason the docking spire costs so much is I am guaranteed anonymity. Now set the defense system and let's get moving."
I go where you go, remember?
Sentinel replied, more than a hint of sarcasm in the AI's tone. "I must talk to Dr. Millar about your programming when we get back to Haraz," Aoffa muttered. He left the Versum, paid the clando running that particular cargo pod, and proceeded into the salvage yard. The dusty, grimy pipes and bulkheads of the non-regulated dock morphed into a dingy, dimly lit corridor. A steady stream of humans and aliens created wall-to-wall traffic, and Aoffa forced his way into the crowd. He recognized several of the passer-by, his competitors, each offering a curt nod in his direction as they passed. The crowd thinned as the corridor widened, and Aoffa left the container edition and entered the central complex of the salvage yard. Aoffa found a quiet spot and paused, watching through a wall of glass at the feat of engineering before him. Steel catwalks, set 10 meters apart, ringed the hollowed-out core. Duraglass provided an unobstructed view of the kilometer-wide landing bay. A central hub, stretching the 6 kilometers from floor to ceiling, held hundreds of ships, many in the midst of repairs. He looked up and then down, estimating he stood in the upper quarter of the station. As he watched, a cruiser emerged from its notch in the center docking bay, turned slowly using thrusters, and set course for one of the 3 massive hangar doors that lined the far side of the central cylinder. The ship disappeared into space with the burst of its engines. The spectacle over, Aoffa turned and rejoined the crowd. Dagon made his way down 6 levels, emerging from the lift onto the commerce level. He strolled along the catwalk, splitting his attention between the central hub and the multitude of bars, tattoo parlors, and other establishments that catered to the less-than-legal clientele that occupied the level. He passed a Busty Ostrich Bar, Terran's tantalizing tattoos, and Patrez's pleasure parlor before he found the establishment he needed, Dungree's Dugout. A drunk Hasmara staggered from the dugout, muttered an apology when he bumped into Aoffa, and disappeared into the flow of traffic. Dagon patted his person, ensured all of his equipment remained, and turned his attention to the open door, looking through the portal to inspect the interior. He saw a bar to his right, a mirror behind the bar running the length of the wall, booths to his left, with 6 small tables in the middle. A human bartender stood behind the bar, cleaning a glass with a dingy rag. He stepped through the entrance. Electric tendrils tickled his flesh as he passed through a lighted 10-centimeter-wide scanning beam. The unit beeped dutifully, and Aoffa saw the bartender look in his direction, snarl, and return to his cleaning. Loud music assaulted Dagon's ear, the sound dampener in the door keeping the music within the establishment. He turned his head and saw the music box tucked neatly into a corner near the door. A clandestine leaned over the jukebox, using it to steady herself as she contemplated the next song she wanted to play. Her green, trembling fingers mashed buttons, seemingly at random. Aoffa made his way to the bar, ordered an Anisian water, and watched the bartender scowl at the request before walking away with a limp. The man returned a moment later, favoring his right leg. He scowled again, mumbled something about non-drinkers, and sauntered off to attend to another patron. Aoffa took a sip, found the water tepid, and set the drink on the wooden bar. Disappointed at the room-temperature drink, he turned his attention to the myriad of bottles behind the bar and his reflection in the mirror. Dozens of bottles of liquor, arranged in 4 rows, blocked the bottom third of the mirror. His scarred face and head stared back, the mechanical eye nestled snugly in its socket. A tan button-up shirt covered his armored torso, the short-barreled pistol ready in a cross-draw holster. His eyes roamed to the vacant area above the mirror, vaguely disappointed not to see a version of the ostrich that seemed to be in every bar. Movement in the mirror disrupted that train of thought as a blue click, 2 Hasmara, and a clandestine entered the bar. The doorway scanning beam beeped again, confirming that the newcomers were armed. Each alien wore a pistol, a light jacket, and dark pants. Dagon took another sip of the water as he watched the foursome take a table near the center of the room, the blue click taking the seat with the best view of the door. The 2 Hasmara flanked him. The clandestine sat with his back to the door. The bartender grumbled as he left the bar. The 4 ordered drinks, and the human returned to his area. They leaned forward across the table, speaking in hushed tones. "What are they saying?" Aoffa mumbled, the glass to his lips.
"Be here shortly. You know what to do,"
the blue click said, as Sentinel activated the enhanced cybernetic hearing.
"Yeah, boss,"
one of the Hasmara commented.
"Take the money, take the errand boy out back, take out the loose ends. And if he asks about the girl,"
the blue click asked, turning to the other red-skinned alien.
"That's how we get him out back. We tell him she is outside,"
the other Hasmara answered. He patted the area under his right armpit.
"Then we kill him,"
he concluded, a hint of glee in his voice. The bartender arrived, interrupting their conversation. He set the drinks on the table, and the blue click dropped a 50-credit chip on the man's tray. The bartender's demeanor changed instantly. the scowl gone.
"Anything you need,"
the man said before quickly returning to his bar.
"What about you, Drimo?"
The Blue Click looked at the Clando, returning to the conversation. Aoffa caught a whiff of cinnamon as the green alien squirmed in his seat.
"What are you gonna do?" I watch your back, Plimpkin,"
Drimo stammered.
"Relax,"
The Blue Click Plimpkin replied with a chuckle.
"This is an easy 50, plus what we can get for the girl from the billicky."
He clapped his hands together.
"It's going to be a good payday."
The four each downed their drinks in one gulp. Plimpkin raised a hand, and the bartender took an already prepared set of drinks to the table.
"They want to sell Meg to the billicky,"
Aoffa mused, watching in the mirror. The men downed their drinks, the Blue Click raising his hand again.
"Round 2.
Aoffa smiled, the glass again to his lips.
"Let's see how they react after round 3.
The bartender delivered the third round before returning to the bar.
"You want another?"
he asked, appearing before Dagon.
"No,"
Aoffa grumbled, with a single shake of his head. A wry smile touched his scarred lips.
"A word of advice?"
The human's eyes narrowed in confusion before he offered a tentative nod.
"Never run a tab. Collect with each round."
Dagon drained the last of the water, turned, and strolled over to the table where Plimpkin and his cohorts sat. The conversation stopped as his shadow fell over the Blue Click, and all four looked up at the bounty hunter. Aoffa saw bloodshot eyes, and Sentinel calculated their reflexes were decreased by 18%.
"What?"
Plimpkin sneered.
"I represent Dr. Malar,"
Aoffa stated, his hands folded in front of his waist.
"I'm here for the girl." "She's out back,"
the Hasmara across the table from Aoffa offered eagerly.
"You got the money? The girl first."
Dagon turned his attention to the Hasmara. He unfolded his hands, resting his right palm on the pistol holstered on his right hip.
"And keep your hands above the table. We don't want any misunderstandings." "Who are you?"
Plimpkin inquired, sliding his chair back. His hand rested on the butt of his own pistol.
"My name is not important,"
Aoffa responded, his tone icy.
"What is important is that the girl is returned to me unharmed. Now." "Like I said,"
the Hasmara slid his chair back.
"She's out back."
Sentinel monitored each alien's vital signs.
"That one is nervous, highest threat potential."
Each showed elevated heart rate, rapid breathing, and spikes of adrenaline, or species equivalent. The cinnamon odor from the Clando to Aoffa's left hung in the air.
"We both know she is not,"
Aoffa replied coldly. He placed his left hand on the nearest Hasmara's shoulder, applying pressure to keep the alien firmly in his seat. He stared at the alien across the table.
"Now, you can simply tell me where she is, and we can avoid a lot of unpleasantness, or—"
he paused, letting the word hang in the air.
"This can go very badly for you."
Aoffa felt the anxiety in the Hasmara as he shifted in his seat. Dagon squeezed the alien's shoulder, and the movement stopped, but the tension in his shoulder increased. He stared at the alien across the table, recognized the desperation and fear.
"I know who you are."
The Hasmara's eyes moved rapidly, from companion to companion before looking back to Aoffa. Dagon shook his head in warning. The alien snarled and slid his chair back. He reached for the pistol on his left side as he started to stand. Dagon Aoffa drew first, firing from the hip before the Hasmara could clear his holster. A single bolt sliced through the alien's chest, searing his ribcage. The impact toppled the bandit's chair, the Hasmara crashing to the floor. Plimpkin yelled, upending the table and empty glasses in his haste to stand. Drimo fell out of his chair and curled into a ball. The last Hasmara, the one held down by Aoffa's left hand, rose quickly, his arm swinging wildly at Dagon. The bounty hunter dodged the assault, stuck the barrel of his pistol in the alien's abdomen, and pulled the trigger. The Hasmara screamed as the laser bolt sliced through his stomach. A second bolt followed quickly. The blast made the alien stagger a couple of steps away from Dagon. The Hasmara grabbed his abdomen, eyes wide as he saw the thick, dark blood on his fingers. Aoffa turned his attention to Plimpkin. The Blue Click stood a few paces away, fumbling for the pistol tucked into his waistband, his shirt tangled and intertwined with the weapon. Aoffa fired, the bolt slicing through the Blue Click's right hand. Plimpkin screamed, clutching his hand as he staggered back 3 steps, bumping into the bar. He fell to his knees, crying from the pain of his wound. Dagon turned and shot the wounded Hasmara in the head without hesitation. The alien's screams of pain ended abruptly before he crashed lifeless to the Duracrete floor. Aoffa took a step to his left, staring at the clandeau on the floor. A wave of cinnamon filled the air as Drimo lay curled into a fetal position. Dagon took a moment to survey the room. He located the bartender by a whimper coming from behind the bar. 2 patrons raced out the door, tripping and stumbling out the exit. The female clandeau at the jukebox lay passed out on the floor. One other customer, a human, sat in a booth near the back. The man raised his glass in salute to Aoffa before downing the drink in one gulp. "Drimo," Aoffa said, turning his attention back to the clandeau on the floor, "if you want to live, do not move." The clandeau rolled tighter, and Aoffa moved to stand over the wounded Blue Click. The alien sat on the floor, cradling his wounded right hand with his left. Tears streamed down the blue face. He looked up as Dagon's shadow loomed over him.
"You son of a—"
Plimpkin spat, gasping.
You just signed that girl's death warrant."
"Where is she?" Aoffa asked. "Where are the Billicky slavers?"
"Go to hell,"
the Blue Click said weakly. "I know you plan on selling the girl," Aoffa explained. "So you can tell me where she is, or I can convince you to tell me. I recommend the first choice."
"Who are you?"
Plimpkin asked. Aoffa heard the weakness in his voice, saw the amount of blood on the floor, and knew that the Blue Click would not last long. "Dagon Aoffa." The Blue Click's eyes widened in terror.
"Aoffa?"
The bounty hunter nodded. "You know who I am. That's good. That means you know when I say, 'Tell me where she is,' you know what will happen if you don't."
"I know where she is."
Aoffa turned to see Drimo, the clandeau, sitting on the floor, his arms crossed over his knees, head down, the stench of cinnamon dissipating in the bar. The alien's weapon sat off to the side, out of reach. "Where?"
"Shut up, Drimo,"
Plimpkin said through gritted teeth.
Aoffa
turned his head, locked eyes with the Blue Click, and pulled the trigger of his pistol. The crimson bolt sliced through Plimpkin's chest, cutting off his sentence and silencing the kidnapper. The Blue Click slowly fell to his right, blood spilling onto the duracrete floor. Dagon turned his full attention to the clandeau sitting frozen on the floor. "Where is she?"
A ship at the main port, platform 86, Drimo said, his chin tucked to his chest. Please don't kill me."
"I won't kill you, Drimo," Aoffa said, holstering the pistol and kneeling before the clandeau, "as long as you continue to cooperate. Do you understand?" The clandeau nodded without looking up. "Docking platform 86?" Aoffa asked. Another nod. "Who is the contact? How many slavers?" Drimo looked up, and Aoffa saw the fear in his eyes.
"She's a horror,"
he sobbed. "Who?"
"The slaver," Drimo continued. "I've never seen anything like her. The smell, those eyes, those dark, empty eyes." He shook his head. "Don't take me back there, please."
"Does she have a name?" Aoffa inquired, a bad feeling swelling in his stomach. "What species?"
"A limo,"
the clandeau replied.
Devilina."
Aoffa stood, exhaling and shaking his head. "When are you supposed to meet her?" Drimo shook his head.
I don't know. Plimpkin only brought me along to—"
He turned his head to look at the Blue Click lying a few meters away.
"To watch his back."
"Get up," Aoffa ordered. "You are going to get me close to the limo." Drimo curled into a tight ball, shaking.
No.
"Get up," Aoffa repeated, the smell of cinnamon almost suffocating in the bar. "Get me close, then run. Do you have money to leave this station?" The clandeau looked up, confusion in his eyes. He paused for a moment before shaking his head.
"That's why I worked for him."
He pointed to Plimpkin's corpse.
"I just want to go home."
Aoffa motioned for the clandeau to rise, and Drimo slowly stood on shaky legs. "Let's go."
"Hey!"
Aoffa turned to see the bartender standing a few meters away, ashen-faced and trembling. He waved a finger at the dead lying on the floor, the damaged furniture in the bar.
"Who's going to pay for all this?"
"There is a bounty on his head," Dagon offered with a nod toward the dead Blue Click. "Call the constabulary and collect the bounty." He pointed a long finger at Drimo. "And give him enough credits to leave Lauren. Understood?" The bartender stood quietly for a moment before nodding. With a slight push, Aoffa escorted Drimo out of the bar. The noise-dampening field cut off the music as they passed through the portal. Aoffa put his hand on the back of the clandeau's neck, steering him through the throngs of beings making their way down the corridor. Snippets of conversation, the smells of dozens of species, and the constant bumping of wall-to-wall traffic assaulted Dagon. He ignored it all, told Sentinel to watch everything, and continued to guide his charge through the station. The pair stopped at a local market, and Aoffa purchased a package of relaxants. "Take these," he ordered Dremo. "You'll never get me past the sentries, emitting that noxious odor." Dremo obeyed, and the two continued to make their way through the station. A half-hour later, as they reached the appropriate level, the clando relaxed, and the odor subsided. Aoffa gripped Dremo's neck tighter, and the clando froze steps away from a sign that read, "Docking Platform 86. Do what I told you. No more, no less," the bounty hunter warned. "Once the shooting begins, duck and run. Go back to the bar, get your cut, and give up this life. It does not suit you. Understand?"
Yes.
Sentinel, are you ready?
Of course. I have already tapped into their communications. Normal chatter.
"Good," Aoffa stated before giving another push to Dremo. "Let's go." The pair entered the doorway leading to the platform. A short, dim corridor greeted Aoffa, a bright door at the other end. The small passageway opened into a well-lit, sprawling rectangle, well over 100 meters in length and half that wide. Bright lights shone from the walls at regular intervals, illuminating a pair of shuttles sitting on the platform. The shuttles were a standard affair: bulbous cockpit, a spacious main compartment capable of handling cargo or up to 50 passengers, and a pair of engines in the back. Long, sleek wings protruded from the fuselage, sweeping aft, ending even with the engine exhausts. A solitary cannon sat atop the nearest shuttle. The farthest appeared to be unarmed. 8 guards of various species, including Crendotians, Clando, and Hazmara, stood at random points on the platform. Aoffa and Dremo stopped their advance as 4 of the guards left their positions and crossed the expanse to meet them. A graying Hazmara took the lead, halting a few meters before Dagon and his charge, the other 3 maintaining a respectable distance behind the gray-maned alien. Aoffa felt a scrutinizing gaze as the Hazmara inspected him.
"Dremo,"
the alien began.
"who is this? Where is Plimpkin?"
Plimpkin is at the bar, Dremo said, his voice calm and even. "This is Dagon Aoffa. He has the money for the girl. Plimpkin told me to bring him here to make the trade."
"Aoffa, I've heard of you. Quite the reputation you've earned,"
the Hazmara said as he turned to stare at the bounty hunter. His eyes rotated up and down as the alien looked him over a second time.
"He is still armed."
"If you know who I am, then you know I don't give up my weapons."
"You do here,"
the Hazmara stated, holding out his left hand.
"No one sees the boss armed."
The alien flashed a knowing smile.
"Especially someone that has crossed paths with her before."
The graying Hazmara reached for his pistol slung low on his right thigh. "Now," Aoffa ordered. Sentinel released a blast of static over the slaver's communication frequency. A loud, high-pitched whine emitted through the headsets each of the Biliki wore, the ear-splitting noise sending all 8 visible guards to the ground as they screamed in pain. The Hazmara fell to his knees, grasping at the headset affixed to his head. A chorus of other screams echoed from the 2 shuttles parked nearby. Dremo turned and ran, his footfalls heavy on the Duracrete surface. He disappeared into the darkened tunnel at a full sprint. Aoffa drew, aimed, and fired at the nearest guards as he moved to his left for cover. He struck 2 before the Hazmara and his 1 remaining henchman ripped their headsets off. The Hazmara screamed in rage, drew his pistol, and fired at Aoffa as Dagon ducked behind a crate. Calm, despite the incoming fire, he peeked out and saw the graying alien retreating toward the nearest shuttle, firing on the run. Aoffa pulled the trigger twice, missing the Hazmara as he disappeared into the ship. A hail of laser bolts impacted the cargo crate. Chips of plasticrete splintered under the barrage. The smell of burning plastic filled the air. The metal components inside the box began to melt as the superheated green and crimson bolts converged. Aoffa's scanner eye extended, the device peeking over the box to survey the battlefield. Sentinel tagged the 4 advancing Biliki. Dagon drew the short-barreled pistol from his cross-draw holster, rose from behind the burning crate, and fired both pistols simultaneously. Sentinel's computer-assisted targeting gave Aoffa the edge, his shots precise. 2 more of the slavers fell before he ducked back again.
"I detect more heat signatures,"
Sentinel warned. Additional laser fire slammed into the melting crate, confirming his scan.
There are 6 beings firing at us. 4 are clustered near the base of the ramp of the nearest shuttle.
Scan the ships, Aoffa ordered as he changed the energy charge on his main pistol. Find the hostages.
There are multiple life forms in the far shuttle. I detect only 5 in the closest ship.
Aoffa nodded, and he holstered his long-barreled pistol in his right hand. He reached into a small pouch on his waist belt and withdrew 2 small 10-centimeter-long cylinders, thorium bombs. He thumbed the actuators and tossed the explosives in a high arc toward the shuttle's ramp. He crouched close to the crate as the double eruption filled the air with smoke, flame, and screams. Dagon moved to his right, firing with the pistol in his left hand as he headed for new cover. He saw a pair of bodies lying at the base of the mangled ramp. Another alien leaned against one of the landing gear, holding a dangling, bloody left arm with his right. The 4th gunman took shelter behind one of the swept-back wings. He sprinted a dozen meters, dropped, and slid on one leg behind another cargo container. He popped up, sighted on the wounded billikey next to the landing gear, and fired. The Clando screamed and collapsed.
1 remaining plus whoever is in the second shuttle.
A loud creaking sound rose above the crackle of flames and yelps of the dying. Aoffa peeked over his cover and saw the final slaver running toward the shuttle. Dagon raised his pistol and took aim, but paused as the creak turned into the screech of straining metal. The noise reverberated through the rectangular landing platform as he watched as the forward landing strut on the shuttle collapsed. The ship listed, partially rolling on its starboard side, crushing the slaver.
1 remaining life form aboard the nearest shuttle, Sentinel reported. That should be the Hazmarah. Another 23 in the other shuttle. Only 2 of those are moving freely. Their communications are still jammed.
Dagon scanned the battlefield for additional threats, saw none, and rose from his cover. The moans of the dying lessened as they succumbed to their wounds. Acrid smoke filled the air, and he heard the salvage yard's air recyclers switch to high gear to deal with the dark black smoke drifting upward. The listing shuttle lay at a haphazard angle on its ramp, fluid and venting vapor seeping from the area around the destroyed forward landing strut. Keeping his eye on the second shuttle, he removed another bomb from his pack and underhanded it toward the leaking liquid. He drew his long-barreled pistol and picked up a jog toward the rear of the second shuttle as the bomb exploded, igniting the dripping fluid. He crouched behind a pair of discarded food crates toward the rear of the second shuttle as the fuel cells erupted a moment later, engulfing the shuttle in a ball of flame. Aoffa remained in a crouch, watching as the fire consumed the ship. He heard heavy footfalls and moments later saw the hairy feet of a Krendoshan descend the ramp. The giant alien carried a rifle, the weapon like a toy in its hands. It stood at the base of the ramp and surveyed the area before grunting toward the interior of the ship. Aoffa saw the onyx talons of the Limo Devilina appear at the top of the ramp, followed by the alien's torso and sweeping barbed tail. She paused at the base of the ramp, her horned head swiveling back and forth as she studied the area. She raised her head, sniffing the air, and turned to stare directly at Dagon. Devilina opened her mouth to scream a warning. Aoffa fired, the bolt slicing through the Limo's left thigh. She screamed, clutching her leg as she fell to the Duracrete surface. The Krendoshan turned, eyes wide in shock, and Dagon fired 2 crimson bolts into the alien's chest. The hairy beast staggered backwards, grunting with the impacts, but did not go down. The Krendoshan raised its rifle and fired. Fire tore through Aoffa's chest as the alien's bolt hit his armor plating. He backpedaled, off balance from the impact. He caught himself as the alien fired again, its green bolt flashing past Dagon's head. The bounty hunter aimed both pistols, pulling the triggers simultaneously and repeatedly. The weapons bucked lightly in his hands. The first few shots missed as Aoffa recovered from the impact of the blast. Then the laser bolts converged on the alien. The Krendoshan screamed as bolt after bolt struck him. The rifle flew from his grasp. The Krendoshan finally went down, his fur smoldering. Dagon Aoffa holstered the pistol in his right hand before placing the empty hand on his armor, holding the point of impact. He exhaled, breathing through the pain, and looked at the landing platform. The shuttle burned nearby. The crate he had hid behind smoldered. The Krendoshan lay dead. Bodies lay strewn about, and the Limo Devilina hobbled toward the distant exit. He snarled, walked forward a dozen steps, and shot the alien in the right thigh. The succubus dropped to the ground, screaming in agony. Aoffa exhaled again, letting the pain and stress of combat ease away. He frisked the succubus, found a small pistol, and tossed it over his shoulder toward the fiery shuttle. Dagon grabbed Evelina by the collar and dragged her back toward the intact shuttle. A pair of mag cuffs from his belt secured the alien to the support beam of the ramp. Drawing his pistol, he ascended the ramp into the shuttle. The interior sat dim, quiet. Aoffa moved away from the door, blending into the darkness. He crouched behind a small table and activated his sensor eye and switched the device to enhanced low light. The main cabin leapt into focus. 20 beings, mostly female by his initial glance, sat seated in the darkness. All were bound to the chair in front of them and had their heads down, their eyes staring at the floor. The sole billocky slaver stood near the back, weapon in his hand, eyes searching the darkness for a target. Aoffa shot him with a single blast. The captives jumped with the whine of the bolt and the flash of crimson. The slaver fell in the darkness, and Dagon took a moment to ensure he was alone. Satisfied, he found the main cabin light control on a console to his right, turned off his enhanced vision, and touched a button. The interior lights confirmed Aoffa's suspicions. The captives were mostly female, about a third of them human. Each sat secured to the shuttle seats. Sentinel provided a holo of Dr. Millar's daughter, and Dagon proceeded slowly up the aisle, looking at each captive in turn. A dyed blonde Hazmra sat on his left. He paused and lifted her chin with his hand. Bruises and cuts surrounded dark brown eyes that stared back at him in defiance. Meg, he confirmed. The Hazmra's eyes widened with the sound of her name.
Who are you?
A friend of your mother's, Aoffa said, and I've come to take you home. Relief filled the woman's features, and Aoffa returned to the console at the head of the cabin. With the flick of a switch, the restraints released, and a joyous shout echoed throughout the shuttle. The captives stood, many rubbing their wrists, some stretching. A few sobbed. Meg moved through the crowd and threw her arms around Dagon.
Thank you.
Don't thank me yet, he cautioned, removing the young Hazmra's arms from his neck. This isn't over until you're safely off the station. The rest of the freed captives began talking, asking questions, and moving toward the ship's exit. Aoffa stepped in front of them, blocking their path, and they shrank back from his presence. Can anyone fly a ship?
I can, replied Meg. You want me to fly everyone out of here?
He looked over the crowd. Where's your brother? Meg fought back tears, sniffling.
They killed him,
she spat. Dagon nodded his understanding. Then take over here. Set a course for Haraz. Go home and tell your mother that your brother is dead.
You aren't coming with us?
Someone asked. Aoffa offered a smile that hushed the crowd, and everyone took a step or two back. He turned to stare at the limo cuffed to the shuttle's ramp. The succubus hissed. I'm not finished here. He turned back to face the former captives. There's still a few people that I have to kill. He turned and descended the ramp, collecting the angry succubus along the way. He dragged the alien to the far wall and turned to watch the shuttle. The ramp rescended into the belly of the ship. The engines warmed, their pleasant hum morphing into a throaty growl. Aoffa nodded his approval as the ship lifted off the tarmac and hovered while the landing gear disappeared into its belly. The ship maintained that position for almost a minute, completely stationary 6 meters off the surface. The engines revved, ready to go.
They have received clearance, Sentinel reported. Spaceport is inquiring about the noise and smoke. Miss Millar reports a problem with the other shuttle's engines and that it is under control. She is a lot like her mother.
Aoffa nodded absently as the engine pitch changed. Meg applied more power, and the shuttle ascended above the confines of the rectangular landing platform. The ship rotated to the right, merged with the salvage yard's traffic, and disappeared over the horizon toward one of the gaping airlocks in Lauren's superstructure. Dagon turned his attention to the limo at his feet. He crouched, ensuring he kept out of range of the barbed tail, and stared at the creature. She hissed again, but with less enthusiasm, the pain from her leg wounds obviously taking its toll on the succubus. "Sentinel," he said, "what did she say as we parted from our last meeting?" The AI sent a signal to his comm.
I can assure you, Bounty Hunter Aoffa,
The limo's voice grated from the device.
the next time our paths cross, one of us will die. That is a promise from the Billoki.
Aoffa smiled. I do want you to be a creature of your word, Limo, he said. And with that in mind, I've got a special task for you. Dagon Aoffa stood, arms crossed, watching as his primary target entered the rectangular confines of the landing platform. Smoke drifted lazily skyward from the remains of the shuttle, the occasional flame visible amongst the wreckage. The dead Billoki henchmen, including the massive Krendoshan, lay in a neat pile near the bow of the ship. The Limo Devilina sat on top of a cargo crate, the alien's arms bound to the box's carrying handles. A grimy and blood-stained rag gagged her mouth. Orley, with a contingent of guards, grunted as he entered the platform. A golden suit draped over the alien's frame. Rings adorned his fingers. The Traxilian's eyes looked over the entire area, noting especially the succubus sitting on the crate, and motioned for his escorts to fan out. The Billoki moved quickly, securing the landing platform. The diminutive blue alien scowled as he made his way across the Duracrete surface, his tiny legs making the 20-meter journey take forever. He stopped in front of Aoffa.
Who are you?
Dagon Aoffa.
Aoffa? The same Aoffa that brought down the consortium?
Dagon nodded.
And why are you here?
I've come for the bounty on your head. Orley looked around at his henchmen, paused, and then the Traxilian laughed. A forced laugh that left Aoffa with the impression that the alien was not as confident as he sounded.
And if I refuse to simply turn myself over to you?
The bounty is dead or alive, Aoffa stated. The laughter died instantly.
Where are you?
Orley asked angrily, waving his hand through Aoffa's hologram. He turned his head, looking toward the catwalks and walls surrounding the platform.
You're going to shoot me from a distance? Not very sporting. And I must ask, how would you claim my body? You must know that my men would avenge my death and deny you the bounty.
The Traxilian motioned toward the entrance, and half of his guards left the landing platform.
That is a short-range holo-transmitter. You are close by, bounty hunter, and my men will find you.
Perhaps he is as confident as we were led to believe.
Aoffa mentally told the AI to be quiet. The Traxilian turned to Devilina.
Where are my slaves?
The succubus grunted around the gag but said nothing intelligible. She thrashed about, straining against the restraints. Her efforts in vain. The Limo slumped over from exhaustion and her wounds. Aoffa answered for her. Gone. I sent them away over an hour ago. They are well outside the reach of the Billoki.
That is your second mistake, Orley said, shaking his head. My reach is everywhere.
Second mistake? Aoffa inquired.
Your first was crossing the Billoki.
Silence filled the space between the Traxilian and the hologram. The Limo thrashed again, tried to speak, but failed. Orley stared at the hologram for another minute.
Are we going to simply stand here all day? I have other appointments.
Cancel them, Aoffa said, staring at the alien through the holoscreen. He raised his hand, his hologram mimicking his movement perfectly. He thumbed a switch on the device he held. I have what I need. He pushed the button on the detonator. Rippling explosions rolled across the landing platform. Every cargo crate on the tarmac exploded in sequence, starting with the point farthest from the entrance. The eruptions engulfed Orley's guards in seconds. The Traxilian turned to run as the crate with a bound Limo exploded less than 2 meters away. Aoffa watched the fireball consume the blue alien before fire destroyed the holotransmitter. Dagon switched off the screen aboard the Versum and leaned back in his chair. The edge of the Lorne salvage yard sat outside the cockpit window, the vastness of space beyond the tangle of pipes, conduits, and containers. Aoffa exhaled slowly, letting the stress of the confrontation melt away. Sentinel, he said, staring at the starfield beyond the canopy glass. Send a holo of that to the TSA bounty section. Have them confirm the authenticity and deposit the credits into my account.
Yes, sir.
And set a course for Haraz, he said, pulling himself out of the chair to face the controls. There are a few mods I want to discuss with Dr. Millar. The Versum detached from the salvage yard. The modified freighter floated free for a moment before disappearing into hyperspace.
Dagon Aoffa continues to chase down the scourge of the Tri-System.
He has earned his reputation for being the most effective bounty hunter in the galaxy. Dr. Millar and Meg were reunited. Millar continues to assist Aoffa when needed, my sources say. I have no reason to doubt them. Mark Dawson and Tarek Zen went their separate ways a couple of years ago. The former Arbran commando is now a strategist for the Tri-System Diplomatic Corps. He brokered the treaty between the TSA and the Orly Klitsch last year, and so far the peace is holding. Kirian Nurik retired and married Mark Dawson in a simple ceremony about 18 months ago. They now own the Busty Ostrich on Pans, the very bar where I type these final words. I think this is where I will stay, and drink, and write. So, drop by your nearest Busty Ostrich Bar. You never know who or what you might see. Jarten Borum Derrit. Reporter, Tri-System Observer. Nope, scratch that. Jarten Borum Derrit. Novelist.
This has been Tales from the Busty Ostrich, Tri-System Authority, Book 3. Written by R. Kyle Hanna. Narrated by Rick McVey. The book is copyright 2018 by R. Kyle Hanna and Jumpmaster Press. This audiobook is copyright 2020 by R. Kyle Hanna and Jumpmaster Press.